First ball to be described to you by Doidge. It's going to be Ben Code running down the hill as he always does here when he gets the opportunity.
2 slips in place. Ring field largely with a sweeper back on the square leg boundary, and also down at third man Jack Shutt. Good delivery. First up by Ben Code, just nips back in on Ed Pollock. And through to the gloves of Harry Duke, who is keeping again today for Yorkshire. Tattersall, well, I was going to say preferring to be out there in the field. I'm not quite sure what the situation is there. We've not had that conversation yet, but he is fielding rather than keeping, as well as skippering the side, of course. Going in again, round the wicket. Pollock opens the face, runs it down to third man beyond the despairing dive of Will Luxton, who is backward of point. Will Luxton, bit of rivalry today between the Doidge and Luxton camps, because Will learned his cricket at Steeton, up there near Keighley, and they're playing against, those of you who listen regularly to the Yorkshire broadcasts, the club I'm involved at, Rawdon, in the Waddy Cup final. So,
Cup final, we're going to get updates during the day.
We will be getting regular updates. In fact, I'm going to be logging onto the streaming, if number one son will send me a link for that before play gets underway there.
Come on, James, get your finger out.
Meanwhile, Ben Code from the Trafalgar Square end, and in and bowling, and Azhar Ali shouldering arms to this one. The umpires today, by the way, Phil Mustard and Surendiran Shanmugam out there. Surendiran Shanmugam's a new name on me, I've got to say.
Yep.
He's at square leg at the moment. It's a pretty, I was going to say healthy crowd in, but DT will then ask me if I've gone and examined them all personally with a stethoscope. Code in, and that's wide of off stump, and Ali drops his bat underneath it through to Harry Duke. So it's been a pretty good start so far. Ben Code started well with the ball both times Yorkshire have played in this comp so far.
I was down on Scarborough Beach yesterday afternoon, and just getting a few rays ahead of the game, and I think healthy wouldn't have been a word that you'd have perhaps applied to the crowd that was on Scarborough Beach. They were enjoying themselves though.
Well, there's quite a few in, let's put it that way, as Ali walks into this and drops it into the offside. And George Hill, in fact Tom Loughton it was, came herring in and winged the ball back into the gloves of Duke. Will Frayne at first slip. Beside him it is George Hill at second, with a cap that's starting to fade, suggesting he's got more experience than his record shows. Maybe he's borrowed it off somebody like Adam Lyth, or he's overwashed it. It's looking a little bit more faded than one or two others, as Ali drops that final ball of the over into the leg side. So a good start by Code. 1 over, no maidens, 1 run, no wickets on the analysis, and DT's already training the bins in on something. What have you spotted? Yeah,
you say the hat is faded from George Hill, as it is, and Johnny Tattersall's is as well, but he's well, supposed to be faded, really, isn't it? After all the cricket he's played over the years. Just trying to get a close-up on that, the Hill hat. But, it doesn't look too bad. Will Frayne at first slip, or as he's known in these parts these days, Will Frayne.
Will Frayne. Bradders could do that. Bradders does do that, doesn't he?
He does a bit of the old PA announcing, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just the golden voice of Bradders is not quite the same as the golden voice of Howard Ferguson, is it? So, going to be the second over. It's going to be Matthew Waite bowling to Ed Pollock. Comes in, runs up the hill away from us, and well, turns him around a little bit there. A little bit of movement and thickish edge out into the covers.
I think the golden voice of Howard Ferguson's born out of sort of black coffee and maybe something like a cigar. The golden voice of Bradders, I can Woodbine and probably something like Perry down in that part of the world.
weight bowls, and playing a miss outside the off stump there from Pollock. The last time I saw Ed Pollock, he was dispatching the ball to all corners of northwest London as he scored a century for Worcestershire to beat Middlesex in the championship game down there. I think 7 sixes on a school ground, and ball was just kept disappearing over the burger van. Here's Waite once more bowls and pushed firmly back down the wicket to the bowler, and no run to be had there. So a cautious start by Worcestershire. You always get this at Scarborough, a little bit of early movement. Batsman got plenty of time. 50 over game, always more time than you think in cricket, even in T20s. Here's Waite bowls again, and that's turned into the onside call for a quick single. It's there comfortably enough, and doubles his score with that single. It's a pretty orthodox field. Will Jack Shutt rather coming round to do the fielding. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off. It's a championship field, that, isn't it? And you can do the onside on your own, because that's the championship onside field as well. Just the 3 men. So over the wicket again, this time to the right-handed Ali bowls, and that one visibly just moves away from him, but he covers the movement, pushes to Revis, number 77 on his back in the covers. Crowd building up all the time. They're stopped at this stage, aren't they, from crossing in front of us by the rope, and then at the end of the over, the rope is dropped. Crowd stream in. Waite to Ali bowls, and he plays up and down into his crease. And there's a rather nervous little jump and make sure the ball wasn't going back onto the stumps. The end of the over. Decent enough over from Matthew Waite. Just the 1 run then from each of the first 2 overs. Ali not off the mark. And Pollock has 2 singles.
And we see the suits. Some stripy deck chairs, not so many stripy suits around, 1 or 2 floppies, and you wouldn't say it's warm at the moment, it's just mild, but if we do get a bit of sun taking a hold, then it'll warm up pretty quickly. It's quite nice in the comm box at the moment, because it does get pretty hot in here. Morning sessions of matches, as Ben Code's first delivery of the over to Pollock is wide of off stump. Pollock then goes through a beautifully executed cut shot well after the ball had gone, and so 2 without loss after 2. Get in touch with us at DO_cricket, at Jonathan Doige. I'll try and find Bradders' again for you in a moment.
Bradders BBC, I think.
Bradders at BBC. Code in, wide of off stump. Pollock again plays under that deliberately, but he's just trying to suss out the bounce of the pitch here before he starts to get going.
I think if you just type in at Bradders, then Twitter will do the rest for you. There's not too many handles start with Bradders.
There's also BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Full programme of RL50 fixtures today.
Is that for the long-winded, is it? I can't get it into 260 characters.
Yeah, code in to Pollock. A fair bit of bounce about that. Dropped into the pitch.
Oh dear.
No run.
Not so healthy crowd outside by the sound of that. Sneezing, whatever. Affects Mike.
Hopefully the wind's not blowing in this direction. As they say that COVID is respiratory, don't they?
Is it?
So, yeah.
What does that mean? You breathe it in or something?
Something like that, I think so. You're all right. You're sort of shielded by the screen here.
Of course.
Code in and cut by Pollock, but along the deck to Luxton. You mentioned Matthew Revis, 77. You wonder where they picked these numbers from. 77. Very good year for sport, wasn't it, chaps? You'll just about recall that, I think.
what was that the year that Virginia Wade won the
Red Rum won his
singles?
third Grand National. Virginia Wade won the Wimbledon women's singles.
The Aussies got a thumping.
The Aussies got a thumping in the Ashes. It was a cracking year, really. Code in. A good delivery. There's a appeal for caught behind on Pollock. Yorkshire celebrate as if that's a done deal. Pollock looks at the deck and doesn't look back at the keeper, as is often that telltale sign. But players are getting clever at that these days, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's about the umpire's finger being raised or not, and he didn't raise it, but Pollock was unmoved, wasn't he?
Yeah.
They're getting quite good at acting, some of these batters these days. It just used to be they'd have a quick look round, wouldn't they, as soon as there was a little nibble. But now, more and more of them, when you look at those replays and whatever they call it, snicko type thing, they often still have hit it, but the body language hasn't given it away. He hit that one, did Ed Pollock, got a single into the leg side. And that's the end of Code's second over.
There's a famous story where...
3 without loss.
Famous story, I think it was in a Roses match where Geoffrey Boycott nicking one behind him, looking at the keeper and keeping his head down, and Lancashire players all went up for it. Nothing from the keeper. Boyks has winked to nothing from the umpire. Boyks has winked to the wicket keeper, turned back around, and the umpire's gone, "Now on your way, Geoffrey," and stuck his finger up.
Well,
which I quite like. Wait. Bowls outside the off stump. Must have been close to a one-day wide, that one.
Can draw similarities between that sort of body language stuff of the players and you. Obviously, you know, players, ball goes through, there's an appeal, they stand there, they scratch the guard and look ahead. You come in the com box, scratch under your armpits, sit down and crack on with the call.
Not only under my armpits, to be fair.
I couldn't say anywhere else, could I, David? I want to remain on air.
Wait, runs away from us bowls again, just outside that off stump. And he's toying, isn't he, with that, with the wide line. Pollock allows it there through to the keeper.
Batters try and pick the spin. You usually just sit there picking your nose.
Do it very well, though. Do it well, to be fair. Years of practice.
Matthew Waite, of course, had a little loan spell at Worcestershire earlier on in the season. I think the county enjoyed that, and I think the player did too.
Bowls, and that one's closer to the off stump and a cracking delivery. That leaves Pollock. Goes towards the slips, taken by the keeper. Good delivery, good length, good delivery. That's where you need to be bowling. So a steady start from Worcestershire, 3 for no wicket. In this, the first over.
Sam Gascoigne posted out there on the pavilion roof. I don't know what he was drinking then, but the camera shake is terrible on the streaming pictures at the moment.
Too much caffeine, I'd have thought. Next delivery outside the off stump, and Pollock's not going to watch. 3 of those go through to the keeper. He's just latched onto that one. Square drive down towards the marquees, and that's Worcestershire's first boundary of the morning. 7 for no wicket. He's now passing on messages. So is he the director, Sam, or does he just sort of stand up there with his
director?
Well, somebody has to sort of move from camera to camera. You've done a bit of TV, haven't you?
Overestimating someone's importance.
The next delivery, that's a familiar Pollock shot, only he doesn't connect. Tries to swing that one high into the bleachers on the popular side, misses.
Probably calls himself balcony camera operative manager or something like that. One of those long titles that, yeah. It's about the quality of the work you produce, though, isn't it, really, at the end of the day, David?
Well, next delivery, a play and a miss again. Outside the off stump, that's the end of the over. That one bounced a little bit more than Pollock was expecting. It certainly is about what you produce, and as long as Sam produces the sandwiches at lunchtime, he can pretty well do anything else he likes, really.
Talking about quality of work being produced, I've produced enough quality in this first 15 minutes of play, so I'm going to disappear for a little bit and leave you two chaps to it. So if you take those cans off, DT, and give them to Bradders, then you could come and sit here, couldn't you? You see, and then I'll vacate when And Bradders has got the cans on and is ready for action. But it's 7 without loss after 4 overs here. Reminder, Yorkshire won the toss and asked Worcestershire to bat. Good morning, Bradders.
Good morning, JD. Good morning, DT. This is... oh, no, we've got to stop using initials, haven't we? DB. Ben Code coming down the slope from the Trafalgar Square. Next ball is pushed away on the offside. I think the thing that we've noticed from these first few overs this morning is that the pace and the carry on this pitch. Matthew Wade, with all due respect, is not sort of a tear-away 90-mile-an-hour bowler, but he's getting lots of carry through to the keeper. So there's a bit going on already this morning. Code turns 2 slips, crouched down, as indeed does wicketkeeper Duke. Code in and bowls, and this is Azharan under back foot, plays the ball up to mid-on and calls as he plays the shot. And it was a good call in the end, because Dom Bess was kind of back on his heels. I'm not, no disrespect, but he was fairly deep there. And they pick up a single, so Worcestershire are 8 without loss.
Yeah, I think there was probably a single there had he not been back on his heels. He just tabbed it and dropped it and run, really, didn't he? So,
yeah. Good call, good run. The left-handed Pollock waits for Code. Code coming around the wicket. This time Pollock goes onto the back foot, plays it out casually into the offside, and there is no one. Matthew Reeves comes in to field from extra cover. There's a backward point. Well, there's the third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. There's probably a deep square leg somewhere. There he is, down there. Fine leg inside the circle. So the men out of the deep square leg and the third man, 2 allowed outside the circle for the first 10 overs, of course. Code in bowls. Pollock has got an edge to this one. He's a bit fortunate there. A third slip would have had the opportunity to catch it. Instead, it's gone down to third man. There was a dive away to his left by George Hill, but he really wasn't ever going to get a hand on it. Runs down to third man. Pick up a single. Jack Shutt is the fielder down there. Worcestershire 9 without loss, of which Pollock has 8.
Yeah, and I think George Hill there just demonstrating with his arms stretched out wide that it wasn't within his grasp.
Inspector Gadget might have got it, but Code and bowls, and Azhar Ali's gone a long way down to try and smash this. I don't think he got a bat on it. Passed not far over top of the stumps. That was a kind of an un-Azhar Ali. If Ed Pollock had played that stroke, you kind of thought, well, yeah, okay. But the way that Azhar Ali normally bats is not the normal Azhar Ali style, shall we say that, weak.
But no, it seemed it's definitely an odd shot. Again, aiming for that shorter boundary over on the popular side.
Code in again, and this time Azhar Ali tucks the ball away on the leg side once again, and he's not going to get anything for his efforts there. The tall frame of Matthew Reeves comes in to pick up. Good start by the Yorkshire bowlers. Worcestershire have 9 runs on the board. We had 5 overs of their allocated 50. Azhar Ali has 1. Ed Pollock has 8. Yorkshire winning the toss and decided they wanted to have a bowl, and I think from what we've seen from the pitch, DT, we can understand why.
It's always, I've watched quite a bit of cricket up here at Scarborough, and there's always that bit of movement early on, whether it's a championship match or a 50-over match like this is. The batsmen just have to get through that, and then things will become easier for them as the day wears on.
Here's Wade, that's well wide of the off stump, and on this occasion Pollock resists the temptation to fling the bat at it. Yeah, and of course, we were saying about this the other day, in this competition, the ball is never really old because they have a ball at each end, so it's only ever going to be 25 overs old. So that stays fairly fresh, or fairly new.
Firm.
Well, there are those that say Pollock once again lets this one go outside the off stump and must be getting a little bit close to a wide there, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's 4 now, 2 this over, 2 the last over, where he's been flirting with that one day wide line.
I think they're just trying to tempt him. I think there's a third man out, no fly slip type position. Deep square leg and third man are the 2 outriggers. Wait. runs away from us up the slope, bowls, and this time Pollock's on the back foot, pushes away into the offside. Nothing to be had for him on this occasion as skipper Tattersall comes in to do the fielding. The Suns decided to join us. Well, it's not really joined us, but there's a gap in the clouds, which are fairly heavy above us. Not threatening, but just a blanket of grey, wispy cloud. No rain forecast today, so I believe. Here's Waite, right arm over to the left-handed Pollock. Pollock gets an inside, bowled him! Played on, inside edge, onto the stumps, and Pollock goes. He bowled those two wide of the off-stump, that one just a little bit closer. A little bit more of an off-stump line, and Pollock, who tends to find ways to get out.
Yeah, that's a big blow as well for Worcestershire, because Pollock, when he gets going, he's one of the most destructive batsmen on the circuit. But Waite has got his wicket, just an inside edge, and took us a little bit by surprise. It was the crowd really that let us know there that the stumps had been disturbed with an inside edge, looking to run it through the offside, and he departs for 8 runs. So 9 for 1, not easy at the start here for Worcestershire, but sure it will get easier as the day moves on.
Gareth Roderick is on his way towards the middle. Not keeping wicket today, Roderick, because Ben Cox is back. Worcestershire with 3 wicket keepers these days, with Roderick, Cullen and Cox have all kept wicket in recent weeks. Ben Cox back in the fold from his, as he openly admitted, his mental illness problems. So Waite gets his man. And as Johnny Deutsch suggested, Waite had a loan period at New Road earlier this season, and I think Worcestershire were quite impressed with the way he played and also the way he fitted into the dressing room as well, which is important.
Yeah, well, far more important than a lot of people. Give it credit for. You so often you say, oh, why don't they sign him, or why don't they do this? And you say, well, he's a bit of a difficult character.
Yeah. Roderick with a fairly open stance flicks this one away on the leg side. There might be a couple here. They will turn for 2. Got that one away fairly square, and it was quite a run round the boundary there. I think it's Tom Loughton who's way down there, or it might be Don Burse. Anyway, whoever it was. The deep square leg that was out for Pollock has disappeared, and the outriders now are third man and fine leg. Rest of it pretty straightforward. Couple of slips, 3 inside the circle on the offside and 2 on the onside. Worcestershire are 11 for 1, and we're in the 6th over. Waite in again, and that's a good leave that by Roderick. A little bit of a way swing from Waite, and Roderick is letting it carry on its way. Matthew Waite gets a good round from the ever knowledgeable Scarborough crowd. I go to a lot of grounds, and there aren't many better than. I don't think they're any better than Scarborough, actually, for working out what's going on the pitch. I do remember Jonathan mentioned it earlier when Moeen Ali got a double 100 here. Standing ovation. The whole crowd stood up from the time he left the middle to the time he got to the pavilion.
It was a stunning innings, that one.
It was.
I remember that one myself. So Charles Kitchen's been in touch saying
Charles.
Good morning all from Spain. Wicket seems lively. Conditions good for bowling first. What do you reckon will be a good score today? Code starts the 7th over, and that's pushed into the offside. No run to be had there. So it's a difficult one, that, Charles.
I was thinking a 50 over game, you need 250, don't you? 250,
well, Charles has suggested that himself, 250, I think.
You know, even if the pitch is doing a bit, although Worcestershire couldn't chase down 250 on Friday down at the Rose Bowl, but I think, it just depends on the pitch, of course.
Code to the right-handed as well, who comes down the pitch and launches that one up in, that's gone about 15-20 rows back onto the popular seats, benches over there. Those of you who know Scarborough, where everyone comes, or most of us come into the ground, the main entrance down there, and that one's way back in. He tried that a couple of overs ago against Ben Code and missed, and it was a rather ugly shot when he did miss, and don't think he got all of that, but it is a short boundary and it has gone a long way back. Perfectly safe, there's only one man out at long length.
Poor bit of crowd catching there, DT.
Oh, somebody put it down to that,
Yeah,
and I wasn't quick enough there.
Poor.
Next ball from Code is on a length, and Azarali this time just defends into the crease. So a bit of excitement there. Was 6. Takes him to 7. We had a boundary from Ed Pollock before he departed.
I often think, for one-day games, particularly for T20 games, the crowd should be in early and have a bit of catching practice. I think it's poor when they put it down. Just,
Well, we very nearly had some catching practice at York on earlier in the week. Here comes Code bowling, and Azarali dabs that one down towards gully. Optimistically thinks about a single, but he's sent back by Roderick. It was the first game where Yorkshire beat Northants. Will Frayne scoring 143, and one of his 6s, but for the railing in front of our commentary position, would have smashed Doidge's laptop.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
Ah.
Next ball from Code has Azarali across his stumps, again defending down, backward a point, and again no run to be had there. It was one of those, it's coming this way,
And here it is. Well, we nearly got taken out by Ed Pollock at Merchant Taylors.
We did.
Yeah.
We did,
That was very dodgy. And Joe Clark still owes me for a laptop he smashed at Uxbridge one day. Every time I see him in his Nottinghamshire Outlaws green snow, Joe, don't forget you still owe me for a laptop. Don't think he'll ever pay.
Next ball from Code, and that's defended and no run there. Well, he's playing Big Bash, and he's playing in this 100 thing as well.
Well, he can afford to buy me a laptop.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't think he's short of a quid or two. He's short of a quid or two, brothers. That's the end of the 7th over. 17 for 1 then. 2 to Roderick, 7 to Azarali, and just those 2 scoring shots from Azarali. A rather risky single and a 6 pulled over mid-wicket, at least 12-15 rows back into the crowd.
Crowd, as you suggested, DD, 1 or 2 a bit late having breakfast this morning in the hotels, but they're still starting drifting. It's a decent old crowd. I've seen far more here at Scarborough, but it's the Bing counters will be fairly happy with this. 17 for 1 Worcestershire. Here's Waite in bowls, and this is pushed rather than driven out to mid-off by Gareth Roderick. Good to see a lot of youngsters here again today, parties of youngsters. I think this is a great competition to get them involved. Make it free or make it cheap and get those youngsters involved.
Oh, it's surely far too complicated and long for youngsters, brothers. 50 overs aside.
Never concentrate. Wait in. Roderick off an outside edge, steers the ball down towards third man, picks up a single. Got most of the bat on it, but not all of it. Pushing sort of through extra cover, but the ball squeezed down to third man for a single. 18 for 1 Worcestershire. We're in the 8th over of the contest. A few people out on the balconies of the houses and hotels that back onto the ground here. Always amazes me there's never anybody at the other end. Always amazes me at Hove. There's all those flats and apartments around the ground. Nobody's ever sat outside watching the cricket. Why would you buy a flat next to a cricket ground and not watch the cricket?
Well, maybe the flat next to the cricket ground costs so much that you've got to work all the time to pay for it and got no time to watch the cricket.
Good point, well made. Here's Waite. Away from us he goes. Azarali is facing him, and Azarali is forward, pushing away on the offside. Impressive, these 2 Yorkshire bowlers. Waite bowled a couple wide of the off stump, but our theory was he was trying to tempt Ed Pollock, who he will know. He knows the way Ed Pollock plays, having played with him. But apart from that, they bowled a pretty tight line. Little bit of a way swing we can see from Waite. I don't see it so much from the far end, from our position, because the batsman and the rather shields that late swing, but it's good bowling from these 2. Waite, and again he's down the pitch and he's in the air and he's gone. Azarali smashes it straight to mid-off. A very comfortable catch for Jack Shutt, and Azarali, I don't think will be very pleased with the way he's got out there, because it was a bit of a careless shot. Shot did not, well, he had to move about 2 paces to his left to take it. So Waite strikes again, got his second wicket of the morning, and Worcestershire are 18 for 2.
Yeah, not a great start. Both openers gone, and really a batsman of his experience there, Azhar Ali, you'd have thought, well, he's got to get down, and he's either got to check the shot, and he checked it a little bit, but not enough, you know, just literally not go through with it, or he's got to come out and really go for the big shot, put everything into it and get it over, and he's sort of in between neither one nor the other, and a very simple catch in the end to shut. We've now got to Jake Libby on his way to the middle, so a bit of consolidation needs to go on here for the Rapids. So as well, a funny old innings that. He managed to stick one up into the bleachers and in the last over, and then this over, well, just pushed it really, didn't he? Didn't go through with the shot. Needed to be lifting that over the top, and success for Matthew Waite again. So both the openers have gone, 1 for 8, 1 for 7, and Waite now bowls, and that's through outside the off stump. No run to be had there, so Roderick and Libby. Roderick on 3 into the 8th over, 18 for 2. One thing you need to see in these 50 over games is something of a target set. We saw a cracking game at York on Tuesday where Northants were set 350 odd on a good pitch. Waite bowls, that one shapes away through to the keeper, no run. That's the end of Waite's over. Splendid bowling from him so far, so round of applause, very well deserved as he takes his sweater and wanders down towards the third man, getting support from Harry Duke and also Will Frayne. So 18 for 2. But the one thing you do need, I think, for these 50 over games is something of a target. We're talking about that Northants game, 350, Northants got to 320 and threatened to get there, and the crowd were absorbed in it, and then the game against Lancashire, a bit of a damp squib really, and that didn't come to life. Yorkshire losing far too many early wickets, and Lancashire strong top batting order chasing down, winning comfortably enough. Start of a new over from Ben Code, who plays that one quietly, that's played quietly into the onside by Roderick, and no run there. So Ben Code at the moment 0 for 10, entering his 5th over, and Yorkshire will be very pleased with this start here this morning. The crowd building up all the time, always good to see.
I think they'll be pleased with the way they bowled, DT. They bowled with lots of discipline, these two, not given anything really.
Code bowls, and that's turned off his legs for a single. You think Code's now conceded 11 runs, and 6 of those came with that agricultural swing, smite over mid wicket. Then that was good bowling from the tall seamer from that far end. Just come back into the side. He came back for the Scarborough game here against Hampshire, the 4-day game. Been out most of the season with an injury, and good to see him back because he's a good proper county seam bowler. Is Ben Code, who bowls there, and came right on the money, and that's played back to him. And there is no run. But I was just saying, Brady, you need to say you want to see a contest in these games,
yes,
don't you? And the game against Lancashire was just too one-sided, really. But having said that, Lancashire chasing down their target of 220 very, very easily. 40 odd overs, had 10 overs to spare. Ben Code, who bowls here, and that's defended back to him. 10 overs, 1 for 19, if my memory serves well. I mean, that's cracking bowling, isn't it, in a 50 overs match where the opposition, though, because the target wasn't big enough, they could just quietly just see him off. He was the danger man as far as Lancashire were concerned. They got home in the end very easily indeed. Something that I noticed in that game, and it's similar in this game as well. Code bowls, and that's again played back to him, and there's no run to be had there. The outfit's very similar. Okay, the Rapids today are playing in, I think from what I can see, they're playing in black, but the Yorkshire team are in dark blue. And I mean, if this was a game of football, they certainly wouldn't be able to be allowed to play in these two tops. They're far too similar. And it was even worse on Thursday. Code bowls, and again that ball bounces a little bit, and again just played down quietly by Libby into the offside. So 4 to Roderick. Libby not yet off the mark. Lancashire turned up, in almost identical shirts to Yorkshire. They had a bit of Yorkshire got a bit of yellow on theirs. Lancashire had a bit of blue on theirs.
Must be a cheap old kit, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, don't Lancashire normally play in red?
Yeah. Bright red.
Yeah, I couldn't understand that at all. I mean, why? For instance, why couldn't they just put on their the T20 jerseys?
Do you think it was probably their away kit, DT? Yeah, or maybe their third kit that they use for European games. That'd be it. Here's Matthew Waite to bowl the last over of the power play. Although we haven't seen much power from Worcestershire so far. 19 for 2. Waite right arm over. Up the slight slope, and that's flicked away. That's a nice shot off the pads. Maybe get a couple. They will get a couple there. Just slipped a little bit, Roderick, as he was turning, but they're back for a very easy 2. Worcestershire 21 for 2. Gareth Roderick has 6 of those.
Plenty of 2s they're going to be today down to the
there's a long old stretch
bottom side of the ground, and what for reasons best known to himself, Dave Bracegirdle always refers to as the Ken Dodd stand down there on that side of the ground. Long way away today. That's a long boundary down there.
Waite in bowls and pushing back down the ground. They're going for a single here. It's a good call from Roderick, because shot from mid-off had quite a bit of a trek to go away to his right as he played it back down the pitch. 1 more to the Worcestershire total, 22 for 2. Just beginning to warm up nicely. There's a distinct smell of suntan cream drifting in through our window. And of all the smells that we get, sort of food or drink or anything else, suntan cream is very distinctive.
Yes. Yes, he's got that sort of coconut oil or something in it, doesn't he?
Factor 52. Waite is the bowler. This time a crack into the offside. You probably heard that on FX, Mike, with a lovely thud, but it was hit straight to extra cover where Revis is the fielder. Nicely timed, that one from Libby.
Yeah, probably be a little bit disappointed that he didn't find the gap there between cover and backward point, because there's nobody out on that boundary. Well, there's a good few spectators out on the boundary, but
who are actually quite close to the rope, aren't they, there? So if you are, I thought you had to be 2 meters, spectators had to be 2 meters from the rope, but I'm not sure they are there. Waite in bowls is down the lower leg side, and Phil Mustard. No, it's not. It's our friend just new on to the list, umpire Shanmugam. Looked him up. He's been doing a couple of games at Taunton. I think he did he did a game at Worcester, which was the England A against South Africa game. But he's one of the additions to the list for 2022. Here's Waite in and bowls, and this time pushed out the off. So they're going to go for a quick single here. Revis is in, but doesn't pick the ball up cleanly. If he did, he would have hurried Libby up, but I'm not sure that he could have run him out from there. Good call from the Worcestershire acting captain. They have lots of acting captains, Worcestershire. I think Libby's about in the T20 they had Moeen Ali, Colin Munro, Ben Cox. In this they've had Brett D'Oliveira and Jake Libby. So that's 5 captains I think they've had in different forms of cricket so far this season. The total is 24 for 2.
Is there a club captain as the sort of the?
Yes. Brett Oliveira is the
He's the overall captain.
official club captain, yeah, but he's away playing in the Bean Feast. Next ball flicked away nicely off his pads here by Gareth Roderick. Only pick up a single, it's a sweeper out on the leg side boundary. One more to the total, goes 25 for 2. Yeah, Worcestershire started off with, well, Moeen Ali was going to go and play in the 100, but he wasn't going to play in this anyway. But all of a sudden, they've now got 5 players playing in the 100, so all sorts of people. Late picks, I think, the wild card picks, I think they call them, don't they? Official sunshine now, as Waite is in and bowls, pulled away off the hips. Couple here, down towards the long boundary. And they do come back for the 2, so Libby goes to 5. Does he? No, he goes to 3 according to the scoreboard, or have I beaten the scoreboard? 27 for 2. 27 for 2 at the end of the power plate. That's good effort from the Yorkshire bowlers this morning. Bowl with line length, discipline, obviously to some sort of a plan. And Worcestershire have struggled.
Yeah, there's a bit of life early on, wasn't there, for the bowlers? There was a bit of movement. Waite's bowled particularly well. Umpire signalling that's the end of the power play. And 2 important wickets. Revis is now coming on to bowl down the hill. Pulls quickly, but perhaps offers a few more loose deliveries. Certainly than Ben Code, because Ben Code probably offers fewer loose deliveries than almost anybody on the circuit. Different clubs have different arrangements, don't they? With the captain, sometimes the captain's a captain for all 3.
Yes.
All 3 disciplines.
Which I think is quite hard work in this day and age, isn't it?
Yeah.
Captain of everything.
Yeah. People who want to do it, and people you get some guys that, I mean, the club captain at Middlesex is Tim Murter, who doesn't play any of the white ball stuff. So no, he's just
Yeah, horses for courses.
yeah, absolutely.
It's Mr. Reeves having a trundle down the slope.
I think it was quite a surprise to some here when, of course, the fielding restrictions have stopped now. So Matthew Revis on his way, elbows pumping in bowls, and that's turned quietly up towards mid-on. Straightforward single there for Libby, who, in fact, it was indeed Roderick who moves on to 9, 28 for 2. Libby on strike. Here's Revis again, and again that's turned towards mid-on, and a bit more work to be done there for Ben Code. He's just finished his spell. 29 for 2, 4 now to Libby. I think, yes, it wasn't an obvious choice when Yorkshire named Johnny Tattersall captain until the end of the season, but when you think about it, he's been around a good while. He knows his cricket.
Yeah.
And now decided not to be a keeper in this competition. Next ball from Revis is crashed away wide of third man, down into one of the longer boundaries, and 4 runs comfortably there to Roderick. Keepers don't always make the best captains, but if you name your keeper captain and then have him fielding at mid-off, I think that's not the worst.
Well, I think
worst thing to be doing.
Josh Butler's found it difficult, hasn't he? Being a keeper captain, I always think it's a bit tough.
Revis pitched up, turned into the onside. That's nicely timed. He's got 4 runs. That's gone all the way up there to a mid-wicket.
Revis has done what the other 2 didn't do. He's given him ball outside the off stump to cut, and he's given him a leg side half volley, which is what the other 2 didn't do at all.
No, very tight, weren't they, with their lines. That's Tom Loughton. We'll see him bowling out there at the moment. patrolling that mid-wicket boundary. Next delivery on the money from Revis, covered up by Roderick. He remains on 17, 37 for 2. This is always going to happen. It's a competition where perhaps the younger bowlers can learn their trade, get a few miles on the speedometer, mileometer, whatever. Revis turned into the onside. Loughton comes in quickly, big man, sends his throw in. That is the end of Revis's over, and just feel the valve has opened a little bit with the removal of Code from the attack. A few more people coming to the ground below us. That rope will soon be drawn up like a drawbridge. Stop people walking across down below us. Those of you know North Marine Road. And indeed we are going to see Tom Loughton, or actually a bloke his size, he should almost be Tom Heighton, shouldn't he? Not a small man.
No. Apparently there's some problems this morning with our BBC online feed. All I can tell you, folks, is that it's leaving here. Well, you probably can't hear this if you can't hear it, but it's leaving here. Where it goes after that is beyond me. So
get on the feed, get on your county, get some pictures up. You don't have to watch the pictures; you get the sound with them if you're having problems. But it's the perennial Sunday problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Always seems to happen on a Sunday that somebody hasn't flicked the right switch, or stuck the right cable in the right hole, or something or other. Doige will no doubt have it sorted. 38 for 2.
And here is Loughton. Up the slope he goes. A slightly angled run and a slightly odd little twirl as he, not a twirl, but a twist as he bowls. But this is tucked away by Roderick.
Yeah, he's got, I won't say an odd action, but he does sort of skip into his delivery stride, which is unusual.
Yeah, he kind of goes off straight, doesn't he? Didn't describe that very well, but he's away again now, galloping up the slope and bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside. A little bit of outside edge-ish feel to that one from Libby as he came forward. Not the full face of the bat on it, one would suggest. 39 for 2, Worcestershire, and we are in the 12th over. The tea room at the far end of the ground doing well. And I presume that cue away on our left is for the public bar.
It could well be. It's a bit early for fish and chips. The fish and chip van's there as well.
Here's Loughton, next ball. That's played nicely, given a little bit of width there and pushed away out into the extra cover area. There is no run. Sorry, there is one run. Did I just say there is no run?
Yeah, well, you just went on to automatic
pilot.
pilot.
I did. Well, blimey, it's not 12 o'clock yet, and I've lost the. I don't think I ever had the plot, but I've certainly lost it already.
Oh, your mind had wandered over to the tea room, brothers.
40 for 2. Loughton is in bowls, and it's a comfortable single this time. There's nobody in to save the single really on the leg side. There's a mid-on but mid-wicket, and the man backward square are on the sweep. Worcestershire total goes to 41 for 2.
The skip of Loughton's into his delivery stride isn't, for Yorkshire supporters listening, he's not unlike like Steve Patterson, the old veteran. He's got that similar sort of skip, hasn't he?
He's in again and bowls, and this is flicked down towards fine leg. Only going to be a single. One more to the Worcestershire total, which clicks over to 42 for 2. Who's that way down there? Is that Don Best way down there with a white hat on? He's way in the distance. He's almost in the next postcode from us. Yeah, he kind of runs sideways when he starts off, does Tom Loughton. Big, tall, broad-shouldered lad, built for fast bowling he is. And this is flicked away by Libby down towards the sweeper on the leg side boundary. They'll pick up one more. Will Luxton is the patroller of the rope out there. End of Loughton's over. Worcestershire 43 for 220. One of those to Gareth Roderick, 6 to Jake Libby. The men out, Pollock bowled weight off an inside edge for 8, and then Azhar Ali just lifting one straight to mid-off off the bowling of weight. Jack Shutt took a simple catch, and he went for 7. Worcestershire were 18 for 2 at the time, so a little bit of a recovery.
Yeah, recovery going on. A few spectators there on your screens. Those of you watching the stream, enjoying the sunshine. A few some bare legs there. No hats. You think you want a hat even if the sun's not out?
It's one of those days where the wind could give you a red face. You know what I mean.
Wind often gives me a red face.
Yeah.
Gradus, but there you go. Revis starts a new over. That's pushed into the onside. There's no run there. Do you know what? The first time I became a property owner back in the 17th century or whenever it was.
Yeah.
Bought a little house next to the post office, as you could do in those days. You know, it sort of cost 7 and 6pence or something. And his code. Downhill, bowls through to the keeper, no run. And the first morning I spent in it, proud as a new homeowner, I woke up, and the bedroom sort of over was, almost onto the street sort of thing. And a couple of old ladies who'd just been to the post office next door. And the first words I heard, waking as a homeowner, was one old lady said to the other, "It's so much nicer when you haven't got the wind, isn't it?" And I thought, well, you can't really argue with that.
Ladies of a certain age.
Revis bowls, that's crashed away. That's going to be runs. Third man going to get round to that. He's going not quite. So Array down to the stand. On the far side, deep backward point. Third man couldn't get around to it, and a boundary. A cruise going along very nicely indeed now. Gareth Roderick, he's moved on to 25, 47 for 2. The run's flowing much quicker, but paradoxically, at the end of that, when the opening power play ended, so more fielders out, more runs coming from the bat. That delivery, though, through to the keeper from Revis. No run to be had there. 47 for 2. That sort of phone ringing you heard there was Bradders.
I'm attempting to.
Next ball is played down and into the gully. No run there. No. Yes, he did. He was holding it to the opposite ear of his. He's got his microphone, but
I thought that was
obviously it was just echoing through his head somewhere.
Coming out the other side. Yeah.
6 to Libby. As Revis bowls, and that's Roderick on strike. He just turns it round the corner for one more run. He moves on to 26. 30 runs from 32 balls, the TV screen telling us. Those of you watching the excellent pictures here from North Marine Road. A little bit breezy. The cameras sometimes just shaking a little, but they're good now.
Very good. Well, very good service that we get nowadays, considering that 2 years ago a lot of the counties didn't do it, but it has. I think that's one of the good things that's come out of COVID in sport, is that people have realised that online pictures are necessary. Here's Loughton, runs away from us and bowls, and this is played out towards mid-on, where Matthew Waite will jog in to field. No addition to the 48 for 2 that Worcestershire have on the board. variety of sporting shirts in the crowd today. I presume is that a Huddersfield Town blue and white in front of us? I'm presuming it is because we are in Scarborough, but it could be.
Oh, Huddersfield's a long, long way away, isn't it?
Well, it is. But here's the next ball, which is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. I mean, my grandson has Juventus shirts and all that sort of thing. It's a long way from his home in Droitwich to Juventus, but I'm just wondering if he is. It's a bit too light blue for a West Bromwich Albion shirt.
A Baggies shirt. You said you spotted a Baggies shirt.
Oh, he was walking by earlier. He had that pained expression on his face.
Have they not started well this year?
I know that. I think they play till tomorrow.
I
think they're in the Monday night game. Back to the cricket. Here's Loughton. He's in and he bowls, and this is solidly forward here from Roderick. Once again, Waite is the fielder out mid on. The 4 out men. There is a fine leg third man and sweepers on the leg side and on the offside as well.
Good to see them keeping a slip in place, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
At this stage, just.
Well, it's done a little bit, hasn't it, from the start? And these tall Yorkshire bowlers are getting a bit out of it. Loughton with his little hoppity skip. And away he goes. And that's a good ball. He's gone for the Yorker there. Really got it into the block hole. And Roderick has to dig it out. And then Waite tests umpire. It should have been a fairly straightforward throw back to him. But he decided to throw it a couple of feet over his head, which he had to leap up for. Good crowd away in the pavilion in front of us as you get very close to the players here at Scarborough. They sort of have to walk right between the crowd to get in and out of the changing rooms. Next ball, tapped away on the leg side. There's a good call here from Roderick. They might come back for 2 here. Oh, he stumbled. Roderick has stumbled. He could be in trouble. He's not in trouble because the ball came into the wrong end. Roderick turned the non-striker's end to get back for 2 and stumbled, got back to his feet. And whether he would have made it, we'll never know. But the throw came into the non-striker's end. A direct hit might have been interesting.
Oh, it's like one of those dreams you have sometimes, isn't it? When you go and running for somewhere and the legs are going all over the place. Oh dear, nightmare. If he had a fallen, and then if the throw had gone into the wrong end, he may have been able to get back. All these decisions have to be made. Split-second decision.
Yeah, what might have been. So away goes Loughton again, and this time, and we've now got a man in there to stop that single. Interesting, they pulled him in from the sweeper position. So Will Frayne is in there.
Good over that one.
Yeah, 50 for 2. Well, apart from the one loose over that we saw, they bowled pretty well here this morning, Yorkshire.
50 up for the visitors who were put into bat. 50 over per side match, of course, but he gets away with it, driven up to mid-off, no run. Well, they used to play back-to-back games, didn't they? 50 over games on, say, on a Saturday and a Sunday, you could play it. If the poor darlings now, they can't play back-to-back games because it's their strength and conditioning guys tell them it's impossible. You could play on a Sunday and you could play on a Tuesday. You know, you have the day on Monday just to warm down or whatever. Next ball, cramps. Libby, in fact, it's Roderick, isn't it? Cramps him a little bit trying to play that on the onside. And a player, we talk about carbon footprints and all the rest of it, and travelling and how tiring that could be. I'm sure the Worcestershire players would enjoy coming up here and playing 2 games, a rest day in the middle, and you could extend this to 12 group games, even 16. Next ball from Revis. Again, just playing it under his eyes. Roderick easing it down, backward a point for a straightforward single. And you're going to have a whole month of 50 over cricket, then you've got to be playing more than 8 games.
The other thing that gets me is Worcestershire don't play Gloucestershire this season. Nearest county don't play Gloucestershire. We've got up to Durham for T20 games. And
next to delivery, attempted Yorker, I think, there from Revis. It's dugout, played up to a mid-on, didn't quite get it right. Yeah.
And there's always going to be, Durham and Somerset are always going to have, unless they're playing in Bristol, they're going to, some difficult travelling. But I reckon you get your T20 fixtures, you get your county championship fixtures, and then you look down them, anybody with a bit of sense, and thinks, well, they can play them.
Next ball is again over pitch there, and that's played up to mid-on. I think that one rather surprised Libby, who's not got going yet. He's on 7, 29 to there to Roderick, and the score is 52 for 2. So good over, just the 2 runs off that. I don't, why is it just that the thinking isn't there, Brad, as a sort of slightly out of the box thinking, why not play 2 matches instead of 1?
Yeah, I think there is, what's the word I'm looking for, a reticence to do things slightly different every now and then. But I don't know, a lot of it doesn't make sense, does it? You get as a new over starter. Oh, that's been whacked away. It's in the air. He's gone. Caught a deep square leg. Got inside the line of that one and pulled it away. And the third Worcestershire wicket goes down. I apologise, I can't identify who the fielder was out there because he was behind 2 panes of glass and some bits of some bits of white plastic as well,
and a couple of gulls.
Yeah,
I think they're trying to tell you who it was, Brad. It's the gulls. If you could speak gull, you'd be all right.
He'd think himself a bit unlucky there, Gareth Roderick, because he really caught hold of that one, and he just picked out the fielder.
Yeah,
I couldn't have.
Big Tom out there.
Yeah. Oh, was it? Yeah, he couldn't have picked him out any clearer.
Hold on. No, it obviously wasn't Lowton he was bowling.
Well, I was going to say that,
so
but I didn't like to say DT, because I know you're going a bit.
Yeah. Well, it's my age. So.
We'll find out in a moment for you. I'm sure the PA man just announced it and we weren't listening, but
I looked at the screen and saw Lowton, and that was the bowler.
Oh, I got to go off and do something else anyway, mate.
It was Luxton. Luxton bowled Lowton. Thank you very much for putting that one up on the screen. It's a sort of blind spot of the ground for us over in that corner. So Kashif Ali now in at number 5 for Bush. They were just getting it back together, weren't they? And, that wicket has fallen. 29 runs. Good innings from Roderick. Did what he had to do at that stage of the innings. So Kashif Ali looking at Lowton's figures now, 1 for 7 from he's just started his 3rd over. So 52 for 3. Lowton bowls again, and little play and a miss outside the off stump. He's enjoying himself, is Tom Lowton, bowling some cracking stuff. Catch being taken in the deep by Will Luxton. This is what confused the old fellas up here in the box.
And it's not difficult, is it?
Not to confuse you.
We got L&R on the bottom of our shoes and we still get them on wrong.
I've had my tea. Lowton bowls and looking for the drive. That ball leaving him at a decent pace, going through the keeper. There's the slip in place now, and really got his tail up at the moment, doesn't he? So
it's still doing a bit. Well, I say still doing a bit. I mean, the ball's only 16 overs old, although, as we were saying, it's only 8 overs old because they have a different ball each end. So it's still pinging away.
Running away from us, 40 on his back, little skip bowls, and that's defended. Oh, yes, no, wait. Wanted a single off the mark.
Yes.
What do we know about the new batsman?
Kashif Ali, he's a late arrival into the professional game. He was playing for the South Asian Cricket Academy. He's played quite a bit of cricket but never really had the opportunity to play for a few second 11s. He actually played for the MCC many years ago. But he's got the opportunity at Worcester.
Lowton bowls to him, and that's just gone clean through. He played a defensive shot there, and I don't know whether that's beaten the inside or the outside of the bat, but it looked as though it had almost gone straight through the middle of the bat to the keeper.
Well, the first ball, he got it to go away. The first ball he bowled to Kashi Valley, and that one came back, so he's really making this ball work here. Yeah, he played against Worcestershire's second 11. I think he flew in the day of the match, or the second day of a match. He got 50 odd, impressed Kadir Ali, who runs Worcestershire's second team, had a trial, got a contract.
Fair enough. That ball again just comes back, and the batsman's played that one well. A thickish inside edge. Big applause there. Wicket maiden. A rare beast in one-day cricket, and even rarer beast in T20 cricket, of course. And applause for Lowton, who now has 1 for 7 from 3 overs. Quite good. I'd like to see him stand a little bit taller in his delivery stride, but he's a great prospect.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Lowton.
He's a tall lad. He's getting it to do a bit this morning as well.
Big pair of shoulders on him.
Big pair of shoulders. Need a big pair of shoulders to be a quick bowler.
Always.
Big pair of shoulders.
You've not seen shoulders like that since watching Dallas in the 1980s. And they weren't real.
Here's next over, and that's just tapped away. This is Ravis bowling down the stroke, just tapped away into the offside.
Shoulders on him like Sue Ellen in a new frock.
Not seen it. There's a few. Ronnie Radford. Do you remember Ronnie Radford scored the amazing goal for Ronnie? Always looks as if he got a coat hanger in his shirt. You know, I've forgotten to take it out. He was a broad-shouldered lad. Anyway, let's get back to the cricket. Revisian bowls. Oh, that's a cracking. That is a brilliant delivery. Wicketkeeper, he's taken that down the leg side. That has angled in. I reckon that's pitched middle and off, and just gone over leg stump. And Jake Libby has gone down and patted the pitch, but that's obviously psychological. That was a cracking delivery.
Almost congratulating the pitch then for what it did to that ball.
Libby waits again, and then this time he gets a ball just outside the off stump. He has time just to push it away through the offside. He's picked up a single as he's got between cover point and extra cover. So Libby goes to 8. Kashi Valley yet to get off the mark. 53 for 8. Kashi Valley who scored a century on his List A debut for Worcestershire in the amazing match against Kent at New Road, where Kent chased down 350 odd to win. One of the best, I was going to say one of the best one-day hundreds, one of the best one-day 200s I've ever seen. But because you don't see many one-day 200s anyway. Back to the game here. As down the slope he comes, and this time turned away on the leg side by Kashi Valley, who's yet to get off the mark, and is yet to get off the mark still. As the ball trickles away on the leg side. 53 for 3, Worcestershire. Bright blue sky coming in from across the sea, he says, as if he has great knowledge of this area of the country. Next ball, Kashi Valley thinks he's off the mark, but he's not. It's a good stop at backward point. George Hill diving and driving to his right, if you like. Kashi Valley was driving, George Hill was diving to his right. Do you know, I watched some of the diving in the Commonwealth Games last night, and I'm thinking, how is that a better dive than the last one? I don't know anything about it, but next ball to Kashi, and he's going to get off the mark. Oh, he isn't. He's keen to push the ball up to mid-on. Thought about going for it, didn't.
So just to run that past you again, Bradders, how was that dive better than the last one? I don't know anything about it.
No, I don't.
So there's your answer.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know if they enter the water upside down, and the synchronised diving, I think the Canadian girls got it all wrong. They sort of went off and did their own individual thing. But yeah,
Anyway, apparently we're back on the BBC at the moment.
We are.
So
Welcome.
Doige has sorted it out, so he can now
He
come
did.
back. He can now come back and give you a little bit of
Yeah.
of his dulcet tones as well.
Okay. DT's going to have a rest because he's quite old, so he'll have a long lie down in a dark room. And somebody will bring him his lunch, I'm sure. Let's get back to the cricket. Here's Loughton. He's in and he bowls, and this is tucked away on the leg side by Libby. Picks up a single, just one more to the Worcestershire total. Will Luxton is the fielder. In that sort of deepish mid... Well, he's not deepish. He's not quite on the rope, but he was in exactly the right place to catch Gareth Roderick. No cricket at the moment. I think we've got a bootlace problem. Well, we haven't, but the bowler has. So Tom Loughton adjusting his footwear, and he's ready to go. His right arm over from the P-zone park end. So up a slight slope in and bowls, and this is a bit outside edges from Kashif Ali. He does get off the mark, somewhat fortuitously. He will say that he kept it down, but I thought he was looking to play back down the pitch, and that has gone through backward point area. 55 for 3. Worcestershire. Kashif Ali 1-9 against Jake Libby's name, or against his number on the scorecard on the far side. Next ball is slightly leg stumpish, so Libby is able to come inside the line of it and guide it down to backward square, or more like down towards fine leg, I suppose. For a single. The white-hatted Dom Bess is the fielder down there. 56 for 3. Wind beginning to get up a little bit. You probably hear it rattling their Air Effects microphone a little bit, but it's a very pleasant day. Loughton, and again, this once again is fairly full on leg stump, but this time it's Kashif Ali who plays it out through the mid-wicket area for a single. 57 for 3. Kashif goes to 2. Libby has 10. If you have just joined us online, we apologise for those technical problems. Pollock bowled weight 8. Ali caught shot bowled weight 7. That's Azhar Ali. Roderick caught Luxton, bowled Loughton for 29. Those that have gone before. It's Libby to face. Still got a slip in there. Still an attacking field. And that's, well, it's short and wide outside the off stump, but Libby has hauled it round more to a mid-wicket position. Matthew Waite goes away to his right from mid-on to field. One more to the Worcestershire total. 57 for 3. Still conjecturing what's a good score going to be. I reckon 250.
I reckon one more than the opposition.
I reckon you could be right. Here's Loughton in and bowls. Pushed out on the onside. No run. End of the over. That is the end of the 18th, or has the scoreboard beat me? Bowling from this end, so yes, it is the 18th. 58 for 3. I once asked a groundsman on a test match ground. I walked out to the middle before the game and said, what do you think he's going to do today? And he said, I have no idea. I said, well, you're the groundsman, you're supposed to know. And he said, people say, oh, some team are 20 for 3, oh, the pitcher's doing a lot. They don't take into the fact that somebody's bowled well and somebody's not batted very well, which I think is a good point.
Very good point. I've got a spongy thing anyway.
Have you?
This has made my radio career the first time in 25 years
You've
of
had a
radio
spongy thing.
that I've got a spongy thing.
Yeah.
I had to go specially into BBC Radio Leeds to collect it before I came over today. Here's Matthew Revis, meanwhile, bowling from the Trafalgar Square end to Jake Libby. Pushes back up the pitch.
Do you not have the Royal Mail in this part of the world?
Well, you know how these things are, David.
Yes.
If you,
David.
especially as I got
Nobody calls me David.
2 Davids in the box here.
Dear me.
Here's Matthew bowling to Jake, who pulls that one straight to mid-on, and there's no run. I'm not at home very often, let's put it that way. I think once a flood And that nearly did happen, actually, with my drains yesterday, by the way. But that's another story.
Okay.
Yeah, once a flood at the moment. So I thought, rather than wait for it to be posted to me and then inevitably not get it until after I need it, which is for every interview that you do when you're outdoors. Short ball by Revis, pulled with control by Libby. Not fielded with quite as much control by George Hill. And they get through for a single. And so I thought, I'll just go and collect it on the way across. I can...
Very good.
Go that way round to get to Scarborough. So.
Yes, very loyal of you.
So I can put it on the end of me what's-it now.
You're good, yeah.
And do my interviews.
Yes, yeah. It's good to put it on the end of your what's-it. I always find. Put your spongy bit on the end of your what's-it. It's a BBC rule.
Can we please not lower the tone? Revis coming in and bowling here too.
Hey, I've just been sat with DTs for half an hour. This is heightening the tone. This is getting better.
There's a lot of 7s and 2s going on in the Worcestershire, and 9s. In fact, exclusively those 3 numbers in the numbers that have batted so far: 7, 79, 9, 2, and 27.
There you go.
59 for 3 the score, though. It's 27 Kashif Ali who pushes this one back up the pitch to Revis. He is on at 2 at the moment.
Decent crowd in, JD.
They're
pleased with this, weren't they?
They've been increasing in numbers since play began. Quite a few coming in. Still coming in after each over. Oh, now nicely played by Kashif Ali here, who's used his feet to come down the pitch to Revis. Didn't try and overhit that, but he still timed it well enough to get it just short of the boundary up towards the tea room at the Trafalgar Square end. So 4 runs to complete that over. That is 18 of them now complete in this Worcestershire innings, having been put in by Yorkshire. They're 63 for 3.
The wicketkeeper Harry Duke has got a helmet, which suggests that we may be going to get a bit of spin, and also Jack Shutt is taking his jumper off at the P-Zone Park end, which sort of enhances that suggestion. I'll keep hearing a cry. It sounds like there are no newspaper sellers left in the country, are there now? But I'm sure he's shouting Evening Standard or Yorkshire Post or something.
Sporting Pink. Did you used to get the pinks round your way?
The last Saturday evening sporting paper disappeared in Portsmouth 2 weeks ago, so I'm reliably informed.
Really?
Yeah. The last ever sporting paper on a Saturday night. Yeah, we used to get the Argus from Birmingham. The Green Un was our local one. Yeah, Saturday night. Before the internet.
Cricket-wise, I can tell you that Leicestershire were in a bit of strife earlier, weren't they? 5 down for about 29. I think DT might be trying to show me the latest score here in his technically masterful way. 53 for 7 they are now.
Start of a new over, tucked away on the leg side. Won't get a run there. It is Jack Shutt bowling from the P-Zone Park end, from our end. Oh, they are in a bit of strife there, aren't they? Shutt bowling right arm over to the right-handed Libby, who's back and across. Just a little hint of turn on that one. Just a little hint of coming in with the arm. Flicked away by Libby down to backward square leg. Picks up a single. Or down to square leg rather than backward square leg. On the long boundary. I think we've only seen one boundary down there so far. I think Roderick got the ball away down there early doors. We haven't seen that many boundaries at all. 64 for 3 Worcestershire. We're in the 20th over. Shut in again. This is a sweep shot played in the air, but he's got that one away for 4. He has got it away on the long boundary for 4. There was an attempted leap by Ben Code, who's inside the circle at fine leg, but I'm not sure how far away he was from that one. So Kashif Ali goes to 10, and the Worcestershire total goes to 68 for 3. Changes in the field here. Skipper Tatteson is pointing and directing people. Shutt in again. This time flicked away off the pads by Kashif Ali. Once again playing with any spin that there might be there. Picks up a single. 69 for 3. Kashif goes to 11. Jake Libby, the skipper, has 13. Bowls again, and this is pushed away on the offside. Jake Libby, the Worcestershire skipper, because Brett D'Oliveira was a late call-up for the 100. Shot jogs away 3 or 4 paces. Once again, just a little hint of turn and flicked away off the leg stump again by Libby. I think Tattersall who went after that one, just inside the circle. End of the over. And at the end of it, Worcestershire are 70 for 3. 20 overs have gone with Kashi Valley on 11. Jake Libby has 14.
England women are in for a bit of a disappointing day, or having a disappointing day already down in Birmingham, as they're on the verge of losing their bronze medal match to New Zealand women, who need 7 to win off 9 overs.
That's not going to be a struggle, is it?
No. 110 for 9 England made. Nat Siver top scored with 27. New Zealand 104 for 2. So very disappointing. The defending champs.
Yeah. That will be a general disappointment all round on it, in that, particularly after the success of the England women's football team last weekend,
and particularly showcasing the game in your own nation.
Yeah.
In those games for the first time. Code coming in there from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling here to Jake Libby, who runs it out into the gully where Revis fields no run. When you say, who did you say had gone off? Brett D'Oliveira?
Brett D'Oliveira's
to
gone
which
off to the
100?
Good question. He might have gone to the Birmingham Phoenix, or he might have gone to the Shorten car crashers, as far as I know. Okay. I think he's gone to Birmingham.
DT's the expert on the 100.
He is. He loves it. Yeah. Never misses.
Code down the hill, and that's pushed out into the offside by Libby, fielded by Tattersall, Yorkshire captain. There's no run at Chester Street in Group A of this competition. It is Durham 72 for 3, having chosen to bat against DT's beloved Middlesex. At Bristol, Somerset 95 for 4, having chosen to bat against Gloucestershire, also in Group A. More in a moment, because here comes Code again, and Libby, with respect, pushes back up the pitch, no run. In Group B, this group, Hampshire 117 for 1 after 20 overs and 5 balls, having been put into bat by Kent. So that's a good start considering the toss result. Old Trafford, Lancashire 64 for 2, also in this group. They're playing Derbyshire. They won the toss, the home side. Essex won the toss at Northampton, decided to bat, and they've made a good fist of it as well. 137 for 1 off 20, as Libby works one down backward of square leg for Shutt to come in and field. They get a single. At the Oval in this group as well, Warwickshire 89 for 3 in the 21st. They're playing Surrey, who lost the toss. Yeah, Warwickshire won the toss, chose to bat. And at Hove, well, you heard Leicestershire in a bit of strife against Sussex, who stuck them in. They're 63 for 7 now in the 19th over. That's your RL 50 roundup from elsewhere, as Kashi Valley pushes his latest Code delivery into the offside, no run.
Speaking of the Commonwealth Games, as we were, the cricket, I went on Friday to the athletics. And I have to say, the organisation was brilliant. Birmingham was just humming. Off the train, bit of a walk, shuttle bus, straight to the stadium, into the stadium, no problems at all. It was really well organised. And the city centre after was absolutely buzzing.
Good delivery from Code this time. As the beating, I think, with a little bit of bounce of Kashi Valley through to Duke to complete that over at 71 for 3. Yeah, big athletics fan, I've got to say, watching it back in the day, when those glory days when it used to be on terrestrial television and your Coes and your Ovets and all of that. I always wanted to go, did go to a Grand Prix meeting at the Meadowbank Stadium up in Edinburgh once.
Oh, right, yeah.
Winford Christie was running and all those sort of types. And just great to be there. And unfortunately tried to but couldn't get a ticket for the 100 metres final at the 2012 games in London.
Is next over, shot bowling from the P-zone park, and this is played defensively back out on the onside by Jake Libby, 71 for 3, Worcestershire. Here is shot bouncing into bowl. Libby goes onto the back foot, cuts this away down towards third man. He's not going to get 4, I don't think, because it's going up the slope. In fact, they're going to come back for 2. Good chase down there from the Code chasing that one down. Anyway, he managed to cut it off. So 2 more, 73 for 3.
I think it might be Finn Bean, who must be on his 12th as.
And that's what confused me. 4 pushed out on the onside on this occasion. He is indeed number 33.
Yeah, it's Finn Bean.
73 for 3.
From his 400 and plenty in the second team a few weeks ago.
He's in any form of cricket. That's a lot of runs. Next ball from Shot, and this is once again flicked away off the pads with any turn there is, or the ball coming in with the arm for a single. 1 more to the total. Shot, of course, getting through his overs very quickly.
Looked like a little bit of drift there.
He's got
sort of away from the right-hander.
Yeah, he's got a couple just to straighten up a bit. Bowls again, and down and whacked back over the bowler's head. That's into the crowd. 1 bounce on the concrete. A young man manages to field it. First bounce. Fine shot from Kashif Ali. Twice he's played that shot. The first time didn't make the boundary. Well, he did make the boundary at the far end because he got 4 for it. But on this occasion, he got it onto the concrete. So the umpire having a look at the ball as it did strike the driveway around the outside of the pitch. Kashif Ali this time drives all along the ground out to long on. Will pick up a single on this occasion. Kashif goes to 19. Worcestershire. Kashif goes to 18. Apologies. Scoreboard very quick on the far side. 81 for 3. Both batsmen have 18.
He's never been accused of being quick before, so there we go. Things change. I tell you what, the young man who threw the ball back down here just to our left, blonde young lad, he could win the traditional lunchtime mullet of the day award that they have on the pitch here at Scarborough, because that is a fine mane of mullet.
Yeah, he's done well there.
No doubt about that.
That's
yeah, well cultivated.
It's a very sort of late 70s, that is, isn't it? I've got to pop off and do something different.
Okay. That's a different way of saying you're off to the loo. Here's Code coming in and bowling to Kashif Ali, who pushes that into the offside, and there is no run. He's actually going to do an update, folks. 81 for 3 after 22.1. So DT back in the chair. Can't get enough of this, can he? The old boy, his last day of this visit with us here in the com box. Fish and chips again on the cliff edge last night, or on the south side, as Code comes in and bowls to Kashif Ali, the diminutive Kashif Ali, who is right up on his tiptoes and angles that down towards Revis, who's in the gully. Young man in his orange and white top skips on because he's allowed through by the safety steward. I was talking to the steward beneath us this morning. He's always the same steward at this part of the ground. They like to patrol the same areas, these stewards, don't they? Not having my patch. Here comes Code. Kashif pushing into the offside, no run. I should ask him his name, but I said to him this morning, you've had your haircut since we were here the other week. I did it myself this morning.
Did he?
A fine job he's done as well. Ish.
Looks all right from this distance. It's taking a bit too much off the top.
I didn't like to say. Yeah.
Or is that just a very wide parting?
It's a heck of a party you've got there, son. Remember that Only Fools and Horses scene?
Yeah. Well, you've got your hair on upside down.
Here comes Code. alley back and across and drops it into the offside again. Tattersall will pick it up. No run. 81 for 3. Still the score. Yeah, it was the guy who was played a couple of different parts, didn't he? Played by Nick Stringer or something like that. Nick somebody or other. With his tash, and it was bald, wasn't it? But with that old-fashioned bald thing where you didn't shave all your head, you kept the hair around the back. And he said, "I'm not bald. I've just got a condition. My doctor says it'll grow back at some point." And Kashif runs this one down to Gully, and Revis does the fielding. They get a single though. 82 for 3. Kashif on to 19, and Libby, who's out there with him, on 18. And Uncle Albert chips in with, "That's a heck of a parting you've got there then. You're not bald, you're a heck of a parting you've got there then, son."
Blokes get very touchy about that, don't they? So you and I are lucky we got in fact, all three of us in here got full heads of hair.
As does this man, Ben Code. From the Trafalgar Square end, gets the edge of Jake Libby's bat, or finds the edge of Jake Libby's bat, and just beyond the outstretched right hand of the diving Harry Duke. You might have heard it on the effects mic rattle into the boundary board down to our right. And so, could have been a wicket, ends up being 4. 22 now to Libby, 86 for 3 Worcestershire at the end of the 23rd.
Yeah, just wide of Duke, wasn't it? So 86 for 3. And just trying to recover, aren't they? They're looking towards the halfway stage in a couple of overs.
I still quite like this bit of captaincy from Johnny Tattersall, opening with Ben Code. Didn't give him a long rest. They'd taken wickets, brought him back on again. He's not got one himself actually, but he's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he? Just trying to a couple more wickets, and you fancy your chances of really stymieing the opposition's innings.
Shot starts a new over, the off spinner, and that's just played quietly into the onside for no run by Kashif. Looking around the field, Don Best saving one at short extra cover. It's just sort of shortish mid wicket as well. They're not short, but you know what I mean. They're in close. Next ball is played square. There's going to be a single there. The mighty figure of Tom Loughton there at backward point was the fielding. A man out at deep point, but mostly trying to keep the squeeze on at the moment. Players in not looking for that drop and run, or looking to stop the drop and run. Well, that's a more genuine shot played out to deep square leg for 1. There's a long on as well. 3 men out on the onside, just the cover sweeping on the off in front of the cheap seats, as we rather disdainfully describe them as. They're starting to fill up the bleachers, the benches over there. Next delivery played down to long on for an agreed single. Everybody jogs through. 89 for 3. Shut round the wicket bowls, and that's just eased square again by Libby for a single. He moves to 24, and the score now 90 for 3. We're in the 24th over. Sun's out again. Sun's joined us, as Brad has said earlier. Clouds lifting. Next ball is played firmly back to shut, and that's tidy enough over from the young off spinner. And with a 1 over to go in the first half of this innings, 90 for 3. I think Yorkshire will be a little bit more happy with the way things are, but after losing those 2 early wickets, Worcestershire are back in this, aren't they?
Do clouds lift though?
I think they do. That's where do you think they go? They don't drop, do
It's just not just an undercurrent of air or something like that that raises them.
Well, yes.
Just
so
giving you a bit of pedantry back, that's all.
Oh,
I've listened to it for the last couple of months now.
Disperse. Would you go with disperse?
I had a seagull
Did you?
On my, yeah. In fact, I fed him a biscuit out the window. Actually, poor lad, he was tapping on the window with his beak, saying, "Dodgy, you're in the penthouse suite here, mate, with a great bay view, but I fancy coming in from out of the cold and eating a biscuit." So I just said, "Have a bicky yourself." As Code, ball short of length, and I think what could probably be described as the forward swipe there by Jake Libby. I think it's described as that in the textbook. Missed it.
Worst shot of the morning, that, wasn't it? It was horrible.
Well, one of Azhar Ali's before he was out was pretty grim, wasn't it, as well, where he sort of danced outside leg stump, a couple of strides down the wicket to the bossa nova and missed it. Past the under edge. Code wideish on the crease, and Libby this time flicks it to leg, and he's going to take on and win the race against the throwing George Hill. And so they get through for a single. George, incidentally, I don't think he's going to be bowling in this tournament, maybe not all season. You recall he was struck on the toe here by a Jamie Overton Yorker, which took his wicket in one of the innings against Surrey in the championship game a few weeks ago. Clearly he's moving well enough to run around in the field and bat, and he has been playing, of course, in the last few matches, but in terms of it healing properly, I don't think bowling is advisable, as this one is run out to gully by Kashif Ali. Revis Fields, no run. And so I don't think they've totally ruled him out for the season from a bowling point of view, but it doesn't sound likely that he's going to be doing much of that, because he would need whatever the prescribed amount of rest is to properly heal a broken toe.
Yeah, and if you're banging down in your delivery stride, it's not sensible.
No, Code in, and Kashif behind it pushes back to the bowler. You obviously know what the prescribed amount of rest time is for a broken toe, being the font of all knowledge, David Townsend.
Do you know what? There's a bit of wood in here. All my many years, I've never broken a bone.
We can Bradders and I can sort that one, but come the end of the day. Come the end of the innings, if you like. Oops, sorry, DT. In comes Code again to Kashif, who opens the face and times it nicely, but no further than Tattersall fielding at short cover. No run.
Have you broken one? Any bones?
Yeah. I've been round the clock with sports injuries. You've heard that one before, surely?
I probably will.
Dislocated this, broken that.
Oh, I've dislocated a shoulder. That's not the same as a break.
Fractured that. Well, it started with a fractured hip when I was 17. Shall I go on?
Oh dear.
Code to Ali, back foot, punches it to Code in his follow through to complete that over. 25 now gone, halfway in this Worcestershire Rapids innings, and I don't think either side will be too unhappy at this stage. Worcestershire, of course, were 18 for 2 at one point, so they have recovered pretty well. And with only 3 down, have given themselves a chance of building something substantial in this second half. But Yorkshire, well, they'll be pleased to have picked up some early wickets as well. And at the moment, the opposition not going mad, so they're giving themselves a chance too. It's bubbling up into what could be a handy little game of 50-over cricket here at Scarborough. Yeah,
and from the Worcestershire point of view, at this stage, they're probably even looking at a sort of T20 situation. Yeah. First ball of a new over from shut, turned around the corner, and there's no run to be had there, because you've got the base there at the moment, haven't you? After 25 overs, 91 for 3, Shut bowls again and cracked into the offside for a single. You look at another 5 overs, they'll score another 20 odd runs. So they'll be up around 115, 120 at the 30 over mark, and then you think, well, we're looking at a T20 type situation here, and we can kick on and get well past 200, 250, 270 as a quiet single around the corner again, and they're accumulating nicely at this stage. And I think we agreed that certainly 260, 270 will make an interesting game of this. I would have thought anything south of 250, Yorkshire will get there quite comfortably. Drags this one down a little bit Shutton is just quietly eased through the onside again for a single. That takes Libby on to 27.94 for 3, 22 to Kashif. Bowls again, and there's a big appeal for a stumping as that one just, he's bowling around the wicket, just goes on with the arm, defensive shot, it doesn't turn, and very excited Harry Duke, whipping the bails off, charging towards the square leg umpires, completely unmoved. Shut again and back, and there is a wicket as Kashif goes back, attempts to square cut, gets a little nick on it, no doubt about that. As the wicket keeper takes the catch, so that's the end. Cash is no longer king, he's on his way back to the pavilion, so caught by Duke off the bowling of Shutton. An important wicket at that stage for Yorkshire. Worcestershire 94 for 4.
Yeah, good for them to keep chipping away. What I was just saying a couple of minutes ago. Game nicely poised. Worcestershire now 4 down at this relatively early stage still. Might be just slightly more disappointed with their lot than maybe Yorkshire are, having seen Kashif Ali play himself in. He's had a bit of time out there in the middle to get used to the pitch, and he has succumbed off the final ball of that 27th over for 22.
Balance just tips back from pretty even back towards Yorkshire with that wicket.
36 balls he faced, including 1 6 and 2 4s. It's not that easy to read the laptop still in this bright, relatively early in the day sunset. I was going to say morning, but of course I'll be picked up on that.
First half of the innings, I tell you what, that's the worst thing of watching one of those day-night test matches. You know, you see the first session, and the players walk off, and you say,
Time for
well,
lunch.
definitely Australia's morning, and it's about 4:30 or something. You know, ridiculous. Old sayings die hard or whatever. 94 for 4. Another change of bowling from the far end. It's going to be Lowton swapping ends. He bowled excellently, I thought. Doidgy from this end, easy.
Bowled pretty well. I think it's since on Thursday evening we were sitting having a chat with him after the match at York, and I told him I'd been comparing him on the commentary to a javelin thrower in terms of his run-up.
Was that when I said Fatima Whitbread?
Yeah. And he said, I'm too young to
young to know that.
So here he is, Tom Lowton, arms are pumping, and that familiar skip early on in his run-up, and quite a large bound as well into his delivery stride. Jake Libby dropping the ball out into the offside, and there was no run. Gloriously sunny lunchtime period here. We don't have lunch in these matches, we have an innings, a post-innings break, don't we? Usually around about the 2 to 2:30 mark, depends on how quick the team bowling first gets through their overs. Libby flicks that into the leg side. Will Frayne picks it up. Frayne with 100 and a 40-odd last week. In good form, likes it here as well. Batted superbly in the county championship game here recently, when Yorkshire found runs very difficult to come by, and in difficult conditions got a half century that felt like it was worth a fair bit more than that. And Libby plays this latest Lowton delivery, top of the bounce into the offside. Ed Barnard, by the way, is the new man. Don't think I did want to mention Ed as he walked out.
Have you noticed with, we mentioned this earlier with Bradders, the Lerton's skip into his delivery stride, very reminiscent of, I think, of Steve Patterson, who's got that similar delivery, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Obviously different shaped man. Lerton is much taller and broader, but if you watch just there, see?
Yeah, not too far off the mark as Libby makes a controlled pull of that, a flick off the legs to the Bill and Ben man that is Don Best today with the flower pot men hat on out there, coming in off the deep backward square leg boundary. They've picked up 1 run for that, so Barnard to take strike here for the first time, having come in after the most recent wicket, I should say, was taken off the final ball of the 26th. Tattersall just having a chat with Loughton as to what their plans are against Barnard. I've got to say, out of all the kits that you see on the circuit, I quite like the Worcestershire Rapids kit. Dark with that flash of sky, is it? Maybe, yeah, it's not quite turquoise, is it? But it's a light blue. Good delivery by Loughton to Barnard, who just offers the bat at it. Through to Duke, there's no run, and then the same colour for the helmet, which is the little point of difference, really. Yeah, quite fetching.
Again, the outfits are very similar, aren't they? There's no sort of...
Yeah, we talked about this the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would think, wouldn't you, that there'd be so many management meetings, G&Ts and sandwiches and all that they might chat about the kits at the start of the season. Here comes Loughton, and that's nicely driven square with an open face by Barnard. Good piece of fielding as well as Duke whips the bails off. They get back though for 2 runs to complete that 27th over, with the Rapids on 97 for 4. Is the Rapids Bradders because they're supposed to be quick, or is it to do with something to do with the river?
Flooding.
Oh, right, the ground flooding, right, okay.
Somebody came up with the idea that
I don't know about Rapids. The Lakers perhaps would have been. You know, when you got the LA Lakers, haven't you?
Yeah.
Right.
I thought you were lapsing into Fred then. Right? I don't know about the Rapids.
Not as rapid as you, Fred,
What-
but then few were.
I were rapid.
We haven't had Fred for a couple of days. Did he make an appearance at York? I don't think he did.
No. List A cricket in my lifetime.
Fred played a few list days. Started with a new over from Jack Shutt. That's just played past the short extra cover. Don Best diving completely unnecessarily because he knew it was going up to mid-off and there wouldn't be a run.
Limited overs. I never played under any limits in my career.
Next delivery. He does like to pop into the commentary box from time to time, the old Scarborough Fred, and make a few comments. He's 98 now for 4. And
Closey once said to me, in future, lad, they'll be playing with white ball. I said, what white ball? Never. Don't make me laugh, I said.
Shutt bowls, and that's just paddled around the corner. They come back for 2. Nice shot there from Barnard. The long leg having to come around and do the fielding once he got back past short fine, and applause from the Scarborough crowd for that Fred Truman impersonation, as well as the 100 coming up for Worcestershire. 29 to Libby and 4 now to Barnard. I think he played a bit of list A in his time, Fred, towards the end, didn't he? Limited overs. 24 on the back of Shutt as he bowls that one, and Tattersall does the dummy run to prevent from mid-wicket, to prevent any thoughts of a single. He doesn't quite get to it, he's tied it up behind him. Another dot goes into the book. Or the computer screen these days. Reverse sweep. A big appeal for LBW's given not out. As well, the Yorkshire keeper and bowler were pretty convinced that was close. Maybe just, in fact, was appealing for. He must have been appealing for stumping, was he? What was going on there? No, it was an LBW appeal because the bowler doesn't appeal. The bowler doesn't appeal for a stumping. The stumps were rearranged. Lots of excitement. Shut bowls again, and this time that ball bounces and strikes Barnard on the glove as he attempted to just work that one into the offside end of the over from Jack Shutt.
100 for 4. I think it might be time for you to have a breather if you like, and let Bradders back in the chair.
How long before his next update?
I can handle a couple of minutes on me, Jack Jones, while Bradders does that.
Oh yes, another 10 minutes before his next update. I'm quite happy.
In answer to your question, you've done your research. You're known. I played 18 List A games, 28 wickets, including a magnificent 6 for 15, averaging just 18.1 for my wickets. Good old FST.
Did he play for Derbyshire?
Yes.
In the List A, yeah. Start of the next over, tucked away off the pads for a single by Jake Libby, down towards backward square leg. One more to the Worcestershire total, which clicks over to 101 for 4. On what is now a very pleasant day here in Scarborough. It was a bit chilly early doors, I have to say. Here's Loughton. Down the slope he comes and bowls, and this is just tucked away by Ed Barnard down to third. A man, Matthew Waite, the fielder, down there. One more to the total, 103 for 102 for 4 scoreboards. Beat me again. Very much the man in form for Worcestershire, Ed Barnard. Sadly, won't be playing for Worcestershire next season, but top score down at the Rose Bowl in a. Well, it was a lost cause in the end, but many say. They should have won that one, but there we are. Back to today. Loughton in bowls and Barnard forward. Sorry, Libby forward, pushes away on the offside. Won't pick up a run on this occasion as Reeves comes in from an extra cover position.
Barnard going to.
He's going to. Oh, difficult to say this. Warwickshire.
Oh yes, of course he is.
Yeah. But I think everybody knew Robish is in well anyway, so there's no great animosity towards him leaving. He's served Worcestershire very well. Here's the next ball, which is played back down the pitch. No run. Good news for Worcestershire supporters. Well, we think it's good news anyway. Josh Tong played in the Birmingham League yesterday. Took 4 wickets. Not played for 14 months competitive cricket, but and there was some doubt about whether he would ever play again, but he appears to be on the road to recovery.
As we see Ali Maiden, Yorkshire's coach for this competition, walking right to left.
Next ball is short, pulled away by Libby down to deep square leg, where the white-hatted best does the fielding. Yeah, that's the other thing about this competition. You know, it gives some players a chance, but it also gives some coaches a chance, because senior coaches have gone off to do things in the 100, and so counties are saying, "Well, you go, you have a go," which is excellent. As a very senior coach once told me, "You never can learn enough." Loughton, right arm over in bowling to the right-handed Barnard, who punches this one away, coming half forward out into the offside, picks up a single. One more to the total, Worcestershire. 104 for 4. We've had 29 overs now, so we are in kind of I don't know, T20 mode, you could say. 21 overs left in the innings. They would, I think they would need 250 to be relatively confident of making Yorkshire struggle. Yorkshire bowled particularly well early on. Waite and Code in the first 10 overs. Wade picked up a couple of wickets, but Code, I thought, bowled extremely well. There's a lady stood right next to the side screen down here.
In her lilac Leeds United top.
Yes. And the stewardess said, sit down. Which she has duly done.
So, Jack Shutt, commentator's favourite name, about to continue from the Peasham Park end of the ground. Jack William Shutt of Barnsley. Right arm off spin and round the wicket to the right-handed Barnard, who gets an outside edge, leading edge on that one really. Trying to play it to the onside, and it rolled away out towards point where Revis was, Lowton even was round to field. Forgive me, they're both tall. So field-wise, he's at short third man inside the circle. Yorkshire have a sweeper on the boundary edge. Looks like George Hill. Don Bess is at a short extra cover inside the wicket ends. Good delivery by Shutt. Appreciable bit of turn there and bounce into the right-handed Libby. Matthew Waite is just inside the circle mid-off. Johnny Tattersall has posted Revis out on the long on boundary. Shutt is in, and that's this time worked willingly out towards point rather than the opposite way as with Barnard. So Libby gets a single. Tattersall is at a straight mid-wicket. Ben Code is backward of square leg inside the circle. And they've got a couple of sweepers out as well, one deep backward square and one at mid-wicket. Hard to make them out in the bright sunlight as Barnard turns this latest delivery in front of square, but Duke is enthusiastically with his asterisk blonde hairdo.
Asterisk.
Got
a star against,
from back.
a little star against his name.
Is shut in again and swept this time, but no further down the sweeper out there in the deep. Will Luxton, they get through for one.
Many moons ago, Worcestershire had a pace bowl, didn't play much, called Albert Shutt. And I looked up Jack Shutt, but I don't think he's any relation. He did come from Yorkshire, Albert, though.
Shot again. Oh, good delivery this time. Not played with the utmost confidence by Libby. Might have been bat onto boot. Perhaps it's skewed away down towards short third man. They did get through for one to complete another over. So 30 of them now gone. 108 for 4. They talk about you doubling your score in the last 20, but you wouldn't fancy 216 being enough here. So they're going to have to up the ante, aren't they, in this last 20?
I think a 250 minimum for me. More football shirts. Who does McGoldrick play for? Or maybe that's the guy's name who's wearing the shirt. He's got a red and white shirt on. There's some Wolverhampton Wanderers shirts just going past as well. Lots of cricket shirts as well. Good to see.
There were quite a few around the town last night and this morning walking around on the way in. People walking in the opposite direction to the ground but wearing Yorkshire Vikings shirts in particular.
Off for a bit of brekkie.
Yeah.
Start of the next over, opening bowls, and this is pushed away through the offside by Libby. Revis in the end manages to get a hand on it. Doesn't stop it cleanly, but prevents any run. A sun-drenched crowd now here at Scarborough. It's extremely cold on Friday in Birmingham at the Commonwealth Games, to the extent that my daughter got wind burn rather than sunburn on her face. It was a bit chilly. Shot leaps into his delivery stride, and this time cut away with some force down towards backward square. Good stop down there, way down on the boundary. That could well be Luxton down there.
Yep.
It is, Will Luxton. Good stop. Good rolling tumble. It's one of those where they roll, tumble, and come up with the ball. I'm not quite sure how they do that, but exceptional fielding. 110 for 4, Worcestershire. Skipper Libby goes on to 35. And Libby waits for the next delivery. Bat held high. And that's inside edge-ish there. Now, I'm not so sure that wasn't a slightly slower delivery, and Libby got there a bit too early. Some squeals from the fielders, but in the end, he kept it down. The ever ubiquitous seagulls, who woke me up at 4 o'clock this morning. Well, not specifically. They didn't specifically come round and tap on my bedroom door. Oi, get up, but not used to them. A couple of days I would have been. Luxton in again. This is driven through the offside by Libby. A more comfortable stop on this occasion for the man out there, Luxton. And Worcestershire pick up another single. 36 now to Libby. Middle overs of a 50 over game can often be a little predictable. The bowling team aren't too unhappy with the people getting singles. The batting team are fairly happy to keep the scoreboard chugging along. It's on Nelson, 111 for 4. Talking to Nelson from the Trafalgar Square end. This time Barnard cuts powerfully, but can't get it past Revers. It's backward point. Good stop by the tall. Are cricketers getting taller? Well, Worcestershire played the other week, and I thought, blimey, they're a tall team. These are. Kent are a tall team.
You do shrink with age, brothers.
Well, so they tell me. I mean, I've not got that far. I'm still 6'2". Stop mumbling in the background. Here's the next ball, which Barnard does cut down to third man on this occasion. He will pick up a single. Is that the 12th man on at third man? Do I spot behind the sign screen? He's not.
Yep.
It is.
Came on for Jack Shutt by the look of it, 'cause he's just coming back on. Finn Bean. He's like an episode of Carry On Cricket, isn't it, when DT's in the box with you?
Yeah, cat calls from
a
behind.
bit of matron going on.
112 for 4.
Yep. Andy from Cottingham has emailed us saying, greetings from the fish and chips benches at sunny Scarbados. How do Doidgy et al? It's with sadness that I send this message, because this will be my last visit for the season to North Marine Road.
Always look great. Yeah, Don Bess is going to bowl. He's taken off his Bill and Ben hat. If you remember Bill and Ben, well, it came out with a really good quote on Friday when I was at the games, which I'll tell you about later. I've built it up. I've trailed it. It's very exciting.
We wait with
bated breath.
Indeed. Here is Best then. Peasham Park end over the wickets, and Bradley's just got to go and do an update as that is flicked to the onside of straight. And Best does the fielding. So Andy continues. It's my third visit for the season, and what a wonderful time I've had, even when the B weather site got it totally wrong by predicting a 4% chance of rain, and it absolutely weeded it down. Best's latest delivery has beaten everybody and everything, and almost makes its way up to the Trafalgar Square boundary. They get back for a couple. Barnard on to 11, 114 for 4. He continues. Fingers crossed that Scarborough Cricket Club do get some first-class cricket and one-day cricket next year. My next away trip will be in September when Yorkshire take on Surrey. Nicely played by Barnard out to the sweeping Will Frayne at the Cow boundary. They get 1. Those are my 2 co-commentators.
Play musical chairs.
Play musical chairs.
If you're out. If you haven't got a seat, you're out.
A couple of Zimmers clashing in the background. You may have heard on the effects mic there. As Bess he's in again, and that's nicely cut this time by Libby. Hill coming round, sweeping towards point to do the fielding. They get 1. So he says, thanks again for your tip-top commentary. It's always a pleasure, never a pain, apart from the not so comfy wooden benches, etc. Peace, love and wickets, says Andy. It's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you'd like to email. Good delivery by Bess. Again, it is turning here. Both Shutt and Bess have got the ball to turn. In towards the right-handed Barnard, who got an inside edge on it. We've got a massive email from Rupert that I'm never going to get through, unfortunately, at this point, especially with the sun shining on the phone. So maybe that's one to go back to a later point in the day. There's a swish by Barnard of frustration with himself for missing that final ball of Bessie's over, which leaves his team, having scored 4 from it, on 116 for 4. What else have we got? Dean, down in Doncaster, says he's enjoying the commentary as always. How did you get so good at impersonations? I better ask Brothers that. How did you get good at so good at impersonations, Brothers?
You've been doing impersonations of a cricket commentator.
Anyway, Dean's off to his aunt's this afternoon, so he's just going to glance at the score every once in a while. Come on, Yorkshire. Dean, you can still, being a modern man, Dean, how you can get the commentary on your phone these days. You know, your telephone, that thing that you make calls on.
Can you make calls on those?
Yeah,
things?
you do have. I know people don't do that very often. They tend to do texting, don't they? But
yeah.
Come on, Dean. Some commitment, please. You know the drill.
Matthew Waite is going to bowl from the Trafalgar Square end. A bit of right arm medium pace to the right-handed Libby. Yeah, I was at I do have to say, and I don't want to go on about it because I was there, kind of thing. But Commonwealth Games athletics, the commentator was very funny. As Waite is in and bowls, pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. And it wasn't what's his name, Whiteman's dad, but he came with one remark. They were putting the hurdles out for the hurdles race, and it was all very well synchronised. And he said, "Look at that! It's like a Busby Berkeley musical." And then he said, "But if you know who Busby Berkeley was, you should be at home having a nap at the moment," which I thought was a great line.
Yep.
And several people, including myself in the crowd, said, "Well, we know who he was." Here's Waite. And he's in and bowls, and Libby is waiting for him. But this looks a bit suspiciously down the pitch, as if that one leapt a little bit and plays away on the onside. Your point that the ball might well be turning a bit, I think it is, because I think the two Yorkshire spinners have got it. Worcestershire do not have what I would call a top-class spinner or a regular spinner in their lineup. Jake Libby can bowl a bit of it. Taylor Cornwall can bowl a bit of it, but Brett D'Oliveira's way in the 100. Josh Baker has a back injury. As this one is driven away on the offside. Libby takes his bottom hand away as he plays the shot. He's going to pick up a couple down towards the marquee. 2 more to the Worcestershire total, 116, 118 for 4. And young Ollie Davidson, Scottish international, who was in the Worcestershire squad, didn't make the final 11. So if it is turning a bit, then skipper Libby may have a big part to play with the ball. He's having a big part to play with the bat at the moment. He's got 39. Waite in again, and off the back foot. Plays it once again out into a similar area for a single out on the offside. Quite a lot of folks standing outside the marquee, some with their back to the cricket, which always surprises me, but if he pays your money, he takes your choice, I suppose. T20 cricket in particular, does it annoy me? No, it puzzles me that people pay a lot of money and then don't watch the cricket. But there we are. Waite is in this time to Barnard. Barnard's got this one away. It's in the air, but has he beaten the fielder out there? He hasn't. Good catch going around the boundary. Very well judged there by Dom Bess. He got a good bat on it, Barnard, and he kind of ran along the rope. Very aware of how close he was to the boundary, I'm sure. So Worcestershire lose their 5th wicket, and Ed Barnard, the man who's been in form, goes to the bowling of Matthew Waite, who now has 3 wickets to his name against a Worcestershire team that he was playing for early in the season.
And it's not going to dampen their enthusiasm to get him back there at some point, perhaps.
No. Yeah, useful play. And maybe if Worcestershire were to think about Matthew Waite, he might be a replacement for Ed Barnard, who's just leaving the field now for 12. You always get a slightly sympathetic round of applause here at Scarborough. No matter. I think this is probably the most knowledgeable crowd in cricket. I mean, they love it when Yorkshire are doing well. Of course they do. But some places, no names, no pack drill. You know, you could get 50, you could get 100, you get a ripple of applause.
I've got to say, it was a little bit like that on Thursday over at York when Lancashire were on top.
Yeah.
There were 4,500 people there, but yeah, you could hear conversations from the other side of the field quite a bit. It was fairly quiet.
Ben Cox has come in for Worcestershire. As I say, I don't know whether it's the sea air, I don't know, but this is always a very it's a nice round of applause for the bowler when they come back to their fielding position, all that sort of thing, and the catchers and all that. It's good. It creates a good atmosphere. Ben Cox, who didn't play in the last game for Worcestershire in this competition down at Hampshire, young Cullen kept wicket on that occasion.
Is he keeping here? Cause,
he is, yeah.
Gareth Roderick did a bit of keeping as well.
Well, yeah, Roderick's in the team, but I'm told that he will be keeping wicket, Ben Cox. He had the little, he had the asterisk against his name.
Did he? the Asterix, yeah.
Asterix the goal. So Worcestershire, well, you know, that's a big wicket, 119 for 5 now. Waite bowling to Cox. Cox forward defensively pushes back up the pitch. Waite does his own fielding. That concludes Matthew Waite's over. His figures will be somewhere on the telly screen, I'm sure, but I can't see it. It's the sun is the next person to make a fortune in technology will be the one who can produce a screen that does not reflect the light.
Yeah, DT was looking at that, but he was just receiving his medication at the same time, and I think he missed it when it flashed up on screen.
His pink tablet, which are really smart, but he doesn't know that. 119 for 5, we just ended the 33rd over.
Yep,
The young
influx
lady
of
actually
people.
walks under the rope that is there to stop her walking behind the side screen.
Yeah, I think she may be one of the marquee employees, looking at her in the smart black uniform as Bess comes in, and that's worked to point by Libby, who'll move on to 41 as a result, 120 for 5. So Kevin Grace, the Scarborough Cricket Club chairman, walked by a few minutes ago round in that general direction. Might be just going to have an orange juice and do a few handshakes, as chairmen do on days when people are in suits by marquees.
Yeah.
A little bit earlier there was the groundsman John Dodds walked by. He'll be happy to see plenty here. They've come to look at his pitch. In comes Bess again, and a little bit of width this time, and full toll taken. That's a lovely way to get off the mark there by Ben Cox, who's flat batted it through extra cover for 4.
Gave him, as you said, a little bit of width there, and he would be very grateful for that, Ben Cox.
Yeah, not the sort of introduction Don Bess would have liked to have given him. This time it's not a dissimilar line, but different lengthwise, and he can't quite get to the pitch, and he just offers to fend it forward as the black sheeting at the far end, the Trafalgar Square end, billows in the Scarborough breeze. Wide ball down the leg side this time by Bess, and worse still, that's gone for 4 byes. 4 wides. So 129 for 5, but they've been pretty tidy today, Yorkshire, both in the field and with their bowling.
I was very impressed with the opening pair, Waite and Code. I thought they bowled really well. Bit in the pitch, but they did. They bowled with a lot of discipline.
Yeah, good comeback from Thursday when they were well beaten by Lancashire. Again, a bit of width offered by Bess. It was full and flat batted once more by Cox, but Matthew Waite round to do the fielding.
It was in the air for a while, wasn't it?
I don't think it was kind of in the air for anything like
No, it was
long enough to
No.
make him think he might have a catching chance. But yeah, it was hovering a moment or two as he flicks that to leg, and Tattersall round. Little whippet Johnny Tattersall in the field. Very light on his feet, isn't he? Skips across the ground almost. Talking of skips, Don Bess is into bowl, and he does that at the start of his run. And it's worked into the leg side of straight. He fields, end of the over, and that will be 34 now complete in this Worcestershire Rapids innings. They were put into bat by Yorkshire, and they are 129 for 5.
A good comeback by Bess in that over, having conceded the boundary early on. Tightened his line up. So 16 overs remaining. If Worcestershire were to go at 5 and over, that would give them just over 200, which I don't think is enough. 6 and over would give, 96 onto the total, which might give them a chance, but I just think they need 250, I think. Here's Waite. Trafalgar Square end in bowls, and this is dabbed away on the offside by Jake Libby. There will be no run. The lady just goes busily by in front of us with 2 carrier bags. I think she's been down to the local superstore or corner shop to get lunch for several hundred by the amount of food she's got in the bags. She's feeding the 5,000.
Sainsbury's and I think it was Aldi. She's not been in Morris, I don't think, by the looks of it.
Next ball forward comes Libby, drives out to mid-off, no run, 129 for 5 in the 35th over.
She must have a party of funny eaters with her, you know, funny eaters.
Fussy
Aren't they really frustrating?
Yeah. Oh, can't eat that. Why not?
Yeah, little Jimmy. I said I want a cheese and onion sandwich, but I only like Sainsbury's ones.
Yeah.
And somebody else, I only like Aldi's mango.
I don't eat that. Well, why not? Because I don't like it. You ever ate it? No, don't like it. Well, eat it. This is in the air for a while from Libby. That was made a horrible sound off the bat. It was shorter from Waite, and he tried to pull it away through, mid-on, mid-wicket somewhere. It just clunked off the bat, and it just landed short of mid-on. So a little bit of good fortune there for Jake Libby, but that just didn't sound right coming off the bat, did it? Going back to food, we literally, when we were kids, if you didn't eat it for your dinner, you had it for your tea. Times were hard, you know. Rationing was still on when I was born. Here's the next ball, which is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. First time we went to the park, and the ducks threw bread at us. So a few bits of kids. Would have done you good to go through that. Bit of national service. I never did it, but you know, it's a hackneyed phrase, isn't it? Would have done you good, bit of national service. Back to the cricket. Here's Waite. He's in and he's bowling to Libby, and Libby back onto his toes, plays the ball away on the offside. Good over again from Waite. He's not giving Libby any width. Libby trying to create a little bit of something, which is you can judge by that shot that he played to mid-on.
Yeah. Did you also get lined up at the door on your way to school and have a spoonful of molten cod liver oil like I used to have to
Cod liver
take?
oil, yeah. And we had the nurse used to come round with a steel cane. Oh, it's a wonder we ever survived. And here we are, talking nonsense on a Sunday afternoon in Scarborough.
And you're getting paid for it.
Wait in. Am I? Wait in. Is this a new thing? Libby off the back foot plays this out through the offside for a single. I thought it was part of my work in the community after my latest crime. 130, this will dig a pensioner's garden. 130 for 5. Worcestershire. 42 of those to Jake Libby, the skipper, playing a skipper's innings, trying to hold it all together for Worcestershire. Ben Cox has 4 from that one. Sumptuous cover drive in the previous over from Dom Bess.
I'm just going to do one more over and then take a breather, because I've got to also go and knock up a little piece for BBC York, so I'll bring DT back in for me at the end of this over. Richard Kirkham says, loving the comms, gents. Also think the camera angle from the Peazone Park end is fabulous. Sadly, can't be there today as my wife is busy community nursing for @YS Teaching NHS. Best bowling here to Libby, who plays and misses at the first one. So Richard, thankful for the live stream. As I always say, Richard, whether it's positive or negative comment about the live stream, it's now to do with the BBC, but our commentary does go over the top of it. It's a Yorkshire production, so I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear that you are happy with what goes on as Jake Libby cuts a single. I've got to say, it's probably the first praiseworthy email we received for the streaming service all summer, isn't it, lads? I'll be getting some funny looks from a cameraman around the ground. They're not used to this praise thing. Here's Bess. It's swept. Swept nicely as well by Ben Cox out to deep backward square.
Well,
That's for a single.
I've got to say, if you had a certain television station putting out the same output, you'd have 27 vans and 400 cameramen, and they have their own tea and coffee van as well. Which,
don't make excuses for them.
No, I'm just saying as it is.
Best round the wicket. Flicked off the hip by Libby, but there is a short fine leg in place. Ben Code, so no run. Yorkshire lad says, view from the boundary. Yorkshire as a fielding unit seems so much better than the game against Lancs. Somebody has said something. Well, it wouldn't have surprised, would it, after that? Although they were bemoaning the outfield there, funnily enough, one or two of the players afterwards. But I suppose players do want to give you a reason, stroke excuse, when things don't quite go their way in that respect. Nice cut shot by Libby for a single off this latest best delivery. Martin Rowe says, read the wooden benches. Remember going to Headingley as a child, my dad renting a cushion from a man who had them piled up by the Western Terrace. Here's Bess, nicely flicked off the legs by Cox. He's got it away finer than Will Luxton, who's at deep backward square leg and will therefore pick up 4 to complete that over. And he's going along quite nicely since he came to the wicket. Martin finishes. Us kids would go and sit round the edge of the outfield. A big no-no health and safety-wise these days. Yeah, I remember sitting on the edge of the outfield, as I think I've told both you boys before, on the day when Beefy smashed it all over the place in 1981. And with that, I'll let DT run me down again for saying I was there, because I'm stepping out of the comm box.
Thank you. Your commentary team today, Mr. David Townsend is about to step, Mr. Jonathan Joyce is about to step out, and myself, David Arthur Bradley, licensed to kill and sell tobacco. And we are here in Super Scarborough, thoroughly enjoying our day. And Matthew Waite is going to continue bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, which means he's coming down the slope. And Jake Libby waits for him, and Libby's got this one away in the air. Oh, he's got away with it again. Again, that horrible clunk off the bat, as if he hit it with a railway sleeper. But this time he's got it just about over mid-wicket and mid-on for a single. But it didn't sound nice.
Bit clunky.
It was. 45 now to Libby, 9 to his partner Ben Cox. 138 for 5. What we got outside the circle? Yeah, we got third man fine leg and the sweepers out square on both sides of the 4 outside the circle. 5 outside the circle after 40 overs, of course, which are approaching. We're in the 37th as Cox plays defensively away, back down the pitch. 138 for 5. I think that what I thought I heard was a paper seller is actually it could well be Harry Duke, the Yorkshire wicketkeeper, chivying up his fielders. Sounds just like he said, "Evening Standard."
I know you say evening standard.
Late final. Here's the next ball, which is pushed out on the onside. There will be no run on this occasion.
Well, it used to be news and standard. News and standard. Evening news.
Standard. I do have to say, talking of outfields, this outfield here is very lush. The one at New Road is very good. I was down in the southeast 2 weekends ago, and everything was bare. Golf courses were bare, well, apart from the greens, of course, but it was all yellow. Next ball pushed out on the offside by Cox. Again, he will get no run for his efforts, pushing it just to the right of Tattersall, who comfortably picks up on this occasion.
Why do you think that is? Is it sort of more watering goes on down
Well, I
there?
think it's just been hotter. I think basically it's just been too hot, and they've had no rain down there at all. I think we've not had much anywhere else in England. They've had in Wales as well, but it was just burnt. Once again, Cox forward pushes down the pitch. Wicketkeeper Duke adjusting his clothing and other bits and pieces that wicketkeepers adjust. His blonde hair sticking out from under his Yorkshire cap. His weight, not very tidily today, weight. In bowls, Cox plays out to mid-on, nothing there for him. Again, it's a good over apart from the clunky single off the first ball. Nothing for the batsman to work with. We've had 37 overs of the Worcestershire innings there, 138 for 5. If you've just joined us, Pollock bowled Waite for 8, Ali caught Shutt bowled Waite for 7, Roderick caught Luxton bowled Loughton for 29, Kashif Ali caught Duke bowled Shutt for 22, and Barnard caught Bess bowled Waite for 12.
Yeah, Waite's going to be returning some pretty good figures, you would think. And it's deserved it. He's got a little bit of movement and balls beaten the bat a few times. Good. Honest workman-like bowl at Matthew Waite, as the Worcestershire players are aware, because of course he spent a bit of time down at New Road earlier in the season. Best round the wicket now, bowls, and that's eased nicely into the onside, into the offside rather, for a single out to the short of the boundaries. I think that's Will Luxton out Best stopped in his run up there by Cox. Things not quite ready. 46 to Libby. Bowls again and goes for the sweep. Strikes it nicely. Straight to the fielder there. Just one run to Cox. I think that should take him into double figures. It does. 140 then for 5. Back round the wicket to Libby. Bowls, and again that's on the pads. Eased away to deep backward square for a 1 run. The board ticks over again. Sooner or later, Worcestershire are going to have to launch a blitz. They've got 12 overs remaining after this one. Best bowls, reverse sweep, and he's got that one away. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Didn't get it cleanly, but it's stopped just inside the rope. And throw comes in, and they've gone back for 3 runs. So fine running there from the Worcestershire 6th wicket pair. 144 for 5, 47 to the batsman, 47 on the back of the bowler as he bowls there, tosses that one up, and no run. In fact, they only ran 2 for that reverse sweep. Apologies. What's known in the game as ball watching rather than batsman watching. Bowls again, and that's slightly shorter and helped fiercely down to well, almost cow corner. Time it got down to the 10th there, selling ice cream and coffee, and that's the 50 for Jake Libby. Just used all the crease there, made room, struck it nicely, and I think that's popped up right in front of the ice cream tent. Traditional dairy ice cream down there. So how many balls is that for Libby? Brad, is it 53? 83 balls. Difficult to see the screen from this distance. Yeah, it would have been quick, wouldn't it, if you got there in 53 balls. Code back into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end, as you possibly heard from the velvet tones of Howard Ferguson, the announcer. Code then down the hill, bowls, and that's driven back past him, but not firmly. Got a single, the shy at the stumps. Cox through to complete his 11th run. I think if that shy had hit the stumps, he'd have still been comfortably in. Encouragement going on out there. Matthew Waite, come on boys. wholehearted cricketer. Code bowls played off the back foot by Libby. 149 for 5. Five men soon to be allowed outside the rings, of course, when fielding restriction changes for the last 10 overs. This is the 39th over, so Code bowls, and that's a swung over and in the air and just beating Don Best running around the boundary. It bounces inside, again a shot in the direction of Cow Corner, and Don Best running around from deep square leg is one of those we never quite going to reach it. And the ball bounces over the blue rope for 4 runs. That's where they'll be targeting in this last 10 overs. You think that shorter boundary to the popular side, benches side, bleachers, call them what you will. Bleachers in America, isn't it? Tapping away at the creases. Code bowls, and that's just pushed into the onside for no run, fielded by George Hill, who's not bowling at the moment, or after breaking that toe. He's certainly turning his arm over there at mid-wicket. Just sending a couple of catches to Matthew Waite as the ball makes its way back to Code. Code elbows out down the hill, bowls, and that's hit firmly but straight to deep gully, backward point, where it's fielded by Wilfred, as Howard always likes to refer to him as. 153 for 5. Bradders is back.
I have returned.
After updating the good burgers of
the Douglas MacArthur of cricket. I'll be back.
Worcester and Leicester, Hereford and Worcestershire, something like that.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, BBC Hereford and Worcester, you mean? Although,
delivery is played.
Having thought about it, I think it was
no run.
I think it was Arnold Schwarzenegger who said, "I'll be back," and MacArthur said, "I will return."
It's a bit, sort of same sort of thing, really.
Well, it is, but you know, you need to get these things right because people will be in touch to complain.
Well, it gives them something to complain about. Some people like that.
They do. So we've got 11 overs of the Worcestershire innings left. What do they need? What do they need here, Worcestershire? Well, they need a lot more than this, that's for sure. Good morning. Oh, I see what that is. That's right. Thank you for playing. Just trying to get it to working. So we got the stream up and running. That was a few messages from about that. View from our lounge. It's why we bought the house. Paradise, says Blot, who has actually got the house right next to the ground here, and is looking now. Must be one of those away to our left. DT. What a fine view. It's wonderful. That's why we bought the house. Well done. Here is a change of bowling. We're back to a bit of spin. Jack Shutt is on from the Peasholm Park end. The first ball is played away on the offside, and there is no run.
You would wonder, wouldn't you, whether he's done a sort of cost-benefit analysis there, and compared with paying the admission price rather than buying the whole house.
And you can get your mates round as well. Charge them. His shot ball was a little bit shorter this time, and Cox is going to get a run here down towards. More through a fine third man, I'm going to call that. I'm not sure that was exactly where he was aiming it, but he's got one. Cox goes on to 15. Worcestershire 154 for 5 in the 40th over. So after this over, as Dixie was just saying, an extra fielder can creep outside the circle. Shot right arm going around the wicket. In and bowls. Libby gives himself a bit of room, moving across the crease, just cuts it down once again. To that short third man position. So a busy little time down there for Tom Loughton.
Yeah, the next few overs are going to be important in terms of not only who wins the game, but how long the game actually spans today.
Next ball swept by Cox down to deep square leg. He's only going to get a single though. Picks out the fielder there. It was all along the ground. There's still a group of people who are still in front of the marquee, some of them not watching the cricket, but you pays your money and you takes your choice. 156 for 5, 56 of those to Libby, who's about to face, and Libby will go to 57 as he just nudges the ball out on the leg side. 16 to Cox, who's about to face. 157 for 5 in total. Worcestershire, 3 wickets for Waite, 1 for Loughton and 1 for Shutt so far in this Yorkshire bowling attack. Shot in again. Cox sweeps solidly out through the leg side, and he's beaten the field there. It did look as if at one time that somebody might have been Will Frayne, I thought, might be getting across there, but he has swept it through deep square leg and through the covers as well at the same time. If that sounds nonsense, well, it's gone underneath the covers that were at deep square leg. So nice shot there from Ben Cox. He's moved on to 20. 57 to Jake Libby, 161 for 5. Ben Cox back in the Worcestershire team. Missed a fair bit of the end of the T20 campaign when by his own admission, which I thought was quite brave, he had some mental health problems, but he seems to be enjoying his cricket again.
Which is always good to hear. The crowd still entering the ground.
1 or 2 still drifting in.
Yeah, it's very, very good. Oh, pregnant lady walking across in front of us there. That's good.
Be careful.
That was good to see. Well, that's my first time I went to a test match, brothers. When my dear old mum took me in the day when you could get in for
Top
2 shillings for her and 6pence for me or something like that. Went to the Oval, and my youngest brother was born 8 days later.
Oh, I was going to say he was born on the
So
ground.
she was, well, he could have been, couldn't he?
Dear me.
I mean, he wasn't. Oh, it was quite brave of her, taking us in there.
Yeah,
I probably badgered her, wanted to go to the cricket.
Cruel man.
At the start of new over from Code, that's eased through the offside for a single. It was the my first cricketing hero was Peter Parfitt.
Peter Parfitt, yeah,
Back
he
in
was a
the
good player.
1960s.
He could play.
He could play indeed, and he's
Bowled a bit as well, didn't he? He bowled a bit of leg
bit
spin.
of off spin,
Off spin, leg
and
spin.
very useful slip fielder as well. And that was my first introduction to Test cricket, and Code bowls and defended, no run there. And last summer I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Peter Howard Parfitt for the first time.
So 80 years later. Amazing.
180, I think.
And how is he?
On his stride, in very good form. Very good form indeed.
They do say we should have a... Ooh, look at that lady on there eating that ice cream. Sorry, you can't see this on the radio, but... Ooh, no. Gives me indigestion anyway.
Code bowls and a scoop. That's a very good shot by Cox. One bounce down in front of us, and moved inside and decided what he was going to do and scooped that one over. Well, sort of direction, a leg slip, really very fine leg, and just the one bounce over the ropes.
It was a good little innings now from Ben Cox.
He can back, can't he?
Yeah, from Worcestershire's point of view, they would hope he was in for some considerable time.
Yeah, I just started to say before I went off reminiscing about pregnant women and test
Peter
matches
Parfitt.
and Peter Parfitt. This is an important period coming up. This next delivery is outside the off stump, cracked away, backward a point for 1. They think about a second, they're not going to take 2. Throw comes in, 167 for 5. They have to put the foot to the pedal now.
Yes.
They need to be scoring at 10 and over, you would think, for the last 10 overs, and that's not impossible by any means. But it's that stage of the game where if they do score at 10 and over, we got a cracking game of cricket on our hands here.
Well, 8 and over from here gets them around 250, doesn't it? I think that has to be the minimum figure.
Yeah. Code bowls again, and it's up in the air. It's going to be taken by the keeper, and it is, and that is the end of Libby. He's gone for 58. He again tried to play that rather ugly smear towards mid-wicket. It's just ballooned up in the air. Harry Duke's got underneath it, and well, having reached his 50 not that long ago, he's on his way back. He's Jake Libby, he's gone for 58. Caught Duke by code for 58, and now 167 for 6, and that's the that's a reverse of this becoming a very good game. The reverse is the wickets tumbling, and Yorkshire just having plenty of time to chase down 210 or something like that. So, in the interest of having a good game of cricket, Bradders, we need these Worcestershire lower order men to really get stuck in. And
well, they've still got batting left. This is Taylor Cornell coming in at 8, who is in for his batting. So, they're not in the dark and smelly as yet.
Dark and smelly. I've not heard that one before.
Oh, one of my granddads. We're in the dark. We're in the dark and smelly. He wasn't a Yorkshireman or Northern. He was a good Worcestershire boy. So you would have said, "We be in the dark and smelly."
That sounds more Gloucestershire. Was he Worcestershire, Gloucestershire?
He was. Well, he was a funny thing. When Wales were doing well at rugby, he was Welsh. When England were doing well at rugby, he was English. When Ireland were doing well at rugby, he was Irish. He didn't have to worry about the Scots, of course. I don't think he ever claimed to be French.
No.
Although he did. The only time he ever went abroad was to fight in the First World War.
Oof. Didn't like it. It's too violent.
Yeah.
Around the wicket comes code, and that's defended into the offside. The end of it's over. The end of the 41st over. 167 for 6.
Trying to go to Paris, Grandad. No. Last time I went there, they kept shooting at me.
Yeah, they didn't do.
He was a great character.
They didn't do TripAdvisor on the First World War, did they?
No.
Wasn't around in those days.
Amazing stories there.
Great stuff.
Although he never told any stories about it. He never told us anything about it. And I found out in recent years what he did. So. I need to go to Marmet's Wood one day in France, where he actually got injured. Shot in the ankle, had to come back home, and he had to go back out again. Anyway, let's get back to a bit of the cricket, shall we?
You can indeed.
Jack Shutt is about to bowl. He's going to bowl from the Peasdown Park end, which means he's jogging away from us. How many steps does he take? 4. Let's have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. And this is swept by Cox down towards the backward square. Going to pick up a single.
He likes that sweep, doesn't he?
He does like that sweep, and he plays it pretty well. And he is playing at the moment. He's got 25. 167 for 6. This is the 42nd over. Some changes in the field required by the bowler at the moment. No, he sent his mid-wicket Bess out to deep mid-wicket, which means there's nobody in front on the leg side saving a single, although it's Tattersall now coming over that way. Much discussion twixt skipper and bowler. Don't know what the cut-off time is for this, but they should be comfortably within that.
Yeah, they got through the overs pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good speed.
If you don't hit the cut-off time in this competition, you have to have a fielder pulled in to the fielding circle. Next ball is, I get to Taylor Cornell, a little bit of confusion, and in the end, wicketkeeper Duke whips the bails off, but Cornell's back foot is firmly planted. Once again, skipper and bowler having a bit of a natter. And Tattersall goes off. He is actually inside the circle on the leg side, so he's there to stop the single. Cornell, once again, looks a bit nervous about this one. A little bit trepidatious. And plays the ball out on the leg side. Again, no run. 167 for 6 in the 42nd over. Next ball from Shutt is played back down the pitch. The bowler acrobatically does his own fielding. Does that rolly thing where he comes up with the ball.
1 for 40. He's in his 8th over. Jack Shutt.
Waits again does Taylor Cornell. Plays this one out on the onside. He's going to pick up a single. Matthew Waite comes in from long on to do the fielding one more. So the Worcestershire total gets Taylor Cornell off the mark.
42nd over, just 2 singles in 5 balls.
Yeah, yeah. They lost Libby at the wrong time, didn't they, Worcestershire? Cox has now got to try and take it on, but also aware that there's Joe Leach is to come and he might whack it somewhere. Plays that sweep shot around the front pad again. Does Cox, he'll pick up a single and he'll keep the strike as well. Cox has 27, Worcestershire 170 for 6, 8 overs remaining. 8-8 to 64 would give them 234. 10-8s would give them 250. But
It's
as I
got to
say,
be 10 and over, isn't it? It's got to be
I
10
think
and over.
Libby went at just the wrong time for
You
Worcestershire.
can't have the junior spinner Jack Shutt bowling the 42nd over and going for 3 singles. That's sorry, that's just not allowed.
Yeah, and if it was 3 wickets down on the board, I think
Yeah.
they would. No disrespect to anybody that's got to come. Joe Leach, we know, can smack it around. Actually, Dylan Pennington's no mug with the bat, but
That only leaves one that you've singled over others.
well, everybody bats now, don't they?
Well, they do.
They can all bat now. But 1 or 2 bats better than others, shall we say?
Three to come, Leach, Pennington and Finch.
Yeah.
So, start of a new over, and that ball's pushed into the offside and fielded by Matthew Revis, the new bowler. Revis back into action, steaming down the hill. Again, just the single. This pitch, not great for stroke making. I mean, we've seen 1 or 2 players, they've hit through the line, and the ball's gone, but it's not a batting paradise out there, but you would think it's a little bit, but having watched it, you think it's a little bit better than 171 for 6
Yeah,
or 42.
Right. Yeah. Lost those early wickets, Worcestershire. 3 down in the 16th.
Taylor Cornell on strike now. Looking around the field, you'll see that 5 men inside the circle, and that one's played to one of them, which is Don Bess, who's very, very kindly, as far as we commentators go,
Yes.
got a white,
White.
floppy hat on, so
Good lad.
we always know where he is.
Yeah. Of course, it would be very confusing if anybody else put one on. They wouldn't know what on earth was going on there. There'd be 2 Don Besses on the field.
Yeah, well, you'd have a 50-50 chance, wouldn't you?
Yes. Yeah.
1 run at the moment to Cornell as he faces Revis, and he's going to get at least another 1. That's all he's going to get, because deep backward square comes in quickly to do the fielding. That's Jack. In fact, he's not, is it? It's Will Luxton down there.
And if he's not going to sort of go smashing it around Taylor Cornell, that is his job, and is to get Ben Cox on strike.
Yes, yeah, there's no nobody will criticise him for that. Extra fielder now goes out. He bowls that, and there's a cracking shot from Ben Cox. Whoa, dearie me. Salt and vinegar on that one, please. That was very nearly into the fish and chip van.
You could say he battered that one to the boundary. You probably wouldn't, but you could.
Oh, fantastic.
Did it hit the car?
I think
There's a car part there. I reckon it hit the car.
They haven't a look at it. Get the glasses on that one.
Have we got
Big
a read?
6 anyway to
Have we
Ben
got-
Cox.
we got-
No, I don't think so. He disturbed the queue for the fish and chips.
He
anyway,
did.
Fish and chip van
Good shot.
over that side. Just picked it up, clean it over a deep backward square. And then follows the 6 with a very risky single to Will Frayne at backward point, who shies at the stumps. At the bowler's end, misses. Had that hit, it could have been the end of Ben Cox. And if it was the end of Ben Cox, it might well be the end of Worcestershire in this game. 100, although Joe Leach to come, as you say. 179 now at 4-6. That's certainly lifted the Worcestershire camp. I was going to say the pairs then, but they're not the pairs in this, are they? Or
The
they're
Rapids,
in this.
Although the scorecard has them down as the Royals, which they haven't been for about 10 years.
Revis bowls and Cornell hits that one in the air. There's a shout of catch it. It's not going to reach down there into the deep. And it's just the 1 run to be had. So this over is just completed. One's and a 6 in there, and yeah, they'll take that. 180 now for 7 overs remaining. Having got 10 runs off that one, they need 10 runs off each of these last 7, I would suggest, or an average of 10 runs off the 7 to get up to 250.
Yeah, 180 for 6 at the minute. If they do get to 250, I think it's a decent score. But there again, they could be all out for 200, couldn't they? So that's the vagaries of the great game, because we don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows. We're going to have a continuation with the spin from Jack Shutt from the Peas home park end. He's going to be bowling right arm around the wicket, and this time Cox goes back. Sorry, Taylor Cornell goes back and cracks it away through the offside. He's going to pick up a couple here from a very pleasant shot. Not that there's an unpleasant cover drive, but that was played nicely by the left-handed Cornell. 182 for 6. Cornell has moved on to 5. Is shot in again, and Cox gives himself, Cornell gives himself a lot of room across the. Both begin with C. Are they going to have to be quick here? And they are quick. That's good running from Cornell, going back towards the danger end. He moved across the crease, played that one out through cover point, and then really got his skates on to get to safety. He's got 7. 184 for 6. Definitely Taylor Cornell facing, folks. Definitely Jack Shutt bowling. And this time back down the pitch. Oh, almost a very good caught and bowled. Again, they're going through for a single, and they pick up the single. The ball was played in the air to the left of the bowler on his follow through. He dived full length, got a hand on it, couldn't hang on to it, and Cornell called his partner through for a single. He's got 885 for 6 now. Worcestershire in the 44th over. An action-packed over so far. Plenty going on here.
Yeah, he'd probably be a bit disappointed with that, because having got to it, you'd have thought he might have held on very low there.
Here's Cox sweeping across that front pad once again. He must have picked up about half his runs down there, and picks up another single. 186 for 6. 2 balls remain of the 44th over of the Worcestershire innings.
Got the old broom out, Cox, hasn't he? He's doing very well.
He's sweeping brilliantly. Here's the next ball, which Taylor Cornell plays back down the pitch. Quicker delivery from Shutt. Cramps the batsman up as he's trying to move across the crease and get it away once again on the offside, but this time no space for it. Bowler has to wait while Cornell gets back to his mark. Played away backward of square on the offside, and there is no run. Good comeback that from Shutt. Good last couple of deliveries that prevented any runs. 186 for 6. Is he bowled his 10? Has he?
There's the figure. There's the fish and chips.
Ah, the chip queue.
The chip queue. Doing a roaring trade over there. If you're watching the stream over there on the cheap side of the ground, the shorter boundary side of the ground. Oh, you've got a couple of portions there. Look, going away.
Good lad.
A bit of vinegar going on there.
Get that cholesterol level up, lad.
Oh, those are good fish and chips.
We had good fish and chips last night, DT, didn't we?
Oh.
Sat on the seafront.
Ramshill Fisheries.
Yeah.
Which are very good down on the south side. It was always Callie's.
Yeah.
Callie's favourite chippy.
Thoroughly enjoyable.
Scarborough.
Wind's getting up a bit here, mate.
Sat on the seafront, had a reminisce of the old boy, and natter about all sorts.
we put the world to rights.
We did it very well as well.
Yeah, solved it all.
186 for 6.
Taiwan, we sorted that out as well, no trouble. I think somebody's lost their wallet because the gentleman, oh, was it phone? Gentleman just trying to hand something to the steward, who said, take it to the office. Ooh, just blowy.
Yeah, just a little bit of wind picking up, a little bit of sea breeze.
Lovely.
A little bit of ozone. That's good for you.
Get a tan today.
Oh, you can't beat living by the sea, brothers. You wouldn't know they're stuck in the middle of Malvern or wherever
They're
it is.
not stuck in the middle. And we do get to the seaside every now and then. You know, we have an annual bus trip to Weston-super-Mare, which is not the seaside most of the time. No.
Is it not? The estuary, is it?
No, Pembrokeshire coast, that's where we go, mate.
Oh, Scarborough.
Can't beat that.
Be nice down.
Lovely down there.
Nice down there. I'm going to go down to Hove. The last
Ah.
my last game of the season. Not working, but
Lovely.
I've got to go down. I like Hove. I've been there for a few years.
It's always good to go, isn't it?
And here we go. Start of a new over. That's going to be a wide. So Matthew Revis won't be pleased with that. That just sort of undoes a little bit of those 2 dots at the end of the previous overs, doesn't it?
We haven't. I think that's the first offside wide we've seen in the game. There's been a few down the leg side, of course there is, but
Much too wide. Come on, get your radar sorted, Matthew. 187 for 6. He rolls again, and that's outside the off stump, and that's fine delivery. Cox plays and misses. It goes through to the keeper, Duke, who then has to look to see who he can throw it to, because there's only 4 men inside the circle.
he's got no mates.
And there's Will Frainer, and he's at backward point. But
He is the lone.
everybody's everyone's miles away. He's got a sort of 30-yard throw to try and reach anybody.
He's the lone Duke.
Here's next delivery over pitched and smashed away. That's a very good shot by Ben Cox. And that's gone down to the marquees on the far side of the ground.
Oh, that's good. From the Duke to the Marquise. That's very good. Is that heraldry connection or whatever you call it?
Yes. Unintentional though.
Well,
so
no, I
can't
don't.
claim that one.
Yes, we assumed it was.
So a boundary taking the score to 191 for 6. Doige is itching to get back on, so if at the end of this over he comes in here and then I'll go and sit, going down and sit at your ends because I'm the poor man of the 3. I have to keep moving around. Next delivery over pitched and a little inside edge past the stumps. A diving stop there by Jack Shutt prevents a sneaky 4. They run through for 1. That takes on to 41 now. 8 to Cornell. 192 for 6. Get up to 200 with 5 overs left, and not impossible. Set some sort of decent target. Some sort of testing target. I think that's also good for the entertainers. There's a testing target, and they can't just stroke the ball around and get there comfortably. You know, you've got to see some big shots. You've got to see a few risk taken. This a large crowd here at North Marine Road will enjoy that. They enjoy it anyway. They're sitting in the sunshine watching cricket. What more could you wish for?
What's going on here? There's a long delay and nothing seems to be happening. And
bit of a delay, isn't it?
batsmen have just walked up the wicket and touched gloves, and not quite sure what this is all about.
Get on with it. Revis bowls, and that's tucked back to him by Cornell, and there's no run. So still no sign of out and out foot to the floor acceleration from Worcestershire. Getting towards the end of this over. There's 4 balls gone because of course the first ball was a wide, wasn't it? 192 for 6. Bowls again, makes room for himself, tries to find a gap on that short side offside boundary. Just gets the 1 run. Brings Cox down on strike. 41 to him, 9 now to Cornell. Batsman out so far. Pollock for 8. Azhar Ali 7. Gareth Roderick 29. 58 to Jake Libby. Kashif Ali 22. Edbana 12. So it's good for you. Got to start though, and haven't really gone on. You can't really say the 8 and 7 have got to start, but 29, 58, 22. Even Edbana 12. He was in for a while, wasn't he? Until he tried to get one over the head of Bess on the.
All right, it's taken about 3
Good
minutes
wicket
to
boundary.
bowl these last 2 balls of this over. It's just get on with it.
I was going down the scorecard trying to distract the listeners so they didn't notice that. Revis bowls wide outside the off stump, and Cox has all the time in the world just to ease that out to deep cover for 1. But it's the last ball of the over then. So hang on, no,
Oh.
no, you stay there and say something, and then give us a little bit of wisdom like
okay,
you normally do.
okay.
And
Say, what do I need to say? Anything? The boy stood on the burning deck, a bucket full of crackers.
There we are. We managed to get there.
Well, that's all right. It's
You just miss your update now.
synchronised mic swapping, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, DT. Don Bess is back into the attack at this Peaceholm Park end of the ground with 5 overs remaining. 194 for 6, so 8 from that. They're trying to up the ante, and they need to as well, you would think. There is Bess. That's pushed out square on the offside this time by Ben Cox. He'll pick up a single. Well into the 40s now. Taylor Cornell survived just a couple of overs ago. A diving miss off his own bowling by Jack Shutt.
it's my rather nice pen. Did I leave it down there somewhere?
Rather nice.
Oh no, I got it. It's down here. It's okay.
Always good to check the pockets first, isn't it? So Cornell on strike.
Where are my glasses? I leave them down there somewhere. Sort of red.
Have a look from in a moment because Bess is bowling here. Cornell cuts along the deck. Fielded at that point by Will Frayne.
They ever with Bradley's, my red framed glasses.
Can't see them. Here's Bess again round the wicket. Maybe you want to get up and have a look from as that's pulled by Cornell. Matthew Waite making his way to his left across the front of the pavilion to do the fielding, and they pick up a couple. So that should take him into double figures. Does. He's on 11. 197 for 6 in the 46th over. Beautiful day at North Marine Road. Good crowd in. Just been having a chat with one or two of them while I was off. Down away to the right by the Peaceholm Park end scoreboard, the big scoreboard. Cornell works a single this time, full length delivery. That was pushed to Waite again, coming in off the boundary from the pavilion steps. And that brings Cox back onto strike then. Tries the reverse sweep. He's got it fairly fine. Good piece of fielding. Very good piece of fielding. Diving to his left by Matthew Revis, I think it was. Gets a couple of low fives from his teammates because that saved 4. It certainly had the pace to make it to the boundary. Cox onto 44 as a result. 199 for 6. And Best round the wicket. And this one's struck firmly out towards Waite. It bounces slightly awkwardly in front of him. Struck it well. And they got a single. Cornell on to 57. 200 for 6 then. At the end of that over, the 46th. With Cornell on 13 and Ben Cox on 44. So it looks like Loughton back into the attack at the Trafalgar Square end. We see a few people maybe going off to take a slightly earlier break than the rest. Hull City shirt. The Tigers, bit of black and amber.
Four overs remaining. Trying to get the field sorted out here. We're having Tom Loughton back on. 24 deliveries left, Doige. 200 for 6. What we went 235 maybe. I'll get, but it's not the easiest batting pitch out there. But and Yorkshire bowled well, to be fair to this point. But really, Worcestershire have got to. There's still Joe Leach to come. He can hit a Can hit a long ball. It's going to be Tom Loughton back into the attack, and that ball struck in the air and just short of the man on the deep cover boundary. So again, didn't get hold of it, did he? Is that Will Luxton out there?
It's George Hill.
George Hill, yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a ooh when he didn't catch that. But
I think he should have risked a large dental bill and gone for that one.
well, as the fielder on the edge, it's not that easy to pick up, is it, when you've got a crowd behind the ball there? And so if he took just a split second longer than he would have done without a crowd over there, with a clear backdrop, he might have been able to move in a little bit more quickly, but he had to first focus on the ball, and then by the time he had, it was dying, wasn't it? So I think fair enough.
Yeah, he did the right thing. If he'd have dived for it and missed it, it would have quite possibly passed him and gone for 4. But again, not perfect timing, and you'd think this probably isn't a 300 pitch out there. And if they can get themselves to 235, 240, give the Worcestershire bowlers something to bowl at. Lots and lots of discussions going on, taking a very long time indeed to get these overs bowled. Running down the hill comes Loughton, a slower delivery, and Cox has spotted him. Just eased it through the offside for a single. Not a lot he could do with that. Slower ball outside off stump, Yorker length. You're not going to be somehow... Well, even if you're Johnny Bairstow, you're not going to be able to knock that one for 4 or 6. 4 maybe, I suppose. 6 no. One more to the total. 202 for 6. Taylor Cornell, who's on 14 now on strike, round the wicket. Loughton, he makes plenty of room there, but again picks out the man at deep cover sweeper, George Hill. Wind picking up, as you can probably hear in our effects mic. Oh, quite strong there. A few people in the crowd with their shirts off. It is quite a warm day despite the breeze. Bowls again there, Loughton, and that's worked away for 4 runs. That's an excellent shot by Cox. He knew if he got it past the short fine leg, got a good chance if he timed it well of getting 4, and 4 he got down to the pavilion there. Again, you don't have to throw the kitchen sink at every ball. A nice little bit of timing, and a boundary accrues. 49 to Cox then, 207 for 6. The 4 men inside the ring are at next delivery is smashed away, and that's going to be his 50. And you can hear from the cheers in the crowd a few Yorkshire, a good few Worcestershire fans have made their way up here, and applause for Ben Cox. Some very enthusiastic clapping just in front of our effects mic there. 208 for 6.
There was a table full of them in the Indian restaurant I was in last night when you two opted out and went to the chippy.
Well, there you go, you see. Wise decision. Still 4 men inside the ring as that delivery is pushed to backward point by Cornwall, who doesn't strike me as a man who's ideally in at this stage of the innings. That's the end of the 47th over. Maybe it would be better to have Joe Leach, who can hit a heavy ball. 6 fours and a 6 in that 50. As you probably heard the velvet tones of Howard Ferguson telling us.
Yeah, so I was in the
chippy?
In the Indian restaurant.
In the Indian, rather. What did you have?
My friend said, "Who are you commentating with tomorrow?" And I said, "DT and the brilliant Dave Bradley," or something like that, because this table then full of Worcestershire people. I must have said it so loud that they were across the way, and one fella turned around and said, "Yeah, great call that, mate. Yeah, Dave Bradley's a great commentator, yeah." So I said, "Yeah,
you sure they were from West Midlands?
They were."
A man of 1,000 voices, all exactly the same.
It was Fred Truman, was it? On that,
Yeah, he said we've flown over from from the foot of Mount Fuji. Here's Best round the wicket from the Peasholm Park end. Right arm, of course, wicket. And Taylor Cornwall throws the haymaker at that one, full length. Might have got some bat on it onto his stumps. Not entirely sure, but there's not a lot of disturbance to the stumps. And it hit them very low down. I think he just missed it. Best firing through a Yorker length delivery. And Cornwall's gone for 16.
Quite a sort of stuffy 16, wasn't it? He didn't really get going. He didn't look as though he was going to be finding a couple of boundaries and over, which obviously is needed at this stage. And Joe Leach on his way out now. He scored 209 for 7. So, yeah, he's very popular down in this part of the world, his brothers. Everybody knows him. Been around forever, of course, which also helps. Joe Leach on his way to the middle. Now he can. From a Worcestershire point of view, and from a game's point of view, I'd have liked to have seen Joe Leach in a couple of overs earlier, if he's going to stay and make some runs. Obviously, if it's not his day and he's out early, that's not a good thing.
Meanwhile, in the big game of the day, the Waterloo Cup final, the Adone Wharfdale Leagues Cup final, of course, got the streaming on here from Olycanian CC. Up there in Ilkley Morbar Tap. James Robinson 36 not out, Stephen Pearson not out 40. That's Steaton, who are 183 for 3 in the 40th over. I think it's a 45 over game, the final, so the glorious split acorns will be confident of rubbing those off, I'm sure. Here is Bess, worked off the legs by Leach, first ball. Out to Will Frayne, who returns it for the concession of 1. The wicket fell at 209. That was the 7th wicket, by the way. Cornwall was bowled by Best for 16 off 23. Partnership for the 7th wicket worth 42.
The split acorns?
Yep. You need to look at the club emblem. Here is Bess, and that's whipped out square on the leg side, this time by Cox. Single to him.
Had all the inspirational nicknames and the fairly inspirational nicknames been taken? The split acorns.
I didn't make it. Up. Here's Bess. Swiped out towards Cow Corner by Leach, who didn't time it as well as he might and picked up just the 1 for it.
It's a bit of a misfield there. Although I suppose Ben Cox wasn't in a hurry to come back for 2, as he's the main man with just 14 deliveries left.
Batting again, bowls that side-arm delivery. Looked like it might be a chance for the fielder at Cowshot Corner, but well, it could have been if he'd have been in the right position for it, but he wasn't. It was away to Will Frayne's left, and it carries the boundary for 6. Nicely played by Cox. Takes him on to 57, 218 for 7. Pass again, reverse sweep this time by Cox, but can't get it past Tom Loughton just inside the circle, and they get through for 1. So 220 for 7 at the end of the over. The over there worth 11 as far as Worcestershire are concerned, but they lost that wicket as well.
Split acorns. 219 for 7 then, and 235 if they can get that. But just give them something, they'll feel they've got something to bowl at, particularly Dylan Pennington can get it right, get a little bounce, so the pitch is offering some bounce, and it'll be a good one for the spectators as well. Still making their way into the ground, the crowd is still building. So optimistic legs on view just in front of walking in front of the pavilion at the moment. So Loughton bowls a wide to start the 49th over. Oh, and a classic old England shirt from the 1992 World Cup just passed behind the sight screen at the Peasholm Park end. So we'll try and start the 49th over again. Tom Loughton, little skip and a bit of a gallop, and then a skip as he reaches the crease, and again that one's smashed back over his head, gone all the way, has it? Waiting for the signal, yes it has. So really reached for that, Ben Cox. It was outside off stump, and he's managed to hit it over deep mid-on. He was chased back optimistically initially, but the ball was always going to beat him to the boundary and actually cleared the ropes. 6 more from Cox, and this is an important innings now. 226 for 7, 11 balls left.
Yeah, just had the legs, didn't it? Just clattered the bottom of the advertising boards. I think he sat deep in the crease, and I think he was just going to play whatever ball was delivered from there. And Tom Loughton just threw it wide enough for him to get the arms through it, didn't he?
You now got.
Oh, sorry, bowled it wide enough before I get picked up for saying threw it wide.
Next delivery from Loughton bowls, and it looks to get down and sweep that towards the short boundary, and there's going to be just the 1 run. Was there a signal there? Was he? No, he got a bit of bat on it, bat and pad. So 227 for 7. There's the Loughton bowling with third man and fine leg inside the rings. The deep backward square is now coming up to backward square leg. So there's, and the other guy's out. The other one inside the rings is that's eased away. A wide delivery again from Loughton, and he's just given them room to get their arms into these shots, isn't he? And that's raced away for 4 down there to third man. Now he's got to just focus a little bit here, because this game could, Yorkshire have been in control of it from 18 for 2 really early on, and it could just, a couple of expensive final overs here, it could just, well, go back into the balance perhaps. Loughton bowls, and a slower ball, and Leach hammers that one through the mid-wicket for 4. George Hill can't get around in time. Expensive over, 235 for 7, 16 runs already. 2 more deliveries to be bowled. So this is why I think Leach should have been in a little bit earlier for Worcestershire. With all due respect to Taylor Cornell, you don't see him scoring quickly like this. And well, Johnny Tattersall's come over from his fielding position at extra cover inside the rings to have a word with the bowler. So what's he going to do this time, Loughton? He bowls, and Leach just smashed that one away into the deep. He's got one. He'll think of coming back for the second. He decides against it as it's fielded at deep backward point. So 1 run there. If he could get away with another 1 run, well, still 18 from the over. And if this ball disappears, that's a very expensive over indeed. It's particularly if the last over is expensive, as so often happens in 50 overs cricket. We got a game on now though. 236 for 7.
He's walking off towards the edge of the circle, Tom Loughton. Don't know why he's gone off over there, but Johnny Tattersall's gone with him for a word. So hold up in play again.
Now he knows that Cox is going to move outside off stump, so does he follow him? What does he do? Cox goes there outside off stump, and that would have been a wide, except it was a slower Yorker that Cox just helps away down to cover on the boundary for 1 run. So yeah, 18 runs off the over, 66 to Cox, 11 to Joe Leach, and 237 for 7. And well, whatever happens in this last over now, I think we've got a game of cricket and a chase on our hands, particularly if Worcestershire can take a couple of early wickets.
Yeah, the one thing I said when I was talking to Ali Maiden the other day was that we appreciate this is a still relatively inexperienced Yorkshire bowling lineup. They do have the experience of a Don Bess and a Ben Code in there, but that aside, still quite inexperienced. Here's Bess. Reverse sweep to a full toss, not the greatest start to the over. Ben Cox, I should say, is appealing for, I think, a no ball there as well.
He's not got it, though.
No. He's got 4 runs. Backward of point, orthodox point, but from a reverse sweep. Never quite sure how to describe those when they do that. Backward of something. The wrong way around. But, yeah, I said to Ali Maiden, it's, you know, maybe the one thing you're most concerned about the bowling lineup is the death overs. Good delivery from Bess. There's an appeal for LBW. Yep, looked and nailed on Cert and is out. Hits him on the full right in front. I think Bess giving him a nice congratulatory either handshake or fist bump or something like that as he walks off with 70 against his name. That is a very good knock in context, because things could have been a fair bit worse for Worcestershire had Ben Cox not chipped in with that 70, but Don Bess picks up a second wicket late on in the piece.
Yeah,
70 off 46.
He's had his sort of well documented problems of late, Ben Cox, and back in the side, and everybody very pleased to see him well again and in the runs. Even the Yorkshire fans in the crowd, and you can hear the very warm reception he's got as he's made his way off. So fine, 70 runs. He's gone now, Ben Cox.
Yep. 70 off 46, 241 for 8. We are 2 balls into the final over of this Worcestershire innings. 32 for that 8th wicket partnership. Dylan Pennington, the new man.
He really just needs to, well, unless he gets a rank delivery, he needs to just get Joe Leach on strike.
Here's Bess, and he struck it well. Struck it well first up to Matthew Waite, who makes a slight fumble at long off, but keeps them to 1.
I think if you hit a shot once in your entire club career like that, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? That's his first delivery, crack. Oh, beautifully timed.
Yes. Bess driven straight by Leach. They have got a man coming round from long on Yorkshire. Can't tell who it is behind the screen, but I think it's Revis. They've got back for 2. Dylan Pennington ending up on the Scarborough turf for some reason.
Well, if the throw had been accurate, Pennington would have been comfortably run out, and then the throw missed the stumps, went to the guy backing up, and he sort of decided to roll over for some reason.
Best to Leach. Oh, good delivery, full, and he chops it out for a single. So Pennington is going to face the final ball of this Worcestershire knock. And they could still reach the 250 mark. They've got themselves something to work with. Hard to tell exactly what it's worth on this pitch. Here is Bess. It's a full toss this time, and it's hammered up to Waite at long off. They're thinking about coming back for 2, but Leach doesn't fancy giving his wicket away for nothing, and so he will be 14 not out off 7 at the end of the innings. And Pennington, with that final single, 2 off as many deliveries, and Worcestershire finishing on 246 for the loss of 8 wickets from their 50 overs. Get you the Yorkshire bowling figures. We have that half-hour break coming up for the mid-innings break, or between-innings break. And unfortunately, I can't actually see the arrow on my screen at the moment. Ah, here we are. So, bowling figures wise, come on Doidgy, get this up on screen, lad. Here we are with Ben Code, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Matthew Waite, 8 overs, 3 for 21. Excellent effort from him. None for 42 off 7 for Matthew Revis. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 50. Tom Loughton. Jack Shutt, 9 overs, 1 for 48. And Don Bess, 7 overs, 2 for 56. There were 8 wides 4 of them came in one delivery in the innings. Pleased to say no balls, no free hits conceded, or in fact any other extras. And so Worcestershire 246 for 8, which I don't think any of the three of us are confident is going to be either enough or not enough. It's one of those sort of in-between scores. There's a bit in the pitch. I would imagine that Yorkshire probably want to just stick something heavy on this and try and negate what they can in the early moments, because there was a bit in it for the bowlers in the early stages, and there's been some turn in it throughout. Brad has said that Worcestershire haven't brought a sort of front-line spinner with them, which they may live to regret here. Yorkshire have got some batting firepower, but as we saw, when they're put under pressure, as they were by Lancashire the other day, then they can also be vulnerable. So an interesting second half to this one awaits us. We'll take a break while everybody pours onto the pitch and gets the bats and balls out. And we'll be back with you for the second half, with Yorkshire needing 247 to win.
has just finished. They've set themselves to, well, it says Yorkshire 247 to win, 246 for 7 at the end of the innings, which was a considerable boost from 119 for 5. Jake Lilly, the skipper, batted well for 58. It was Ben Cox who gave the innings some real thrust, .70 from the wicket keeper. So 246 for 7 Worcestershire at the close of their innings. Obviously, Yorkshire need 247 to win.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, the news was this morning that Yorkshire won the toss, decided to put Worcestershire into bat. They made one change from the team that had lost to Lancashire in York on Thursday, with Jack Shutt coming back into the side to replace Harry Sullivan. They made a pretty good start. They had the opposition 9 for 1 and 18 for 2 fairly early on. Worcestershire have, though, rallied pretty well at times. Later on in their innings, Ben Cox made 70 and Jake Libby 58, and they have finished up with 246 for 8 from their 50 overs. Today is a one-day game. You'll recall, Liz, that sometimes when I talk to you, it's in the middle of or towards the end of a 4-day match. Well, it's just a one-day game with a white ball. They're all in the coloured clothing, pyjama cricket as some people call it. And so 3 wickets for Matthew Waite, who had a little spell on loan at Worcestershire when he couldn't get in the Yorkshire side earlier this year. 3 for 21 for him, and a wicket each for Ben Code, for Tom Loughton and for Jack Shutt. 2 of them as well late on to Dom Bess. So that's the situation. Yorkshire need 247 to win. We're in the break between innings. It's a great scene here, lovely and sunny. Loads of people out there on the pitch, lots of children playing ball games with each other or with mum or dad, that sort of thing. And yeah, very nice Scarborough scene. Oh dear, you might you might come out with a miserable result there then, Liz. I'm not sure what my coaching skills are like, but yeah, I think just like like anything we do, like what you do there in the studio presenting, you'll have your own jargon that you go through with Trisha or with whoever might be producing you that day. We have jargon for everything, don't we? And cricket has lots of jargon. So so fire away. What would you like to specifically ask me about? A googly, okay. That's a leg spin. We see we're gonna need to probably to layer up here. It's a bowler who bowls the ball that spins the opposite way to the way that they would normally bowl. So let's just say a leg spin bowler. That's a right-handed bowler who would naturally be trying to spin the ball away from a right-handed batsman. If he bowls a googly, then it will turn in towards the right-handed batsman. So at some point, in the past, when nobody knew quite how to describe that, somebody probably threw up there from the side of the pitch. Well, he's kind of bowled him a sort of googly thing, and it sort of sticks, and then people go with it. So that's how jargon kind of develops often, isn't it? So that. No, I mean if you if you use if you miss the second G, you might be considered a mistake when you're describing it on your commentary. And let's not go any further down that route. My pleasure. Welcome back from North Marine Road in Scarborough, where we're halfway through this Royal London One-Day Cup game in Group B at Scarborough Cricket Club, and it has seen Worcestershire, who were asked to bat first when Yorkshire won the toss, making 246 for the loss of 8 wickets. Ben Cox made 70 of those, 58 to Jake Libby, the two who got past the half-century mark, and a few other chip-ins as well from Gareth Roderick with 29, Kashif Ali with 22. You'd have to probably admit that without seeing any bookmakers' odds chalked up, Yorkshire would be favourites to knock these off, knowing what they're chasing with 50 overs to get them. But there was definitely something in the pitch there for the Yorkshire bowlers earlier on. I'm guessing they'll be hoping that things have, any moisture in there has dried out during the course of those 3 hours or so that they were out there in the field. Cloud cover at the moment as Will Frayne and Harry Duke walk out to the middle. And it's going to be Dylan Pennington to open the bowling from the Trafalgar Square end. I referred to that match where I was trialled for 4 days. Tried, I think, with Bradders alongside and with David Townsend, who's with us as well. And I remember Dylan Pennington charging in down the hill there in a match that Worcestershire, of course, won by a landslide majority. So, Bradders alongside, and he'll be taking you through that first over of the Yorkshire innings to be bowled by Dylan Pennington.
Yeah, and we thought there was a bit of turn there as well for the Yorkshire spinners. And as we said earlier, Worcestershire don't have a front line spinner in their lineup. Jake Libby bowls a bit of spin, and Taylor Cornell bowls a bit of spin, but they're not in the team because they're spin bowlers. And it's going to be Dylan Pennington bowling down the slope from the Trafalgar Square end. Still quite a few folks returning from the lunch interval, or the interval. It's not really a lunch interval, is it? It's just an interval between innings. But we're ready to go. Pennington. Oh, he's just about to start and then decides he's not quite ready. Hello, somebody's getting a bit raucous. Yorkshire. Next, first ball from Pennington forward comes Will Frayne, plays the ball out on the onside. Yeah, as you're saying, that's the difference. Yorkshire know exactly what they've got to get, don't they? So they want, well, 5 and over.
Yeah, and just, you know, when you play so much shorter form T20 cricket, and you can see the sort of scores that they put on in those matches, you do have time when you're chasing, don't you? If it's not a massive score that you're faced with, to sort of play yourself in a bit.
Pennington in, Frayne this time goes back and takes his bottom hand away as he plays the ball up to Azhar Ali at mid-on. Yeah, what Worcestershire after, well, midway through the innings they were 94 for 4 in the 26, so they scored 132 off those, sorry, no, I got that wrong, 94 to 152 in the second half of the innings. Couple of slips in there, Cornell and Pollock as Pennington bowls, and this is driven solidly but straight to Libby at mid-off. And there is no run. Lost the sunshine for a moment. Well, I say for a moment. I don't know, it may never come back.
Will Frayne just been talking to his dad and his uncle Michael, who played at Worcestershire a bit, didn't he, back some decades ago?
Yeah.
Wicked good keeper, Frayne.
Yeah, that's right. God, I'd forgotten that. Frayne stands up tall. Pennington bowls. Frayne forward. Worried a little, but plays the ball solidly back up the pitch. Pennington does his own fielding fish and chip. Van doing good trade. Over away to our left. He's parked on a slope, but he's got those balancers, or whatever you want to call them, steps, runners, that they have on motorhomes and caravans to level them up. So he's got those at the front, so he's not permanently standing on a slope. We have the ice cream man. I'll interrupt myself as Pennington is in and bowls. Frayne once again forward, pushes away on the offside, no run. Who parks on the Witch Cutting on the Malvern Hills, and he parks on a slope. And I just think when he gets home at night, he must think, oh, relief, I can walk straight.
Should he not be an ice cream person these days?
Probably is an ice cream person,
Travis.
yeah, but it's definitely a man. But yeah, an ice cream persona. Pretty straightforward field, apart from the 2 slips. Third man and fine leg of the fielders out of the circle as Pennington bowls. That's driven away. It's a nice shot from Frayne. In the air for a while, but well wide of Roderick at extra cover, and crashes into the boundary. And 4 to get Yorkshire on their way towards 247 for victory.
Yeah, he does like to give it a crack when he gets the opportunity, Will Frayne. Good way to get out of that first over. We'll have some passing traffic down beneath us. Gentleman in his trilby and half-mast jeans with some flash-coloured socks beneath and a goatee beard. One of the more interesting, I think, that we've seen today. And the lady below us, not sure if she's with her parents or what, but she's got larger ice cream than we got from Lily, I think.
Oh, it was
got to say, lads.
Very good ice cream, though. Ours was free. She probably paid for hers.
And so it is Harry Duke on strike and Joe Leach opening from this Peatone Park end of the ground. First ball flicked into the leg side for a single. Duke, well, in fact, the pair of these got hundreds in the first match of this competition. That was against Northamptonshire over at York last Tuesday. 143 for Frayne, 111 for Duke. Shared in a big opening stand, 209 I think it was. Here's Frayne out in the face and running this next Leach delivery out to point, and there is no run.
I believe Will Frayne was on the Worcestershire Academy for a while as
yep.
well.
He went to Bromsgrove School for a little bit. Was at Durham Uni as well. Played a bit at Nottinghamshire. But it's his home county, Yorkshire, where he's settled as much as anywhere. And this latest delivery just dropped into the leg side this time by Frayne. There's no run. You might just be able to hear the headlines ident, which has just prompted Bradders to go, oh, got an update. Better pop off and do that. And DT will come back in for a minute or two. Leach shuffling in. Right arm over the wicket. It's full of length, and Frayne times it nicely but drops it out into the offside. And there is no run. 247 required by Yorkshire at the outset. They've got 5 of those so far. 4 of them to Frayne and just the 1 to Harry Duke. Overcast at the moment. 2 slips in place. The Rapids is their name in this competition. Needing to attack and try and take some early Yorkshire wickets. That's hammered into the deck by Frayne with a cut shot and bounces over the top of Ed Barnard, I think it is, at point. He's fairly close in at point, isn't he? And it really did kick on, and he's gone all the way up to the popular side for 4 runs. So Frayne on to 8.
I think Barnard's there is just indicating that I'd have taken him a bit by surprise. It popped and went well over his head.
Here's Leach again.
That's
Straight delivery, appeal for
close.
LBW,
Yep.
and he's gone. Yep, not a great surprise. He was just falling over to the offside, Will Frayne. We'll see it again and maybe get a better appreciation for what went on. In fact, hard to tell from the angle, but it certainly looked to strike him in front. It's whether or not it was going on to hit, in the opinion of the umpire. It was doing, and so Will Frayne's innings lasts just a few deliveries for his 8 runs LBW to Jack Leach, and Will Luxton walks out to bat.
Yeah, so disappointing there from Frayne to innings since that marvellous 143. He batted quite well on Thursday as well, didn't he? But there his head was toppling over. Leach got him out of position. ball came back in slightly, and I think he was in, well, I said straight away, and Conor he was in a lot of trouble there. So it's Will Luxton coming out. Would you have been tempted to send out George Hill at this time? I know George Hill isn't in a lot of form at the moment, but it might have just been an opportunity for someone who opens in the Championship just to dig in quietly and just go about his work without a lot of time pressure on him. You know, being out of form at the moment, play yourself back into form, even if you're 10 not out after you've at the end of the 10th over or something. Started a new over from Dylan Pennington. He bounces that one in and tucked around the corner for a single for that, or is he trying to watch the Colonel? Yes, it was a little bit of bat on it. 10-4-1. That's a key blow for Worcestershire. We could well have a game on our hands here, especially if one of these two were to go early as well, because we saw the fragility of the Yorkshire batting on Thursday. And that one's bounced and gone. He's gone first ball. That ball has bounced. Will Luxton has got a little, I think, inside edge, and Yorkshire in trouble. 10 for 2, whereas Worcestershire were 18 for 2. So, well, little burst in the ears there, Doidgy. Not quite sure what that was all about, but Luxton making his way off a first baller. Oof.
Well, Luxton was called to the wicket for a dead box, involving Dylan Pennington for no score.
And well, here is just mentioning George Hill coming out at this stage. Ideal situation in a way for him. If any situation is ideal when you're out of touch. I'll make way and let Bradders back in, but that's a fantastic start for Worcestershire.
Certainly is. Dylan Pennington getting that one through, and well, both line and length key, weren't they? A little bit of kick off the pitch, and it just did a little bit of something off the pitch, and Will Luxton couldn't help but play at it. He could have left it on length, but very difficult to leave it, isn't it, when it's straight through at those stumps. You feel like you want to defend your stumps, you feel like you want to get something on it, and he did. Unfortunately for him, he's out. There's Bradders.
Dylan Pennington bowling down the slope, his favourite end here at Scarborough, and coming forward defensively is George Hill. Push the ball back up on the offside. So when he clicks, Pennington, I'd say, would be the quickest bowler in the game. Although Code and White bowled very well this morning. Used the conditions extremely well. Here's Pennington in again. And this time forward defensively comes George Hill. There's a bit of cloud coming over and maybe gone a couple of degrees cooler than it was earlier, but just to reiterate, it's a very pleasant day at Scarborough, as most days in Scarborough. Don't think I've ever been here when it's rained.
Oh. Speak to JMO. He was not happy with the weather the other week when Hampshire were here.
Well, he's never
not happy at all.
He's never happy. Here's Pennington's next ball, and forward comes in. Nice shot, drive that way through between extra cover and mid-off. Might not go all the way to the boundary, because that is the longest boundary, and Jake Libby's got one of those chases where he's got to run after it because it might just stop, but it doesn't, and it just gently rolls over the rope for four. But nice shot that from Hill. Do him a world of good. It doing his confidence a lot of good. Just leant into it. Nice half volley-ish and pushed it away.
He will, because he's had some. He's had a pretty awful run just lately. A few ducks, 2 of them. Got a pair here in one of the recent 4-day games, and a duck in one of the innings in the other one as well. Be delighted I'm reminding him, listeners, of that.
Pennington in. It's in the air for a while on the leg side. It's safe because it bounces to the left of Taylor Cornell, and Kashif Ali in there will come through for a couple on this occasion. End of Pennington's over. A wicket taking over. 16 for 2 Yorkshire after 2 overs. They need 247 for victory, 246 for 8 was the Worcestershire total. The marquee side of the ground is deserted because it's lunch, so everybody has to go in for their lunch, and nobody, not a soul, is outside watching the game. I suppose if you've got a good view and the table's near the door, you'll be all right.
Yeah, not a soul. As Leach comes in, Duke behind it, pushes up to mid-on. And there's no run. These two, of course, well, they made their names, really, in Yorkshire colours in this competition last year when they were given opportunities. One particular match stands out in the mind when Harry Duke got 100 at Leicestershire and George Hill got about 90-ish in the same game, 90-91. And they batted together in a really good long partnership, so they can do the job. And of course, George Hill himself has had a couple of first-class hundreds this year, a big one at Northamptonshire, 151 back in the early part of the season. Here's Leach, and Duke over the top of that, dropping into the offside. No run, so yeah, George, he's a nice player. He'd probably be hoping that Worcestershire had brought a spinner or two, because he's a particularly good player of spin. He's probably the best player in the club of those who are playing regularly at the moment.
Yeah, well, somebody's going to have to bowl some overs, some filling overs for Worcestershire today.
Leach coming in again, and Duke, top of the bounce, tucks that way nicely into the leg side. They're going to come back for two because George Hill is keen, broken toe or not. He gave good support there to Harry Duke and has got back for a second. So they've lost those couple of wickets, but they're keen to try and maintain some momentum here, Yorkshire, to not get lost in the early part of the innings. Still to come. Skipper Jonathan Tattersall next up, Matthew Waite, who we know can be a powerhouse on his day. Matthew Revis, good player. Don Bess, certainly worth a few runs himself, of course, as well. Can bat as Duke lays his bat on this one, runs it down to the incoming third man, and they get a single. And then beyond Bess, Loughton, who was 32 not out against Lancashire on Thursday, Ben Code and Jack Shutt. So we've still never seen much of Jack Shutt with the bat. Ben Code can flay a few around the park if needed on his day.
Everybody bats now, don't they? There aren't many rabbits left in top-class cricket.
Now here's Leach again to Hill this time. A little bit of nip in towards the right-hander off the pitch. Does that hand-shapey thingy with his right hand to show Harry Duke what happened. Meanwhile, the latest in their chase of 254 to win. Rawdon CC 7 without loss in the third over.
Oh, right. 254 there. 45 overs.
Yep.
Good luck to him.
Good delivery again from Leach. More significant nip in towards the right-hander there. It would have gone over the top of the stumps, and George Hill is just rubbing the top of the right thigh. His back leg, which maybe he doesn't have protection on. End of the over then. So Leach going for just the 3 from it. 4 overs gone, and Yorkshire in their attempt to get 247 to win this, a 19 for 2.
You're listening to live cricket from Scarborough today. I'm Dave Bradley, Jonathan Doige and Dave Townsend complete your commentary team. What a joy it is to be here. Here's Dylan Pennington. He's in and bowls, and this is played away nicely. That's going to race away for 4. That's going down the stroke. Very well timed off the back foot by Harry Duke. Just got inside the line of it. It wasn't that short, but eased it away. Eased it rather than cut it, I think. Used the pace of from the bowler, from the delivery, to play it away. So he picks up 4. Yorkshire go to 23 for 2. Worcestershire, of course, were 18 for 2 earlier in the day. Pennington races in again. This time Duke drives, or checks his drive really, doesn't go through with it. And in the end plays it out to Jake Libby, who is at mid-off. a photographer picks up his stool upon which he sits
Paul Butterfield.
and wanders off to take pictures elsewhere. It has become a bit of a hobby of mine recently, taking pictures of cricket. I've bought a decent camera. And
Yeah, you know, I could do that.
here's Pennington in bowls. Good pace on it, but starts a bit too wide and goes a bit wider, so it goes straight through to Cox. Yeah.
When with my two sons playing bowls over near Lytham St Anne's a couple of years ago, maybe more than that. I just remember James, my elder son, saying, "Dad, I think I've found my retirement sport." But for me, actually, photography might be my retirement sport.
Yeah. I go to my local games. I'll take 400 pictures, of which 20 are of use, but it's good fun. Pennington in bowls, whipped away off the pads, but straight to Kashif Ali, who is at a mid-wicket position, we'll call that. No run, 23 for 2. Yeah, I do enjoy it as well.
Michael Hickman's tweeted, "I bet you can't believe you look today, JD, being in the com box with two legends such as DT and DB." I can't. I'm learning a lot.
Who was that from? I'm just trying to work out if it's one of DT's pseudonyms online. Here's the next ball from Pennington, which is eased down to fine leg, where Leach is the fielder. He's nattering away in the background, so it's like yeah. I've seen you on my telly. You're called interference, aren't you? Single to Yorkshire. They now go on to 24 for 2, of which George Hill has 6 and Harry Duke has 10. And it will be George Hill to face the next delivery from Dylan Pennington, and this brings him forward. And he just has to make sure that the ball's not going to roll back onto the stumps, which he does, just dabs his bat onto it. And that is the end of the over. And at the end of it, which is the 4th over, Yorkshire need 247 to win. They are 24 for 2.
Yeah, it's the end of the 5th, actually, at DB.
That is correct.
I'm learning how to count. That's what I'm doing today.
That's dangerous.
Yeah. Lily says, and thanks for the ice creams, Lily, by the way. She brought them to us at lunchtime again. Very tasty. Harry Duke and George Hill can rebuild the innings, she thinks, as Jack Leach is in from the Peasholm Park end. Harry Duke solidly behind it. They've taken a slip out now, just the one in place. Martin Rowe says, "This DT chap, he's obviously a little bit older than you, Jonathan." Jonathan, I specified. "You and your colleagues give the impression that you wheel him out in his bath chair for the commentary, then wheel him back into his storage until next time." And that is the case. I took a call last night from his carer, and she said, "We've seen him wandering off around Scarborough. Would you mind, we're having a day off tomorrow, would you mind taking him to the cricket with you to do a bit of commentary, and we'll come and collect him afterwards?" Here's Leach, and Duke plays that up to mid-on, and there is no run.
God. Do you know, of all the jobs you wouldn't want to do, DT's care, it would be a shocker, wouldn't it? Well, I was caring for him last night on the seafront. He was wandering around, you know, feeding the seagulls. They called for a helmet here. Jake Libby has just called to the pavilion for a helmet. Does that mean that Ben Cox is going to stand up to Joe Leach, which I've seen him do in the past?
Here is Leach to Duke, who's stepping into this. Yeah, maybe just trying to drag Harry Duke back into his crease. You can get in touch on @Jonathan Doidge, @DO_cricket, @Bradders @BBC, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. We have that email in from earlier. Some more Dalek cricket facts from Rupert. It is quite lengthy. I'll do my best, starting after this delivery, which has been bowled now by Leach to Duke, who blocks solidly. Following on from my email during the Hampshire Champo game, I've unearthed some more interesting facts about the Daleks and cricket. Davros is actually an MCC member and attends matches at Lord's whenever he can, usually parking his mobility buggy, which is painted in MCC colours, in the gap between the Harris stand and the main pavilion, as Daleks struggle with stairs. DT will surely have seen him at Yorkshire's NW8 outground. More in a mo. because Leach is coming into bowl again here to Duke, who flicks to the leg, but they've got a man positioned for precisely that shot, and so there's no run. Dennis Lilly's aluminium bat was originally made for a Dalek batter. During the pre-war era in an MCC subcommittee was formed to determine whether aliens should have a separate entrance onto the pitch from gentlemen and players. Its findings have never been made public. Still more to come, but Leach is on his way in and bowling now. And again, Duke blocking solidly. That will complete that over at 24 for 2. And he finishes off by saying the Daleks learned most of their close catching techniques watching videos of Brian Close in the 1960s, given they all have armoured outer bodies and are there are special conditions of play to limit the number of close catches they're allowed to deploy. The Daleks are still at loggerheads with the ICC about the use of DRS in intergalactic test matches. A, they naturally prefer the term ERS, Extermination Review System, rather than DRS, and B, the notion of umpire's call is an anathema to them because Daleks don't bowl inaccurately.
Dylan Pennington bowls accurately and played back up the pitch by George Hill. Who sent that in?
That was Rupert.
Right, okay. I think we should have a collection for Rupert to see if he can get out more. Well done, Rupert. Very good. What an imagination. 24 for 2. Dylan Pennington is coming steaming in to George Hill, and this is an appeal, but it's going down the leg side. It's not a lung-busting appeal. It's a muted one. The bowler and the wicketkeeper didn't really think it was going to be given out. They thought they'd have a bit of a yell anyway. The hubbub of conversation that goes on around a cricket ground. What do people talk about? Very often, of course, not the cricket. Many other things will be discussed. Pennington's next ball, and this is tucked away. Oh, there! Oh, could be in trouble here if he hits. He's out. Oh, now Duke was coming down the pitch. He slipped on the. He wasn't running on the cut bit. He was on the wicket next to it, or the pitch next to it. Kashif Ali picked it up, and if he'd have hit the stumps, then he would have been run out by a country mile. He was not in the frame, as they say, so a little bit of a let-off for Harry Duke, but he would have been unfortunate to be out in that manner. Pennington in again to Hill, who drives. Nice shot, 4 runs. Lent into it, over pitch, on or about the off stump, and Hill played a sumptuous drive back past the bowler, which I often think is one of the most satisfying shots in cricket. The bowler comes hurtling in and you just smash it back past him. 28 for 2 Yorkshire, 10 apiece to the 2 batsmen, to Duke and Hill.
Yeah, one of the shots of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just, we see all these adaptations, and that's fine. Takes a lot of skill to do them, but still, you do get rewarded for proper cricket shots as well in this form of the game.
Especially now in the first 10 overs, where there's only 2 fielders out. I mean, a bit later there might be somebody stationed out there for that very shot. Hill waits, Pennington bowls, and this time he comes forward and plays the ball away on the offside. And then has a look at his studs. Maybe he's got a bit of something stuck in there. I'm sure his partner, Harry Duke, has had a good look at his studs after he tumbled over. Might be a bit greasy on those wickets, or those pitches next to the pitch we're playing on, because the groundsman will have tried to get some water on them during the week, I'm sure. Pennington in bowls, and well left by Hill, left on length this time. And the bounce has been pretty good on this pitch today. There's been a little bit of sideways movement early on, bit of swing as well, and the spin bowlers have got a bit of turn, the slow bowlers, but the bounce has been pretty straightforward all the way through. At the end of the over, Yorkshire 28 for 2. That's the end of the 7th over. They need a total of 247 to win.
John Logan has emailed in. John, one of our regular emailers during championship games, and he actually says, "Good afternoon, JD. I quite often don't watch or listen to white ball games, but there are 2 exceptions. Yorkshire playing at Scarborough and Dave Bradley on commentary.
Who are these people?
What an absolute delight it is to listen to Brad. It's just a shame he's confined to the PA box at New Road these days instead of commentating on Worcester's matches. That said, at least Brad is kept busy, as his PA voice at New Road over the commentary can generally be heard these days every 5 minutes or so, as Leach is in bowling to Duke, who defends, saying the new batter for Worcestershire is...
Oh, no, I don't use batter. No, I say coming into bat for Yorkshire is so-and-so. Coming into bat for Worcestershire is so-and-so. I'm not a fan of the term batter, although when one does the Central Sparks games, one has to be very careful to say batter. Batter is something that DT and I had round our fish last night for me.
Coming into bat is Ed Pollock. Here's Jack Leach bowling to Harry Duke, who's got a thickish outside edge on that one. Would have gone probably about 2.5 slip widths. It was falling to the floor at the point it got level with first slip, so probably wouldn't have carried anyway. And it's 1 down to third man. John goes on, Ed Pollock, what does he have to do to get rested? He seems to have been trying to play himself into form since April.
Well, every now and then he does it.
Daisy, as they call them. Some days he does, some days he doesn't. Now then, George Hill's got underneath this Jack Leach delivery, but he's got it away over the top of extra cover, and he might actually... Oh, I think that's 4. But our fielder, Kashif Ali, I think, has not fessed up and said, I think I might have been over the rope there while I had my hand on the ball. And so they've had to settle for 3. There we go.
We don't have replays.
No, we don't. Leach from the Peas home park end. And Duke drops that into the pitch on the leg side. There's no run. Andy says pendant corner here. How do again? Tell Brothers it's a dagger that denotes wicketkeeper. Asterisk denotes captain. Apologies, but I can't let him get away with that. Peace and wickets.
It looks like an exclamation mark on the scorecards. I mean, that's not a dagger, that's an exclamation mark. It's an obelisk, not an obelisk.
Is this a dagger I see before me?
An obelisk is on top of a hill.
Here's Leach again, driven by Duke, but towards the inside edge of the bat, which diverts it back to the bowler. No run.
Well, it's usually a plush mark for the wicketkeeper on scorecards. And that is not, well, it's not a plush mark, but it's not a dagger. That is not a dagger. I know what a dagger looks like.
And Andy, who's prolific on his emails today, says, got to say that Joe Leach looks like he should be playing prop forward for my beloved Fev Rovers.
Ah, he could do. No trouble.
Saying that, he's just got a wicket. Boo, he says. Sun coming out here at North Marine Road. Nice little push, really, to point by the batter. That is Harry Duke to complete that over with the score on 32 for 2.
Adam Finch is doing some warming up for Worcestershire, so maybe they'll give Joe Leach a bit of a blow and then work him in between throughout the afternoon.
Definitely a different audience today to what we've seen for the Champo games here so far this season.
Nice.
I would say a little younger.
Nice to
the
see
average
that,
age.
yeah. Nice to see. Pennington in bowls, Hill forward, pushes the ball away on the offside. No run. Apparently I missed the, was it a slightly sarcastic remark, introducing the Worcestershire batsman every 5 minutes. Which has occurred a few times this season. 32 for 2 here, Yorkshire. They need 247 for victory. Still a few strolling back after the interval, so maybe they've had to walk down to the local pub or the local cafe. And they missed a couple of wickets going down. Hill waits, forward he comes and pushes the ball just backward of square on the offside where Ed Barnard is the fielder. Barnard will be one of the 4 medium pacers today, so we've got Pennington, Finch, Leach and Barnard. And then the other 10 overs, you would think, would probably be Jake Libby, Cashy Valley can bowl a bit of spin, and Taylor Corner will maybe have to make those overs up between them. Pennington, an out-and-out bowler. Bowls and Hill forward, plays the ball. Has plenty of time to play that shot. Pushes it away into the offside. Gareth Roderick is the fielder, not keeping wicket today. Roderick, as I say, Worcestershire have had 3 different wicket keepers in recent games. Roderick, Cox and young Cullen kept, and I'm told kept very well, down at the Rose Bowl on days of today, Sunday, on Friday. Pennington hurdles in again, and this time he'll once again forward, very solidly behind that. Roderick again is the fielder. The sun is back with us, hurrah, hurrah, topping up the tans. So, is there more cricket at Scarborough this season, DJ?
There's just one more RL50 game. In fact, the last group game of the lot is back here on the 23rd of August. I think it's a Tuesday against Hampshire.
Is Paddington in again. Hill opens the face of the bat, just runs it down to third man, where Finch is the fielder. One more to the total, goes to 33 for 2 in the 8th over. So one more game here this season.
Yep.
I think this is an out ground, isn't it? Because it's not the main ground of the club, but I think this is the biggest out ground in the country, isn't it? Must be.
Yeah, it's not really an out.
It's
in that
not.
respect, it's not really an out ground, is it?
No.
It's a proper,
Yeah.
purpose-built facility, stadium, as it were.
Pennington in bowls. Good ball, good pace on it, but seen nice and early by Duke, who gets his bat and indeed gloves out of the way and lets it go through to the wicketkeeper. Leach to continue because he's taken his cap off. I'm not sure what the helmet thing was all about, but I've got to go and do something else. So, you popping in, DT, or?
And Leach going to continue at this Pizarn Park end, so unbroken these first pair of Worcestershire bowlers for the first 10 overs of the Yorkshire innings, and well, they've both had some success, haven't they, as well. 1 wicket apiece. Will Frayne LBW to Jack Leach for 8 off 11. He was out and the score was on 9 as Leach bowls here to Hill, who will work it square on the leg side for just the 1. And then Will Luxton, well, his time at the crease lasted precisely 1 delivery. He was caught behind by Ben Cox off the bowling of Dylan Pennington without scoring. So a wicket apiece for the pair of them. Martin Rowe says, good bantery, DT. I'm having a right good chuckle.
Yeah, well, if I could have been pedantic, I don't think Will Luxton did last 1 ball, did he?
Yeah. Here is Leach again, and that's pushed rather than driven by Duke past the bowler to mid-off, no run. Yeah, he lasted a ball.
Well, yeah, all right. His innings spanned a ball. We'll go with that. 34 for 2. Who was that saying he was enjoying the banter?
Martin Rowe.
Oh, thank you, Martin.
It's another one you can put on the board, that DT, when you get home. Print it off, stick it up there. Here's Leach, and it's in the air, this little flick round the corner by Duke, but it bounces short of Pennington, who fields it short. Fine leg. DT, when you go to DT's house, there's this massive poster of DT as you walk into his living room, sort of braided in gold, with a pair of the cans on, and also he's got a laptop in front of him and he's got a book next to it. Do they play cricket in Ireland? It's all there. And there's kind of a shrine with candles in front of it that everybody's allowed to light a candle when they go in to worship DT. As Leach is in, and that's flicked to leg by Duke, and there is no run. And it's a bit like it's kind of a bit, you know,
on fire today, aren't you?
it's a little bit eerie though, because you see all this and it's almost like, you know, he's his own Buddha or something like that. Other religions are of course available, but then round the other parts of the chimney breast and in the recesses there, and believe me, there's a lot of recess and there's quite a lot of breast. Leach turns and he's running away from us to run in a ball to Duke here, who pushes it into the offside. He's going to get it beyond the diving point. He wants to come back for a second. He's always keen, Harry Duke, but sent back by George Hill, and they get 1, 35 for 2. And then round the other bit, it's a bit like a scene from, if you remember it, folks, it's a bit like a scene from a Morse episode where he's finally found, you know, the baddie, the murderer. Yeah, and in the murderer's lair, there's all the people he wants to kill or he has killed, and DT's got all the other commentators that he's jealous of all around everywhere, and there's a big line through Bradders. I think I've got a moustache on it and a pair of distorted specs. I don't, Churchy over there somewhere in the corner with I think he's got a bullet hole through the forehead as that's pushed out into the offside by Hill to complete the over at 35 for 2.
Only one bullet hole.
Just the one, I think, for the moment. And then Kev Hand, well, I can't tell you, he's just been completely and utterly mutilated on the photograph by DT, as he's going to take all these commentators down one by one and take his rightful place at the top of the commentary tree.
Oh, that's a wonderful little skit, Toyji. I enjoyed that one. I didn't quite know where you were going with it initially. But,
Skit? Fess up, come on.
Well, okay, a monologue, shall we say, or whatever. Yeah, very good. 35 for 2, so a recovery from 10 for 2, as they were when Will Luxton went first ball. 12 to Duke and 15 to Hill. Duke on strike. And that's driven straight back past the bowl. A good diving stop at mid-on. They're going to get a single. But that could have been a lot worse. That was nicely struck. And the bowler there is actually just thanking his fielder. It's a new bowler on. It's the guy who didn't get the bat. Where's he, Les? You were looking around for him as well.
He says it's a new bowler on. It's the guy who didn't bat.
It is. Comes in, bowls. Driven firmly up to mid-off, no run. I've not got my scorecard in front of me. Help me out.
Where is your scorecard?
What's he mumbling on about, the old fool?
He said there's a new bowler on, and he's the one who didn't bat. He was trying to identify him.
Finch, of course. Finch. 36 for 2. Straight approach. Good pair of shoulders on him. Bowls, pitches up, and that's clipped away. More fielders allowed out now, of course, because the first power play is finished. That one's out to Kashif, who sends the throw in. The batsman jogged through for a single. 16 to Hill. Duke on 13. These two under no immediate time pressure. Not the biggest target. Finch pitches up, and that's striking him on the striking the batsman on the pad, but not before he got a chunk of bat on it. And Bradders has supplied me with another of his cards.
Is it the Joker?
Oh, he keeps that one. 37 for 2.
I just played the Joker. I double it up to 6.
Bowls an edge and gone. Harry Duke on his way back. Perfect length delivery, just leaving the batsman from Finch. And a regulation catch moving in front of first slip. He didn't have to dive, he just moved over nicely. Ben Cox, his second catch of the innings, just as Yorkshire was starting to seize control of the game. They've lost their third wicket. So Harry Duke on his way back. 14 runs, although the ball is showing 13 runs.
Yeah, so is the streaming pick.
So I'll go with the 13. I'm sure he said 14. He's clear with his pronunciation, isn't he?
He did say 13 actually, so I think you need to go to Specsavers and get your ears syringed or something like that.
5 for Yorkshire. Johnny Tattersall.
Yorkshire captain coming out to the middle, so yeah, Harry Duke caught Cox bowled Finch for 13 off 30. Fifth ball of the 11th over. That partnership was 27 for the third wicket, so they talk about batting in partnerships, and Yorkshire have made 9, 1 and 27 from their 3 partnerships to date, and Worcestershire will be feeling increasingly confident here. They're just chipping away, and somebody has got to dig in for Yorkshire and play the long game. George Hill will be trying to do that, and you can bet your bottom dollar that so too will the captain, Jonathan Tattersall.
So Johnny Tattersall takes strike number 12 on his back. Slip still in place. They've handled this really well, Worcestershire.
Martin Rowe says he was going to switch to listen to his beloved Leeds Rhinos. Yeah, let me know how they're going on, Martin, because they're my beloved as well. But he says, you guys are cracking me up. Great fun and entertainment. You might have lost your way. Well, DT obviously did.
Oh, a nightmare to start there. It's been called into action before you're ready. You see, I hadn't warmed up. Finch bowls, driven in. Well, it's
Crowd
stopped to cover. Crowd catch. He didn't actually hold on to it out there. So that's the end of the over 37 for 3 at the end of that over. Well, it's in the balance, but slightly, would you say, slightly towards, at the moment, slightly towards the visitors here, Georgie?
Probably. It's fairly even, because partly because there's so much time left, it's fairly even, isn't it? So there's a long way to go yet, and there's still 2 capable players, and they do bat down to at least number 9 Yorkshire, but
somebody's got to grasp the nettle, haven't they?
Yeah, grasp the metal and nettle. Here's Barnard from the Peaceholm Park end, driven into the offside by George Hill. Leach fielding, they get through for 1. Yeah, it's got to be one of these two has really got to play a significant innings, if not both of them from here on in, or else you're just relying on people lower and lower down the order, and at the end of the day people bat lower down the order because usually they're not as good as the person above them in the order, unless it's for a specific reason. Not saying they can't play, of course they can, but you know what I'm saying, you're relying on players who are for a reason going in a bit lower down. So Tattersall flicks this to leg, and
you do feel with this lineup that Yorkshire are just a batter short, don't you? With or batsman short with Waite coming in at 6. I'd rather be seeing him at 7.
Batsman no longer exist as terminology in the game, David, as you would inform me if that were the case. Punched off the back foot, this ball short of length by Barnard to Tattersall to point, no run. Batsman still exists as a form of the game if you're reading books written in days of yore. But as of about a year ago, wasn't it now, it was outlawed. Resigned look from both my colleagues either side in the comm box. Here's Barnard again, and Tattersall tucks it away nicely into the leg side to get off the mark.
Old habits die hard, Dodgy. We do try. 39 for 3.
Barnard, one of the few players in the match to have a castle named after him. Here he comes from the Peaceholm Park end, and Hill drops that into the legs. I didn't know too much about where it had gone actually after playing the short. They've taken out slip now, so they've got plenty of fielders in front of the bat that are in the sort of general eye line of the batter. Just dispatching Kashi Valley off to the cover boundary. They've got a mid-wicket sweeper as well, who's a few yards in from the boundary. It's a little bit longer to the boundary down away to our right, the west side of the ground. Barnard in and eased up to Kashi Valley, who's coming in to do the sweeping. Single to George Hill to complete the over. He'll be having a chat with Tattersall on 18 and Yorkshire 40 for 3 after 12.
Well, you say there are not too many. He's the only player in the two sides to have a castle named after. I can't think of many first-class cricketers who've got castles named after them. You're struggling now, aren't you? 40 for 3. Jason Roy.
Jason Roy.
Jason
Yeah.
Roy, yeah. But other than that. Start a new over. Finds the gap through the offside. There is no sweeper out there. And another very nice boundary to George Hill, and you can almost feel in the audience people know that he's had a tough time, and they're just that the response is just that a little bit more appreciative, isn't it, when he strikes those boundaries. The sweeper now has gone back, so that's not going to be allowed a boundary there again for Hill. So his next delivery from Finch is struck very firmly in the same direction. This time there is a man on the cover boundary, and there's just the one run, so 45 for 3. He's a lovely young batsman to watch, isn't he, George Hill, when he starts scoring his runs. And he's got just over half of this 45 for 3 so far, and he could be the man putting the mockers on him to take up this challenge for Yorkshire, who are just under 200 runs away from victory as Finch bowls, and Johnny Tattersall manages to play the ball into his crease, bounces up over the stumps and dribbles towards the keeper. So good fortune there for the Yorkshire skipper, and George Hill going to have a little word with him. They've taken a few steps towards each other, patted the pitch. 45 for 3, the score remains. Finch from the Trafalgar Square end bowls, and a very nice shot there. That's going to be for the best from Tattersall. He's played that through a wide of mid-on, between mid-on and mid-wicket, way up towards the scoreboard in the tea room side of the ground. It's actually the secondary scoreboard. We can't see the main scoreboard here at North Marine Road, which is away to our right, the other side of the press box. A few post-luncheon Yorkshires starting to go up in the crowd. Finch bowls, and a nice straight drive this time by Tattersall. He's going to get 4 more there on drive. No chance of that one being stopped at mid-on. So, well, that's 3 boundaries in the over. And all of a sudden, things are looking a little rosier at 53 for 3, the 50 up for Yorkshire.
Brad is already planning his route home. He wants to get out now, by the sound of it.
I had to listen to her all the way back from northwest London the other day.
Didn't have to, you could have walked.
Next from Finch, who's played square the wicket. I didn't have to, I could have walked, as you possibly just heard in the background. He very kindly gave me a lift, but his lady on his satellite device is rather strident, and very, you know, she's like a sort of strict schoolmistress type satellite. Different voices, haven't they? She doesn't take any nonsense. That ends the end of the over. 53 for 3, an expensive one, Doige.
Didn't realise you could get that sort of thing on a sat-nav. Barnard going to continue from the Peace
I tell
Out
you
Park
who
end.
should do a sat-nav, and that's
Oh yeah.
will be with the golden voice.
It's Barnard to Hill, who's blocking that into the offside, and there's no run. Turn right onto the A64.
He'd be good, wouldn't he? The Howard Ferguson.
Yeah, you'd want more instructions, wouldn't you? Put your foot down. Cruise at 70. Flash the man in front because he won't move out of the fast lane. Here's Barnard, and with an open face, Hill pushes that out square on the offside pinged that one as well. Cashy Valley had to be quick round to field. You mentioned George Hill and people, if you like, being kind in their applause because of...
not kind, but sort of supportive would be a better
supportive
word.
in their... Okay. He's into his 12th list A match. He scored 223 before this innings started. His highest is that 90 not out he made at Leicester last year, averaging just under 32. As Tattersall cuts this latest Barnard delivery down to third man for a single.
But the crowd here are very knowledgeable, and they'll know he's been having a tough time of it of late. And you can sometimes you can just feel, can't you, in a response to shots by the applause.
Here's Barnard again. Hill right over the top of that, pushes out square on the offside. Tattersall has to be quick. Throw comes in. Only one stump to aim at for Jake Libby, and did pretty well to get it close, but missed. Paul Sterling's had a castle named after him.
Yeah, definitely.
What a mine of information this commentary box really is. As Barnard's in again, and Tattersall runs that out to the offside. There's no run. It's a bit like being in the box with, I don't know, people you used to learn from when you watched television when you were a child. You know, Johnny Ball and Michael Aspel or something like that. Michael Rudd. Except the audio version. Ball short of length this time from Barnard. Nicely played again by Tattersall, who's run it wide of third man, and he's made a bit of a Horlicks of that as the Worcestershire third man. Is it Azhar Ali down there? Kashif Ali down there. Yeah, I think Kashif's at cover. Azhar Ali it was. And he slid round. It looked like his foot was going to go over while in contact, but then he ended up dragging the ball over with him anyway. So 60 for 3 at the end of the over. 14 to Tattersall and 25 now to George Hill.
Never easy, are they, when you're going around the boundary and pace, and I think the secret's always to get a strong hand on it and knock it back in play and then get up and send it in. It's probably not the teaching manual way of doing it, the fielding manual way of doing it. Got to make sure the ball doesn't go over the ropes. New over then from Finch. Bowls and defended by Hill. Back to the bowler, 25 to Hill, 14 to Tattersall. Looks, dare I say it, dodgy, well I can, because he's at the non-strikers end. He looks very good touch, doesn't he? Timing the ball very nicely.
Yeah, I think he's a man playing full of confidence. You think about that 180 he got here, not out in the championship game against Surrey. I know it was in a losing cause, but there's nothing wrong with his innings individually at all. Played superbly. Just different class to what we'd, I think, ever seen from him before.
Finch bowls and Hill looks for the gap, finds it. The shy at the stumps there by Barnard, and he just misses. He's moving to his right at backward point, picked up, shied. George Hill scampering from his ground. I think he would have just made it. Umpire Phil mustered into position well. And anyway, the net result is a single. 26 now to Hill, and that brings Tattersall on strike. Very side-on stance, Tattersall, to almost a closed stance, and he's getting another run there, and an appeal as a direct hit from Azhar Ali at mid-on, but, well, Phil Mustard was in excellent position, and he judged that Tattersall was home, but yeah, I think he was comfortably home looking at that replay. So, there's always that little bit of doubt, though, isn't there, when there's a direct hit. 62 for 3. Remember, they're chasing at 246 for 8. A long way away at this stage. Hill now as Finch comes in, bowls, and a nice shot whipped through mid-wicket, not perfectly timed. Kashif does the fielding, sends in a nice throw.
Since the match that commenced on the 12th of June between Yorkshire and Hampshire, when George got 131 in a championship game, he's only actually walked out to bat on 10 occasions in the last, what's that, going on for 2 months now. That's not a lot of batting, is it, when you consider how much cricket there is? He wasn't used in that many of the T20 matches.
Here comes Finch to bowl to Yorkshire skipper Tattersall, who plays that back to him, no run.
So he got 131, then he got 17 in the second innings. He played in the second 11 against Durham, got 64. Didn't bat in 2 matches in, I'm thinking T20s, yeah, Worcestershire and Northamptonshire in successive days. So he didn't bat in 2 T20 games. Then he made 15 not out against Leicestershire in a T20 match at Grace Road.
Finch bowls and just tucked into the onside for comfortable single by Tattersall. So those 10 innings you're talking, including second 11 matches.
Yep, it didn't bat in the quarter-final of the T20 at the Oval when Yorkshire got through to finals day. You and I were down there for that one, and then then he came here. He got a duck and 38 against Surrey. He got 19 in his only innings against Somerset at Taunton. And then he got a pair against Hampshire in the previous match here. 17 against Northumberland in the warm-up game exactly a week ago. 1 not out against Northamptonshire, a duck against Lancs. So this is probably the longest he's batted for quite some time as Tattersall lays his bat on this latest Barnard delivery, first ball of the over. It's taken to 65 for the loss of 3 wickets. So yeah, not seen much actual competitive batting action since he got that 131. That's not for want of opportunities, given that, as I say, 3 out of 4 innings here, for example, in the championship, he didn't score, and he was right up the top of the order. Played a nice pull shot here. Ball short of length by Barnard. Good piece of fielding down by the suits. And he's got back for 2.
Excellent dive. That's what we were talking about. Even if you're running quickly, you can, if you get a good hand on it, knock it back into play.
Barnard in again. Just a little bit of width outside off stump this time, and Hill chooses to punch off the back foot into the covers. Kashif doing the fielding. Single to George takes him to 30. 68 for 3 now, Yorkshire. Remember, they set out to get 247 here to win it. Make it 2 from 3 in the competition so far. Still early doors, but saying that, it is match number 3 out of 8, so we're getting on towards the halfway stage.
Middle doors.
I suppose. Middle doors. Barnard in, and Tattersall works that off his legs and picks up a single. The writer of the Dictionary of Pedantry, David Townsend, strikes again.
Well, I'm not having that. I have to correct you on that.
Here's Barnard bowling to Hill, who drops it into the offside and takes on the field. Good bit of running between the wickets. Between the pair of them, it was...
Is that Pollock coming, was it?
Yeah, Pollock coming in to do the fielding. I don't know why I'd written him down as Barnard on the Worcestershire innings there on my score sheet, because he's number 30 at Barnard, and he's bowling here to Johnny Tattersall, who does get a thick outside edge to this one. No fielder anywhere near it. It was safe enough, and he gets a single down to 3rd man to complete that over. He got to do it pretty quickly as well, did Ed Barnard.
Yes, he's not hanging around, is he, Barnard?
Now moved on to 71 for 3.
Well, the weather just closing in a little bit at the moment. No rain forecast today, but it's a bit gloomy. And of course that does make a difference to the batsman's sighting. The more light or the brighter the better. That's the same for any walk of life, whatever you're doing, you always want a bit of light on something to see it clearly, don't you?
You do.
So Finch to continue. Trafalgar Square end bowls, and that's just eased away down to fielder at third man there for a single. That's I was going to say, for a minute I read his back wrong. I thought that was Joe Leach. I was doing him a big favour. Joe Leach, in fact, is away to our left. The burly figure. Did somebody call him a front rower?
Yeah.
Hill on strike. And has struck on the pad, probably via an inside edge. Lily's put her coat on, making her way back into her seat. She's been up to entertain us today, bought us some ice creams, which was very nice. One of the regulars here every year at Scarborough. On Twitter, always being very supportive and suggesting certain things for us. How she sees the game going. Finch bowls, and that's down the leg side. There's cheeky little appeal, and umpire Phil Mustard's having nothing at all to do with that, and signals are wide. And of course, that's one of the little bits of, do we call that gamesmanship or something that's crept into the game, isn't it? That you try and kid the umpire that it's just flicked something, so therefore he won't give a wide. Oh look, there's that splendid England 1992 World Cup shirt again. There you are, nice. This next ball bounces outside the off stump, and Hill plays a sort of indecisive shot out, lucky not to get an edge there. I think they're one of the nicest, or one of the most iconic, aren't they, World Cup shirts. England reached the final that year. Pakistan won the match. Javed Miandad scored a few, and Zaman al-Haq announced himself on the world stage 30 years ago. Dear me. Next delivery is driven firmly back. And, well, Finch has got a hand on that. He's deflected it almost to wide mid-off. Is it going to reach the boundary? It has reached the boundary. Well, that's ridiculous, because he's driven that back, and the bowler's got down, and I think he got a hand on it. Well, he's obviously got something on it, and it wasn't a boot, so he's got a hand on it, and it's still deflected away and got to the boundary. My word, some power in that shot. 77 for 3. I don't think he got his boot on that, did he? I'm sure he got a hand down to it. Next delivery is short and dismissed through mid-wicket by George Hill, and that was a shot of a batsman who is growing in confidence after a quiet patch or a dry run.
Yeah, you can't.
Just dismissed it,
Just
didn't
too good to bowl out. It was halfway down the pitch.
Don't bowl there to me. And the Azhar Ali now showing the umpire the ball that's he's claiming has been damaged. I'm not surprised. That was a real whack, wasn't it?
Give it a real smite.
Well, Finch bowls again, and he's driven up to mid-on, but didn't really time that. Yeah, he said give it a smite. And I remember when Matthew Fisher was up here during the Hampshire game, he was saying that one of the games they play in the dressing room is how the ball would react to various shots, and that one would be ouch, wouldn't it? Because it was a real smack rather than ooh, nice. Just a gentle caress through the covers. 81 for 3.
Yeah, so 10 from what was a productive over. There's a change of bowling though at the Peace Home Park end. And it's Jake Libby coming into the attack. To bowl here to Jonathan Tattersall, who generally plays the tweakers pretty well. George Hill, as I said before, probably the best player of spin of those who play regularly in the club. Used his feet nicely. It's been his undoing on an occasion or two, notably at Taunton, when he got going very nicely along with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, but then played one shot too many. He's going to get his chance here though, because Tattersall has just pushed one down to long on. Let's have a look at Jake Libby's figures. Plymouth-born Jake Libby, 29 years of age now. Bowling off spin here. His List A bowling has consisted of just 90 deliveries in 16 matches. So as Bradders was saying, he's certainly not front line in terms of what he produces. Hill just milking him for another single, up to Pennington at long on. So Jake Libby has bowled 15 overs, 1 for 56 previously.
Tidy enough.
Going at just under 4 and over.
He's quite happy.
Tattersall pushes down to long on for one more. But you wouldn't look at those stats and think that it's going to be doing all sorts here, would you, if you bat sensibly?
Yeah. a little bit of
84 for
turn.
3. Libby in. And again, Hill uses his feet nicely. Steps away to leg to open up the offside and pushes one to the incoming Kashif Ali. Stephen Bowden, or Bowden, whichever way you pronounce it, Stephen. Hopefully I got one of them right. If you're looking for castles named after cricketers, no need to look further than here. Tattershall Castle in Lincolnshire, as Johnny, right on cue, pushes a single up to long on. He says spelling not quite right, but close enough, surely.
Yeah, good.
Well,
Are
yes.
you going to allow that?
Whoa, you're the pedant. I thought that's definite no from you, because it's not spelled exactly the same. Libby in, and Hill this time works a full ball up to long on, so they've just milked won a ball there, and they'll be happy enough to crack on at that sort of pace. 87 for 3, no alarms from the bowling of Jake Libby. I think I'll take a breather, and if you hand your cans over to Bradders, you can come back over here, can you?
You keep talking.
I will
You
keep talking, don't worry, I can manage that. Too much, people say. Usually you. 87 for 3. George Hill, 42. Jonathan Tattersall has just accumulated 23. And got himself in a big game of the day. Meanwhile, chasing 254 for victory, the mighty RCC are 84 for 2. So both openers, I think, have gone. Bradders is back.
Switch of ends here. Down the slope, and his first ball is whipped away through mid-wicket for 4 more for George Hill. As we were saying, as the lads were saying, is growing in confidence and is looking very good here. Now, Worcestershire's problem is, of course, they've only got 4 frontline bowlers, as we were saying. So Jake Libby has bowled an over, so there may be the Kashif Ali may have to bowl, Taylor Cornell may have to bowl. But here's Ed Barnard bowling. Barnard bowls pulled away through mid-wicket. That could be 4 more. Yep, Kashif Ali gives up that chase fairly early in the piece. That is a very good 50 from George Hill. Raises his bat all round the ground. Excellent innings. Looks up to the heavens as well. Well batted.
Yes, he's had a poor run of scores of late, and certainly ended that run in some style here today. Although that was very close to mid-wicket, wasn't it?
Here's Barnard in again. Hill pulls. Oh, this is in the air for a long time, but lands just short of Azhar Ali at mid-on. One pull shot too many probably there from George Hill. So I tell you one thing that worries me slightly, DT, and I'm glad to see people sitting on the grass, but some of those people over there are very close to that boundary, and if somebody like Azhar Ali or Kashif Ali goes tearing round there could be a bit of a nasty accident. Here's Barnard in and bowls, and Hill comes forward, taps the ball down to backward point where Jake Libby, the Worcestershire skipper, who I think has some thinking to do here at 95 for 3. 37 for 3 when they came together, these two. So a very productive partnership for Yorkshire And to be honest, and I'm not trying to put the kiss to death on them, they don't look in too much trouble either. I think they're going to... I think they no.
Desperate attempt at the commentator's curse there, brothers.
I don't believe in that at all. Here's the next ball, which is pushed by Hill. Once again, a little more force on it this time, but it goes to backward point, where Libby is the fielder. A friendly steward down in front of us. He's been there all day. His feet must be aching. I hope he's been off for a tea break.
Well, apparently he cut his own hair this week.
How do we know that?
Doidge was talking to him.
Right. Here's Barnard in the bowls, and that's played back up the pitch to Barnard at the end of the over. Ollie Davidson, who's been fielding 12th man for Worcestershire, makes his way off, young Scottish international cricketer. And the bits of George Hill's half-century announced, 95 for 3 Yorkshire at the end of the 19th. So they need another 151.
They do, and at this rate, they should get them comfortably enough off the 31 overs. Worcestershire need wickets.
They do
to fall. But yeah, Doidge, he likes to think of himself as a man of the people. Had a chat and said, "Looks as though you've had a haircut since the last time we were here." And they go, "Oh, I did it myself."
I didn't think I'd be discussing the steward's haircut today.
Libby starts his second over, and that's turned past square leg, really. Deep backward square comes in to do the fielding. Down to the longer boundary on the east side of the ground. Libby bowls again and back. That again shows the confidence there of Hill. He was right back on his stumps, just waiting for that. He's starting to bat a little more fluently now. Down the wicket, smacks that one out to cover. In fact, he probably came too far there. He wanted to be just a little bit shorter there and could have got under it. And I think he was going to be targeting long off because there's Joe Leach at deep mid-off, but nobody behind him. Next delivery from Johnny Tattersall, just turned nicely to deep mid-wicket again for a single. They've taken a single a ball. Well, I think he's now bowled, 10 deliveries, and they've taken 9 singles off him. And
yeah, it's looking comfortable.
You can't really afford that. Next delivery is driven back to the bowler. Well, he gets a dot there, so that's acceptable. But when you're trying to keep a team under 5 and over, giving them 5 or 6 singles is not really on. Libby to finish his second over. And gets another dot, so finished that well to put me in my place. 98 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, but at this stage, Yorkshire knowing exactly what they need, they don't have to push it, do they? What have we got? 30 overs from here, 180 balls, and they need less than a run of balls, so they don't have to go around smashing it all over the place. And if they do need to do that, well, they can leave it to the last 10 overs. So I think they are in. If I was a bookmaker, I'd be giving you decent odds on Yorkshire taking this one, but you never know. Add 2 wickets to any score,
etc., etc.
Here's Ed Barnard bowling. Then, well, I'm not quite sure what happened to that one. And Tattersall looked as if he took his eye off it. Was he trying to cut it, or did it just leap a bit more than he expected? I think by his reaction, it probably leapt a bit more than he expected. So he's gone down to give the pitch a psychological prod. Lights on the scoreboard shining a little bit bright. There's no danger of bad light at all, don't get me wrong, but just a little duller than it was earlier. Barnard in bowls, and this time Tattersall comes forward. It's Libby at backward point who does the fielding. Fish and Chip Van still got a cue.
Oh, dear.
He's sending out for more fish.
Yeah. Just at that point, a gull goes overhead. More fish?
More
Who
fish.
said more fish?
Who said fish? Now nick it out off your plate. Barnard to Tattersall, who comes forward, pushes away on the onside. Better over this for Worcestershire.
You often, you don't sort of associate small, and particularly small animals and birds with sort of a routine or a thoroughness, do you? But at the end of the game, if you sit up here and all the crowd disappears, there are a couple of goals that will actually go along row by row, or methodically, looking for food. It's quite an interesting thing to see.
Barnard in bowls. Tattersall plays up to, in the end, mid-wicket. Pollock comes across. It could have gone to mid-on. Azhar Ali for dot balls in the over so far. Yeah, they are. There's all sorts of signs along the seafront. Basically saying don't feed the birds, but they feed themselves off our waste. A lot of it as well.
That's true.
You drop it on the floor, then birds have got it. Barnard to Tattersall again, this time another good ball from Barnard, just fading in a little bit there. Tattersall plays to Pollock at mid-wicket.
That's 7 dots in a row now. So. That starts to build a little bit of pressure, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what they want to do. That's what they need to do, is put some pressure on. No slips, obviously. 3 inside the circle on the offside, 2 inside the circle on the leg side. Barnard in bowls, and this is run down to third man for a single, so rather interrupts that series of dots in the scorer's book. And at the end of the over, 99 for 3 is the Yorkshire total. That's the end of 22nd over. Young Davidson is back on the pitch. Adam Finch has gone off for something.
Running repairs or comfort break, or changes socks.
Check the racing results.
Well, I hope he's not a Manchester United fan and checking the football results.
Why? They're getting beat.
They have been beaten.
Oh, there you go. Not to worry.
So start a new over, and down the pitch comes Tattersall and works that into the onside, and that's the Yorkshire 100. 100 for 3 coming up at the start of the 22nd over. They'll be pleased with that, because obviously that relates to not much under 5 runs per over. Next delivery is clipped firmly down to long on for 1 by Hill, who's on 52 now, 27 to Tattersall, and these two are just moving Yorkshire into calmer waters. Toss it up and again driven down to long on. Just wonder how long it'll be before George Hill decides to try and take Libby over the top of long off as he did before, because it's a safe shot if you can clear mid off. He's down the pitch and looking there to drive that through the offside, because again he got down pitch and actually turned that into a low full toss, which he's hammered at Ed Pollock, that extra cover. Balls again, and Hill just leaning back and chopping that one away to Azhar Ali at short third man for a single. Tick along, tick along, tick along. Libby bowls on the leg stump to Tattersall, who turns that round the corner. He runs the first very quickly, but still can't turn it into 2 runs. His ears were really pinned back for that first single, weren't they? 104 for 3 then.
Yeah, and going along comfortably, and that's all they need to do, really. As I said, there's no need to try and smash it out the ground. There must be a temptation to do that, but there's no actual need. It's Tattersall putting a new grip on his bat handle. He's doing something to his bat handle. I haven't got my glasses on him today.
Well, my specs.
I'm sure that's what he's doing. He's put a new grip on his bat handle. Yeah, all right, he's just done it. 104 for 3.
Not something you normally see halfway through an innings, is it?
No, and there is quite a skill to doing it, because if you don't get it right, you get little ripples and little ridges in it. You can get a special gizmo whereby you can put your rubber handle onto your bat, or your rubber cover onto your handle. Ed Barnard is the bowler. And this time Tattersall drops it away on the offside. Wicketkeeper Cox comes in from behind the stumps to pick up. And no run Scholliker. Tea room relatively busy. There's a quiet little queue in the tea room. Fish and chips still going really well though. He's doing all right. He's stocking up for the winter. He's like a little fish and chip squirrel. Here's the next ball, which is cut away. Good stop that by Jake Libby at backward point. Not sure if that had gone away for 4 because there's a sweeper out on the cover boundary, but certainly would have been a couple, I think. Interesting, Azhar Ali's doing a bit of stretching and arm waving. He is another occasional bowler. He's actually taken wickets in international cricket, Azhar Ali. And took a wicket, if I recall, at Leicester earlier in the season. So whether he'll be pressed into service. Here's Barnard, bowls short, pulled away, 4 runs.
Can't bowl there.
You certainly can't. Not at Ed Barnard's pace. That was really a bit of a long hop in the end. And Tattersall's been in for a while. He's gone up to 33. 108 for 3. 71 these two have put on. I think it's 71 in 12 overs. As Barnard is in and bowls, pushed up to mid-on, no run. Duke was out in the 11th and we're in the 23rd, so I reckon that's 12. And they put on 71 in 12. So
Fish and chips just walking behind the side screen there. Two trays. Right?
Yeah, back to basics next week, GT. Fish and chips, ice cream.
They were nice last night, though.
Yeah.
Well, you come to the seaside.
Yeah, I know. I'm quite happy with it, but I'm, back to bread and gruel next week. Barnard is in here and bowls, and this is dabbed away by Tattersall out to Jake Libby. I get the feeling here that Worcestershire needs something to happen. They need to make something happen.
Yeah.
What that something is, I'm not sure. Do you bring your opening bowlers back on? Because they've got to take wickets here.
Yes, I think a little burst from Dylan Pennington might. A couple of his deliveries were cracking nuts, aren't they?
Barnard in, bowls, Tattersall plays just backward a square on the offside. He's going to pick up a single. Jake Libby dived over top of the ball there, I thought.
He made one of the best stops of the season earlier in the over, and there he's dived over one like a Scottish goalkeeper.
Is there a bit of... he's fielding on the wicket ends because he's fielding at cover points, and whether it bobbled a little bit, who knows.
And here's the make something happen man, Joe Leach, who's going to come back on and try and take a wicket that's so desperately needed because, well, Yorkshire getting towards halfway of there. Well, they're not there. There are a few runs short of that, but they haven't yet reached halfway. This will be the 24th innings.
But they are.
So they're very, very close to the run rate they require. And Joe Leach coming on. I mean, what's halfway of 247? It's 123, isn't it? 123 and a half. So, yeah, I mean they're within a boundary of being up with the run rate they required from the start. And as we know, these run chases usually start and build. Joe Leach back then. That's delivery just coming back into the right-handed Tattersall, and he gets a bit of bat and a bit of pad on that, and he dribbles a couple of yards away. No run.
A very good friend of mine was up here a couple of weeks ago for just a weekend away, and he said he happened to wander in. Scarborough Cricket Club were playing here, and he said, "What a wonderful cricket ground." I said, "Well, you need to go, mate, when the festival's on and when there's top-class cricket there." I'm sure he enjoyed himself.
Leach over pitches, that's in the air, it's driven away backward of square for 4 runs, but it wasn't that far away from Ed Barnard at backward point. Applause there for Johnny Tattersall, and the cries that are as familiar as the gulls that you get after lunch and a few pints of Yorkshire, Yorkshire. It's almost like a gull-like element to it, isn't it?
Yeah. More an osprey, I think. More.
But that was something that could have just happened for Worcestershire. It didn't go down. 113 for 3. Leach bowls and driven firmly by Tattersall, and a misfield, and a poor misfield, really, at mid-on by Pennington. He should have done better because it was hit firmly to him, but you don't let the ball bounce away 5 or 6
get
metres.
everything behind that. If you miss it with your hands, you stop it with something. So,
and Joe Leach then sort of gave him a little bit of a stare. I don't think Pennington was looking at Leach, but Leach has just given him a little sideways look. He's going to be bowling to, having conceded a single, he's bowling to Hill, who comes down the wicket and swings that in the air and is dropped out there in the distance at mid-wicket. And, well,
Gareth Roderick.
disappointing. It was dipping on him, and there's 2 instances where if you were just on the top of your game, 2 in 2 balls, and Joe Leach is saying to himself, well, that was the moment that could have cost us the game. Well, he's a young man, he's George Hill, maybe he'll have another moment of unnecessary attacking intent. Pitches up, does Leach, and fields off his own bowling. I was a little bit worried there that he might actually have picked that up and slung it back at the stumps. he's just got that sort of grump on at the moment.
He is not a picture of happiness at the moment. If you were to describe happiness, it would not be Joe Leach.
No, it would be the inverse of Joe Leach. Life, don't talk to me about life. Where did that come from? That was
I've no idea.
old, thing. Possibly. I'll remember in a minute. That next delivery is just chopped away down to third man for a single. 116 for 3. So 40 to Tattersall, 54 to Leach, to 54 to Hill. Leach takes his sweater from the umpire and his cap and stomps off in the direction of. Well, where's he going? He's going down to fine legs.
Probably not a good time for a youngster to run along the boundary and ask for his autograph.
No.
So the opening bowlers are back. Worcestershire seeking a wicket. Dylan Pennington to bowl, 116 for 3. Not yet halfway through their innings, Yorkshire. In fact, 1 over away from it. So what can Pennington do? He's racing in to bowl to Tattersall. Tattersall guides this one down towards third man. Should only be 1. Finch picks up. Now they're coming back for 2. Good running. Finch actually had further to go away to his right than I first thought. He's actually between 2 panes of glass away from me. But that's good running. It's putting pressure on the fielder.
Yeah, we're having to sort of look through the glass of the press box to our right. Sitting up here proudly in Cali 2.
Pennington's next ball to Tattersall. That's a good ball. Batsman follows that one. We haven't seen one beat the bat like that for a while. Good delivery from Pennington. Really bent his back into that one.
The 2 broadcasting boxes here at North Marine Road. The smaller one, Cali 1, and the one we're broadcasting in Cali 2, named after the great man, Dave Callaghan.
Pennington to Tattersall, and Tattersall tries to cut this, doesn't time it at all, gets it off the bottom third of the bat, it just plunges into the ground and then trickles away into the offside for no run. Not much gap in the cloud there, a little bit of blue sky out over the sea, but looks as if it might well be a bit cool for the rest of the day. Pennington is bowling to Tattersall, pushes the ball away on the offside. There is no run. Excuse me.
Tempted slower ball, just tried to do something a little bit different with that one. Needs to bowl quick, doesn't he, Dylan Pennington? That's the way he's going to get the wickets out there.
That was a quick one that went past the edge of Tattersall's bat a few moments ago.
Yes, yeah, that's what he needs to be doing.
As I say, well, A couple of wickets here, say 119 for 5, which Worcestershire were in their innings after 33 overs. Pennington is in, bowls Tattersall, plays this one down into the ground, beats Barnard at backward point, rolls down to Finch at third man. Not a good throw from Finch. Worcestershire's fielding got a bit ragged of late. That's not a great throw from Adam Finch. Wicketkeeper Cox has to leap up and try and stop it. Needs to be tightened up a little bit. So they're giving a run away. They've dropped a catch. Just needs a little spark here for the Rapids.
You're seeing 123 is halfway, so a boundary off this ball would be halfway at halfway.
And Hill plays this one away to the onside. He's not going to get a boundary as Kashif Ali comes in from deep mid-wicket to do the fielding. That is the conclusion of the over. 120 for 3. I need to go off and perform another task.
Thanks very much, brothers. And Doidge needs to come in as well. So there might be a bit of silence for 2 seconds or 3 seconds, and whilst it takes him to get his headset on. So here we go. It's a bit like a tyre change in an F1. This is doing it quickly and smoothly, and let's see just how quickly the engineers can go with this.
And in comes Leach, and that's pushed into the offside by George Hill. I think we managed to get away with that one, Mr. Pirelli, or whoever it is you're working for. Maybe he's got his own team, no doubt, knowing DT, the Townsend team. Single anyway to George Hill was the upshot, so 121 for the loss of 3 wickets. I've got to speak to the lovely Liz Green to do our 4:30 update, so you might hear a bit of conversation in a few minutes while she asks me a bit about fielding positions and things like that. She's trying to educate herself about cricket, which I think is admirable, as Leach's short ball is pulled by Tattersall to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Yeah. It's,
so bear with me while I try to explain what slip is or something like that, or deep backward point.
I mean, there's jokes about people not understanding offside and things like that in football. There's a lot more in cricket that's confusing to a relative newcomer, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Leach again. Pulled by Tattersall. This time there's a fumble, but a good effort to recover there made by Taylor Cornwall. And no run. I was standing down talking to John Dodds, the groundsman, down by the ice cream tent for 2 minutes there, just at the point at which the catch was dropped, actually, so he was quite close to me. Was the catch dropper Gareth Roderick, and to be fair, he got himself into position. Everything felt pretty much right about it. Tattersall flicks this one into the leg side, and Cornwall with another good diving stop has a shy at the stumps at the non-striking end, and Hill survives. They're coming across to me at 16:34, apparently. Very precise. DT will appreciate that. Yeah, it was one of those catches where he got into a good position. I mean, you've got to say, at this level, 10 times out of 10, having got there, you should catch that. So, you know, Gareth Roderick will be feeling that at this stage, as his latest Leach delivery is pulled by Tattersall for a single. We have the sounds, the strains of Duran Duran to our commentary. But the only thing I would say is, you know, when you are taking a catch like that, you want it to be at that perfect height, and it was he made it into a somewhere in between height catch. So that's, you know, you'd still probably say you point to the fielder for that rather than anybody else. Obviously he was getting himself into position, but that's probably the only thing you can say in terms of why he didn't catch it. It wasn't coming into the sort of chest area, which would have been spot on to sort of pull it into the chest as you're taught when you're younger. Last ball of the over was a dot, so 122 for 3. Just the 2 runs from that Joe Leach over. Malcolm Palmer says, hi, Doidge, JD and Dave. Not the best start by the Tykes, but Pennington's caused us trouble before. Thought we'd bowled well, and Johnny Tatt handled his bowlers admirably. Augurs well Thank you for the comms, Malcolm from the still roasting Alicante. I'll continue here, I think, until they come across to me. Pennington coming in, bowling to Tattersall, who runs it down to third man for a single. Yorkshire can just run this around and can pretty much do it by doing so. Don't have to do anything stupid whatsoever here. As Andy passes on his apologies to Bradders. Couldn't be bothered to get the gigs on to check. Is indeed an exclamation mark, he says. Andy dons his cap and sits in cow corner. Pennington in, driven by Hill, but reading the pitch as he is doing here, George Hill, knowing it's just a little bit on the slow side. He wasn't hard with the hands on that, just dropped it into the gap in the offside and picks up one. John Dodds suggesting that he's left quite a bit more grass on than for the championship game, so it would be a little bit slow, wouldn't it? Just sapping the energy out of the ball. And Barry Ferguson on the Castle front. This is a good one, as that's flicked out to short third man by Tattersall, no run. Ted Helmsley. Very good, Barry. Ted Helmsley. Here we are with the update. I was, indeed. Yeah, well, although at the time, Liz, I've got to say, Spandau Ballet were the sort of heroes, Tony Hadley and all of that. Used to, yeah, spent far too long trying to get the haircut just the same in the mirror, much to the amusement of my brothers, one of them in particular. Yeah, as though we've just seen a wicket. We have just seen a wicket for Worcestershire. Unfortunately, Jonathan Tattersall has just chopped the ball onto his stumps. So Yorkshire's captain is out to the bowling of Dylan Pennington for 45. He'd batted well and put on a good partnership there with George Hill. So they're 124 for 3. Sorry, I'm trying to make notes at the same time as doing this now. George Hill out there with him has just been dropped actually as well. I was wandering around the boundary edge having a chat with the groundsman a few minutes ago when I was off commentary, and he was dropped. Should have been caught really. The fielder made it into an easier chance and then put the ball on the deck, so it could have been worse for Yorkshire. But anyway, they've lost a fourth wicket. Tattersall gone for 45. George Hill not out 57. Matthew Waite now just walking out to bat. Got plenty of time here, Liz, to get the runs. So they've got 50 overs each side today, and Yorkshire sort of just past the halfway stage of their reply. A reminder that Worcestershire got 246 for 8, so Yorkshire 247 to win. And they're pretty much halfway in terms of knocking off those runs at the halfway stage in terms of the number of overs they've got. But they've lost 4 wickets now, so wouldn't want to lose a couple more quick ones here, or else they will be under pressure. At the moment, it's in the balance. You're probably still favouring the home side, but there's a bit of balance about this now, and Dylan Pennington, who's bowling for Worcestershire, is bowling well. But sorry, back to your question. Yes, Duran, yes, Spandau, yes, all that sort of synthesizer, early 80s stuff, yeah. I'll do my best. So Matthew Waite just playing one back to Dylan Pennington. 124 for 4. I thought we were going to get the cricket terminology there, but I think I took so long labouring the Duran Duran and Spandau Ballet point that was that.
Yeah, he did right and did fine. It's always a little bit of light relief.
Pennington to Waite, who dabs that down to short third man, and there is no run. 124 for 4 at the end of the 27th.
Yeah, so Yorkshire did not want to lose that wicket, but Worcestershire very much putting all their going all or nothing at the moment, because Joe Leach is going to bowl another over, and if I'm not wrong, he bowled 5 of his overs in that opening power play.
If you're not wrong, well, of course, you're never wrong.
Oh, well, I know that, but I have to try and I have to try and, you know, play on the modesty angle at times. So, 8th over coming up, I think, for Joe Leach. Pennington's the other real threat, isn't he? And he's running out of overs as well. So Leach running away from us at the Pizon Park end. And you'll never guess what I did, Doidgy, a week and a half ago or whatever it was when that Hampshire game finished. It ended at 3 o'clock and I was able to see a bit of the
battle.
The battle of River Plate down there. And these, you know, sort of couple of reasonable sized model ships come in and a few whiz bangs go off, and yeah, saw some of it as I was making my way back to my digs. Leach bowls, and that's pushed firmly into the offside, no run. 124 for 4, 57 to Hill. Now he needs to really make sure he stays to the end of this. There's no time pressure really on Yorkshire when you think they need another 123 runs in 23 overs. That's not really a tough ask in any sort of white ball cricket. Only 6 wickets left though as Leach bowls, and that's nudged away down to third man thickish edge. One more to Hill, he moves to 58, 125 for 4. Waite will take strike. This is where you just feel good all-rounders as they are, Waite, Revis, Bess, just need that one more batter really to balance out this young Yorkshire side. Burly figure of Joe Leach bowls, pitches up, that one's driven nicely by Waite. He's going to pick up runs here, he may well pick up a boundary. Ooh. And I think that was 4 runs. It's going to go into the book as 2, and again Kashif Ali was sort of got 1 foot over the ropes then, I think, hadn't he? And it's well, let's just say if there were proper replays, I think that's the second boundary that Yorkshire have been denied. But Waite's got 2 runs, 127 for 4. Short delivery to him. He thought about that for a minute, didn't he? Then decided not to go through with the hook shot.
My question there is, it's not like it's a painted line on the ground. How can you not know that is a rope? That is something tangible, something of substance.
Yes, definitely. Is Leach again bowling, and that's driven back past him, but diving stop at mid-off prevents the well, I think mid-on would have come round and prevented more than 1 run, but good stop. Just the one, that's the end of it. Just the dot going into the book. 127 for 4, that's the end of the over.
Not a lot infuriates me as far as cricket goes, but that sort of thing does. I remember playing in a game where somebody had their car rug out, you know, having a picnic at the side of the pitch, and it was laying over the boundary onto the pitch. And the rule, you know, if the ball hits that, then I think the local rule was it was either 5 or it was a boundary anyway, something like that. I remember warning somebody about it. Pennington's in and bowling to Hill here. He drops it into the offside, and there's no run. And sort of, you know, politely suggesting that you might want to pull that off the pitch, because if the ball hits it, it's going to cost some runs. So the ball does, wouldn't you know it, out of all the places on the ground, runs up, rolls onto this bit of car rug, and the opposition fielder, we were batting at the time, knowing what had just been said, just ran up, picked the ball up off the mat, threw it back in, you know, for the concession of what he thought was 1 run. Hill with one hand here plays this out into the covers, and they get through for a single. He's on to 59 now, 128 for 4. And yeah, it just infuriated me that, you know, there's that horrible word, isn't there, that you associate with things like that, and it just sort of galvanises you when you're playing against somebody who's trying it on.
Yeah.
Makes you want to win all the more.
Yes, definitely.
Pennington coming in. Waite turns that one backward of square leg. In comes Joe Leach to field, keeps them to 1. Edward Harland says, JD, many cricketing castles. Cork in Wales. Bolton, brackets Nicole, played for Tasmania. Several Tudor and Stuart castles. But there is a man big in Cumbrian cricket, Stephen Oliphant.
I'll give him Cork, but he's clutching a bit with the others, Georgie.
Pennington, driven by Hill, in the air for a while. Bounces awkwardly past mid-on. And the cheers will tell you that that is 4 runs. 63, yeah. George Hill won 33 for 4.
Was that a bump ball, or was it?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
And the fielder got down to cover it, and then he's just given one of those little skippy bounces over the top of him.
It was the way it sort of looped up into the air that felt like it had hit the pitch first. Yeah. Pennington down the hill, driven nicely through extra cover by Hill here. There is a fielder out there, Roderick, to try and do it at the fielding job, and well, made a bit of a meal of a catch off George Hill, and he's not having a great day when George Hill strikes it, because he picked it up there, should have kept it to 2, but then fumbled, and they got back for a 3rd. 136 for 4, with Hill now on 66. Needs to stay there, George Hill, I would suggest, now that he is very firmly in, and has an appreciation for the pace in particular of this pitch, and also a little bit of trampoline bounce with that extra bit of grass on it. I think that's maybe what the Worcestershire batters did struggle with at times, as Matthew Waite punches into the offside. How do again, says Andy, who will be getting repetitive strain injury from the sheer volume of emails that he's sent in today. End of the over, by the way, 136 for 4. He says, sat in my usual spot, I often wonder which shed you're in. Are you in the BBS, the big blue shed, or are you in t'other one? It depends where you're looking from, Andy, but if you're looking from the tea room end, the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, we are to the right of the big blue box. That's the preserve of all those really important people like the scorers and the people who are full of their own self-importance, you know, the media management types and the scribes there tapping away on their laptops. And we're banished to this little white hutch that we call Cali 2, with Cali 1 alongside.
We don't call it, that's its official name, isn't it? It's
to the right as you look at the big blue box.
Yeah, Cali 2, named after the great man David Callaghan. He left us 3 or 4 years ago, 4 years ago I think, wasn't it? 2018.
Andy goes on, I concur, JD. 80s synth, OMD, Human League, Eurythmics, Depeche Mode, etc. Breath of fresh air to the music scene. Best regards from one man of good taste to another.
Start of a new over then, and well,
it's Taylor Cornell that's come into the attack, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and just a little bit of indecision there, not just up here as to who was going to call the ball, but ball played back past him and was going to nearly go to stick through, and my word, he's dropped that one short. George Hill's eyes have lit up. He was going to hit that somewhere over the stand, and the ball spun and it's just missed the off stump. Corner pitches up again, and Hill strikes that into the ground. This is like sometimes in a club match, isn't it? When a very poor bowler comes on and you can't hit the ball as easily as you can with a proper bowler. Now come on, Mr. Taylor Cornell, that's a better delivery. And that one's back past him, worked down to long on for a single. But there were a couple of rank deliveries there, and Hill really just should have done something with them and didn't. Let's just leave it at that. So 2 balls left in the very good first over, really.
You mean the sort of bloke who comes on bowls a donkey drop, you can put it anywhere you want in the ground, it tends to go straight up in the air to the keeper or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, you just can't get the pace into the shot, can you? Because you know the ball's not coming on. Oh well, certainly Matthew Waite's got no problem putting the pace into that. He's dropped short again. That is what George Hill should have done with the one that nearly bowled it. And he's just gone, thank you very much, thank you. And he's hit that through mid-wicket for his first boundary, 141 for 4. So this is pretty loose stuff at the moment from Cornwall, although he's only conceded 5 runs. Make that 6 runs as he plays that backward of square. Is he going to come back for a second? No, he fancies keeping the strike, I think, at the end of the over. Moves on to 842 for 4, 67 to Hill. So an eventful first over there from Taylor Cornwall. Left arm around the wicket, I should have mentioned, spin bowler. So Yorkshire in control of this. They'll soon need fewer than 100 runs.
Yep, more or less. Change of bowling.
Changing the commentary box. I think Brad is going to relieve me after my post-lunch stint. Ooh. Might go for a little wander myself, Deutsche.
You do that. Adam Finch down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, bowling to Matthew Waite, who pushes into the offside. That flurry of movement. Some people look like they're going home here. The rucksacks on the shoulders, on the backs, carrying a hold all. Surely not, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, with 20 overs remaining. Must be a very good series you're going to catch at home on television or something like that.
Songs of praise.
Songs of praise, possibly, yeah. Yeah, I suppose it could be going off to church. Here's Finch. Waite pushes and takes on the man at short cover. Dear me, that was a risky run, and you would not want to run out George Hill at this stage. Why would you even think about running out or taking on something that could run out your teammate? He's had to dive full length to get home there, and while he's pretty quick between the wickets and a good runner, that had too much of an element of risk for my liking, and he got away with it, Matthew Waite. But had his partner gone then, with his team needing just over 100 to win, that could have been catastrophic. Hill just having a reset, straightening the pads, putting the gloves back straight, as well as Finch is into bowl to him, and he lovely late cut there. That's I still think, and it's just personal experience playing cricket, that the late cut, one of the more difficult shots to execute well, and he got right over the top of that and ran it down to third man for a single.
I think Worcestershire are suffering from not having that 5th frontline bowler, judging by Taylor Cornwall's over.
Yeah, I think it's still a very interesting contest. There's Finch coming in and Waite on strike, and he runs it in the same place as George Hill had done. A little bit more dab than late cut, but still gets the same number of runs for it, one of them. Yeah, just because of Yorkshire's inexperience and the fact that, you know, both sides are not clearly not at full strength here, it's still making for an interesting game, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's a good game of cricket.
If Worcestershire do nick another wicket, and particularly if that happens to be George Hill, you know, that the scales are altered once again. Finch bowling to Hill here. That's a lovely late cut once again, just running it down fine through about second slip for another single. And because they've got time here, Yorkshire, the better part of 120 deliveries, 115 I think it is, to get 101. So they've got a stack of time. If they stay there and just run it around, that'll be job done.
They're going to have to lose it from here, aren't they?
Yeah, Finch in, and that's dropped into the offside by Matthew Waite. No run, end of that over. The 31st of this Yorkshire response to Worcestershire's 246 for 8 there, 146 for 4.
Live cricket from Scarborough today. David Townsend, Jonathan Doige, myself, Dave Bradley, bringing you live commentary on this game on the Yorkshire streaming and also, of course, on the BBC Sports app, websites, all them sort of things. Taylor Cornell to continue, who almost got the wicket of George Hill as he played a very strange shot to a short delivery that basically I think bounced. Well, it certainly didn't bounce as much as he wanted it to. So Cornell, left arm around. Oh, that's gone off an edge. If there'd have been a slip, it would have been comfortable, but there isn't, because we're at that stage of the game. Taylor Cornell has his hands on his head, and George Hill he's got 4 there, but he walked back looking quite frustrated with himself, and a millimetre closer to the wicketkeeper, he could have gone there. Cornell in and bowls, and this is short, and this is whipped away down through deep square leg. Got exactly what it deserved. That short of a length on the leg stump, and as I say, it was a concern of mine at the start of the game that Worcestershire only got 4 frontline bowlers, and Taylor Cornell is not an even irregular bowler. He's hardly bowled at top class cricket. He's taken a few wickets in second 11 cricket, but there's a vast difference between that and this. And George Hill's gone to 77, 154 for 4, and that could be 4 more. Kashif Ali, he's got some work to do around there, which he does well. But they're going to come back for 2. Good running, 156 for 4. Some of Worcestershire's ground fielding hasn't backed up their bowlers either today. There's a lot of ones turned into 2s by the efforts of the Yorkshire batsmen to put pressure on the fielders, of course. 156 for 4 in the 32nd. Cornell has to conjure something up here. It's in bowls and Hill. Oh, that's in the air for a while. I think George Hill needs to have a long word with himself here, because Cornell is an occasional bowler. He's not bowling very well, but as we were saying earlier, it ain't always the best ball that takes the wicket. That's probably going to be a wide, but it isn't. So must have been closer than it looked. Cornell in again, and it's in the air again from George Hill. Well, what a strange over. He's played a pull shot down through deep square leg for 4, which deserved it, but he's got 4 off the edge. Through where slip might be, and he's got 2 in the air that he's played back. The last one played back almost to the bowler. So strange goings on. Matthew Waite's worked up a sweat and he's took his jumper off. In fact, both batsmen were having a drink. 156 for 4 at the end of the 32nd over. Waite has 10, Hill has 79. Yorkshire need a total of 247 for victory. There are people leaving, you're right. So the first time I came here, I was sat with the great Callie, and about 5:45, the ground started to empty, and there was still about 15 overs left in the game. What's going on, Callie? Dinner in the bed and breakfast is at 6 o'clock, and if you're not there, you don't get it.
Yep.
I think about a third of the crowd disappeared, which is where day-night cricket went wrong in this country, totally.
So Matthew Waite on strike and playing this first delivery that was short of length from Adam Finch back to the bowler.
Because you and DT mentioned it earlier, because you got to, I don't know, 5 o'clock and they went to lunch, and then you got to, I did a game at Chesterley Street, and at the end of the game there were 10 people on the ground, because everybody, got to catch the last bus back to Peterlee.
Aye, Peterlee.
It was crazy idea.
20 is plenty. So down the hill, Adam Finch bowling to Matthew Waite, who punches off the back foot. He's got that away backward of point, and good piece of fielding down there on the boundary edge. Denies him a 4. That was fine work done by number 46, who is not on my menu. So I'm guessing he's the 12th man.
Ollie Davidson, I think, down there.
Fu Young, Ollie Davison, did you say?
Fu Young.
Oh.
No, he is Young, Ollie Davison. Dylan Pennington's middle name is Young, so he is Dylan Young Pennington. But no, he's not Fu Young Pennington, the Hong Kong international cricketer.
Here comes Finch once again. Short ball pulled, not altogether convincingly by Matthew Waite. He's got top edge to that, but he got enough on it for a one bounce 4 down into the foot of the pavilion. Lily thinks that piece of fielding by Kashi Valley should also have been given as a 4, not a 2.
Well, I suspect, or maybe he didn't realise where he was. I'm still concerned about all those people sat right on the boundary rope along there. In these days of health and safety, I'm amazed they're allowed to do it.
Yeah. They had a blue line sprayed on at York last week, which was a good idea to keep people back. And it seemed to do the trick. As nice back foot punch by Waite, but a good piece of fielding as well. In the covers.
They'd be all right if they were sat on the bleachers, but as I say, if Kashi Valley goes racing around there, they could have some spikes on their ankles, or spike marks, or spikes.
They could. Martin Rowe says that the Rhinos have won 34-4, which is good news for those of us who are of a blue and amber persuasion. Playing Salford this afternoon at Headingley. Here is Finch again, and Waite looks to just tuck that away into the offside. Barnard overruns it, but does enough to prevent them getting a single. In the other game, the big game of the day, as I keep referring to, it looks as though Rawdon are coming unstuck, and Steeton, who posted whatever it was,
240 something.
Yeah, Rawdon need about 100, a bit like similar to this. 33 overs into the innings, but they've only got 45 to play with there. 145 for 6. So look like they're throwing it away, and Will Luxton-Steeton might win this. Short ball here, by the way, from Finch. Waite plays the same shot that got him 4 earlier in the over. It was a little shorter, and he not far from feathering that through to Ben Cox. But dot ball, end of the over, 162 for 4, so still 6 runs from it.
Well, this is interesting because Azhar Ali is going to bowl. Talking of Leeds, I think it was the first occasion ever they played a rugby league game and also played a county cricket game. And the county cricket game, Worcestershire played Yorkshire, and the county cricket game ended early. And the whole ensemble, players, umpires and everybody else, just moved to the back of the stand and watched the rugby league game. Played Wigan. Good game. Yeah,
we did one of those earlier this season. I nipped round from a day's play, finishing in a Champo game on a Friday night, and watched them play Wakey, I think it was.
Here is Azhar Ali going to bowl from the Peasholm Park end, 162 for 4. Yorkshire look to be in a very, very, very comfortable position. The young man walks deliberately around the side of the side screen. Azhar Ali's in and bowls, and there's a half appeal. I think more excitement that the ball had gone past the bat than an appeal. And as I say, these are occasional bowlers of Worcestershire. George Hill, there's a century awaiting him here, but he's in danger of getting out to the occasional bowlers. Azhar Ali in bowls. This is short, smashed away, but smashed straight through the hands of Ed Barnard, who's got an injury there. I reckon he's put a finger out. Barnard got his hands to it, but it still went tearing to the boundary. So he's either put a finger out or cut his hand in sores.
Got to go down as a chance, that, Bradders.
I knew you were a hard Yorkshireman. Didn't think you were that hard.
Brian Close would have been
Brian Close would
quarter of the way away from.
Brian Close would have jumped up and headed it back to the wicketkeeper, according to you Yorkies.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
No, absolutely. The golden rule of journalism and broadcasters.
And that's been hit as hard as any ball today, hasn't it?
Yeah, I can't see any blood on his hand. Oh, there might be, because the physio's just giving him. I think he's put a finger out there.
Either that or split webbing or something.
Shame, he won't be able to play for Warwickshire next season. What a shame. Oh dear, what a pity, never mind. After all that, 83 for Hill, 166 for 4 Yorkshire. Azar Ali bowls, and this is played sensibly by Hill. Not that that one that went through Ed Barnard's hands wasn't sensible, it was just quick. 84 to Hill, 167 for 4. Waite has 16. These two put on 43 fairly rapidly in, I reckon, 6 overs. Azar Ali from the Pease Home Park end. Oh, he gets that one to do a little bit. And Matthew Waite has a waft at that one. Ben Cox whips the bells off and then apologises to the umpire, Phil Mustard, that he'd done it, and puts the bells back on himself. Always very polite, aren't they, wicket keepers?
Not sure about that when you're standing just in front of them with a bat in your hand.
As Azar Ali bowls again, this is short off the back foot, clipped away through the offside, and it's Kashif Ali who does the fielding in front of the packed bleachers. Well, not absolutely packed, but there's a lot of people sat up there. 168 for 4.
Most rubbish spoken on a cricket field is done by a keeper, isn't it?
Is the next ball, which is driven. There's yeah, well done to Ed Pollock, who performs a crowd catch. Pretty obvious it's been driven into the ground. 168 for 4, a total of 247 needed for victory. 17 to Matthew Waite, 84 to George Hill. Frayne for 8, Luxton without scoring, Duke for 13, and Tattersall 45 have gone before. 2 for Pennington, 1 for Finch, 1 for Leach. After Worcestershire made 246 for 8.
I'm going to see Finch again. Going down the hill then from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Bowling here to Matthew Waite, who steps back and cuts that nicely and will get 4 here. That's going to beat the chasing substitute fielder and makes his way down to the ice cream tent as Yorkshire President Jeff Cope, complete with guide dog and accompaniment, makes his way from left to right beneath us. So Yorkshire on to 172 for 4. Remember, they need 247 to win this. 84 of them now to George Hill. Matthew Waite, though, was the man striking that one. 21 not out. And as Brad was just saying, they've put this partnership together pretty quickly. 22 deliveries for his 21. Matthew Waite, so almost the pair of them almost striking at 100 with Hill 84 off 86. Dot ball there. Waite pushing it into the leg side. Our steward's back down below, just having a sneaky peek at the cricket. Not sure what he's getting paid today, but he's got a free game of cricket as well. And with that haircut he gave himself that he told me about this morning, must be earning a little bit too much, I would have thought.
I think if you cut your own hair, you're not earning a lot, are you? Can't go to the barbers.
Pennington, Finch, I should say, in, pulled by Waite. That has been stopped inside the boundary on this occasion, and Matthew Waite moving on to 22, good piece of fielding.
Fielder down there, I think, is Henry Cullen, who's in fact a wicketkeeper, but he must be Worcestershire's 13th man today. He's actually got 13 on his back, which is quite useful.
173 for 4 with that one. Somebody's, oh dear, there's been crisis on the terraces. A cup of coffee's been spilt and there's a brush out there sweeping it up. Good delivery by Finch this time, rising past the outside edge of George Hill's bat.
In fact, he's 43, isn't he, Colin?
Yeah.
13.
There's all sorts going on now. There's young ladies having to stand up.
Oh dear. See, no, that'd have been beer, it'd have been a fight.
Oh, there's a bucket as well as a
bucket.
There's a brush.
Okay.
And some kitchen roll.
Is there instructions for the bucket?
No, it doesn't look like it's working too well this at the moment. It's got herself into a bit of a pickle. Short ball here, Hill one-handed. Has got plenty on that backward of point, and same spot as which Matthew Waite hit a boundary earlier in the over. He does the same. 88 now to George Hill, 177 for 4. It's, yeah, it's not so good. It looks like she may be a Worcestershire supporter looking at the green cap.
Yeah, well, they're always very tidy. They always clear up behind them.
Very nice to see. 177 for 4. Finch running towards our commentary position. Oh, George Hill's got an inside edge on this, and it rattles away into the boundary board for 4 through effectively leg slip just to the left of keeper Ben Cox. And with that boundary, George Hill has his highest List A score. He made 90 not out at Grace Road, Leicester last year. So whether he gets to the 3 figures or not here, it's still a PB in this form of the game for George Hill. And he has ridden his luck today, but sometimes we say this in cricket, don't we? You need that bit of luck. He's had not a wretched time of late, but by his standards, he's had a little bit of a flat spot.
He's given a couple of chances since he's got sort of past 60, hasn't he? I mean, up until then, he chanceless. Here's Azhar Ali continuing from the P-zone park end. That puts weight onto the back foot, pushes away on the offside. He has 22. Just to clear it all up, Cullen is fielding, and he has number 13 on for Worcestershire. Here is Azhar Ali in bowls. That wraps the pad, but it's clearly going down the leg side, despite half an appeal. Mainly from wicketkeeper Cox. Azhar Ali didn't join in the mayhem or the appeal. 181 for 4, Yorkshire. In the 36th. Azhar Ali bowls. This is driven away on the offside. A couple of bounces before it gets to Taylor Cornell, who manages to just dab a hand on it. Doesn't stop it cleanly, but prevents any further runs. Kashif Ali's got a couple of, well, more than a couple. Got a few seagulls for company out on the boundary now. Any seagulls out on that side of the ground? That's in the air. Oh, it's gone down. Worcestershire have dropped another chance. It was in the air, and I'm just trying to see who that is out there.
46 again. Number 46.
That will be the 12th rather than 13th. It's all getting very confusing. Bowls again, and this is cut away, and that's dived over the top of it by Joe Leach. Poor fielding from Worcestershire today. They really have not covered themselves in glory at all. I think that's Ben Gibbon down there on the boundary, but I'm not sure. So on 96, George Hill. I know it's my colleague Jonathan Doige. He hopes to take him to a century.
You never know your luck. So Azhar Ali to George Hill, right arm over the wicket. Hill steps back, he's pulled that straight. He's going to skip on down to long on, but it's not quite got the power to fizz on past the fielder. What it will do, though, is keep George Hill the strike, so moving him on to 97 and 187. 6 off the over then. 4 wickets down still, Yorkshire. So loads of time to knock these off, and they now need just the 60 to win, but they've got 6 wickets left and plenty of time. 14 overs remaining, the next of which is going to be bowled again by Adam Finch, the Trafalgar Square end.
Well, I need wickets here, Worcestershire, so they might as well bowl out their frontline bowlers, really, because if they don't take wickets, they're going to lose anyway.
Finch down the hill to Hill, who runs it down to third man. Is it going to be enough? No. Out there doing the fielding, Dylan Pennington. So 1 to Hill, brings weight back on strike. Elsewhere in the comp today, the latest, Middlesex closing in on victory against Durham. 208 for 1, chasing 269 to win. 61 needed off 16. Looks like it's going to go the way of the visiting side. Weight waits as Finch comes in, and it's short and over the batter's head. No ball has been signalled.
Well,
2 on the total.
occasional Worcestershire bowlers, Libby Cornell and Azhar Ali, have bowled 7 overs for 42, so they're going at 6 and over.
And that's pretty much what they've been content to do, Yorkshire, just push them around.
Yep.
It's kind of a case of we don't need to go mad, so let's just not give our wickets away against them, but milk them. Finch to wait again, and he drops that into the offside this time. No run in Group A. Somerset 199 all out. Gloucestershire have beaten Somerset in the, what do they call it, the cider derby, that one down there?
They'll love that, won't they?
Won by 5 wickets with 43 balls to spare. Gibbo will have been in he'll be in bits now.
Yeah, he won't get over that until the end of hop picking.
Good old Gibbo, top man. Down at Beckenham in this group, Hampshire made 396 for 5. Finch bowling here to wait, pushing into the offside, no run. Kent 205 for 8 in reply, so need 192. That's improbable, really, off 15 overs. It's a good one to win when you've only got 2 wickets left. Lancashire 221 for 4, but they could still force a win at Old Trafford because Derbyshire 142 for 6 in reply. They've got 11 overs and 5 balls to get 80 runs, but they've only got the 4 wickets left.
Not likely.
No. Finch in again, waits, this time finds the gap in the offside that he's been trying to find for the last couple of deliveries, and picks up a 1, bringing Hill back onto strike on 98.
Looks as if Ed Barnard's coming back on, so it can't be too serious an injury.
Tough lad, is it? With a Yorkshire born, Ed?
Yeah, I think he's from Northumberland or Durham. They're really tough up there, further north.
At Northampton, the home side need 132 off 21. They could do that against Essex, chasing 343 for 9. George Hill waits for Adam Finch to come in then, and he's run this one down to 3rd. Pennington will field. That takes GCH Hill onto 99, 192 for 4.
As opposed to GCHQ.
Indeed. And what else have we got? Warwickshire 293 for 5, Surrey 170 for 6. Need 124 off 13.
Surrey going to lose. Oh.
Yeah, and Sussex have already, of course, won, beaten Leicestershire by 8 wickets with loads of time left. Wait on strike, short ball from Finch, left.
I think that was as much. If the first one was a no ball, that was a no ball.
Yeah, me too. But not given this time. End of the over, 192 for the loss of 4 wickets, so they took 5 off that Finch over. So that's the roundup from elsewhere. I mean, looking at the tables, brothers.
No, I'm all right, thanks.
Yeah.
It's one thing I don't do.
Worcestershire played 2, lost 2. Northampton played 1, lost 1. Yorkshire 1 win and 1 defeat.
Here's a throw of the dice here from Worcestershire. Joe Leach coming back on. Leach has already bowled. Leach has already bowled 8. Pennington's bowled 8, but they need wickets here, Worcestershire. Ed Barnard back on. One of the reasons is he's only bowled 6 overs, so Worcestershire are to make anything of a fist of this. They need to do something fairly spectacular, fairly shortly, I would say. What's the scenario now? 40, 192, 49. No, that's not right. 55. Leach bowling.
Oh,
to Hill.
my apologies. Yep.
99. I was leaving that to you, mate.
Yeah, thank you, George, for not getting the requisite single.
I could have made it sound good.
So it was probably the best bit of commentary, of the most informative of the day, I think, Brothers, to be fair to you.
What?
That last little bit.
Leach bowling. Well, he was.
There he is, Joe Leach.
Entirely accurate.
We're 23 running away from us at the Peace Home Park end to George Hill, who flicks it to leg but can't get home this time. And in fact, Matthew Waite almost concedes his own wicket by stepping out just a little bit too far for comfort. Ed Pollock with the diving throw, underarm. No run. So we've got a Cornish pasty being consumed a few seats away from us to our left.
Ooh, that's bad. Can't be having that.
People having a chat, not facing the cricket. George Hill's on 99 here. Short ball, stabbed into the onside there, just worked around the corner, and that will be that for George Hill. 2 runs takes him to 101. A first List A century, a 3rd century in all cricket this season. And Scarborough stands to acclaim him. And he once again looks up to the skies as a nod to, well, what he told us one night last year was a friend that he lost, I think. And he always carries that friend around with him out there in the middle in his heart. And he's played an excellent knock here for Yorkshire, who, there were no gimmies whether at 37 for 3. He's glued it together, he's ridden his luck, he's needed a bit of that as well, and I think he deserves a bit. It's the what goes around comes around thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And he's had a bit of wretched luck recently, but he's got it right today. And he's just dropping this latest Leach delivery out into the offside. And there is no run on this occasion. 96 deliveries, 14 fours. He's been out there for 2 hours and 11 minutes.
And he's put Yorkshire well into the box seats here, isn't he? As you say, when he 37 for 3 at one time, he'd have put Worcestershire favourites at the time.
Here's Leach again. Punched up to Pennington. He gets a bit of a bobble on the ball as it arrives at him and hits him. Yeah, he's got it in fairly even time. 96 balls for his 100. His first 50 came in 47. And his second 50 has come in 49, and he's hit 7 fours in each half of the 100 as well. So
needs to see it through now. See his team through to victory. Because if he throws it away now, he'll be very disappointed.
Leach again, and Hill punches out to sweeper Kashif Ali, and they get a single. 102 to Hill. 195 for Yorkshire at the end of that Leach over.
96 deliveries and included 14 balls.
There's drinks being brought out for the 2 batsmen. Looks like a fresh pair of gloves as well. Constant movement around the ground. People going for drinks. Some people going home, it would appear, thinking that that it was all a foregone conclusion. Never in cricket is it a foregone conclusion. It's very close to being a foregone conclusion sometimes, but never actually a foregone conclusion. So this looks to me like it is Adam Finch charging in to the local hero Hill, who pushes the ball away on the offside. And there ain't no run. And Mr. David Townsend has rejoined me, which is indeed one of the great pleasures of life.
Yep, I couldn't disagree with that, brothers. 195 for 4, so what's that? Maths hasn't changed since I was a lad. That's another 52 to win.
That will be correct.
And plenty of overs to get them in. Just need to keep the wickets intact, Yorkshire. As you were saying, it'd be daft if Hill were to get out at this point.
Hill waits, and well, he's doing his best. He has a massive wahoo at that ball from Finch. It was not the best shot he's played today, and to be honest, a bit of a needless shot as well. Needs to show a bit of maturity here. He's only a young man, Hill, but he needs to show maturity.
It's close to the worst shot he's played today, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a couple of people actually stood out on the balcony at the far end of the ground watching, and that's about it. That end, all those houses, and nobody's watching the cricket. Here's Finch in bowls, and that's pushed away on the onside. They won't get anything there. Eventually it goes to Azhar Ali, who's at mid-on. Some somewhat raucous and tuneless persons are beginning to make some unnecessary noise down in front of us.
Couple of old fellas out there, a bit like you and me on the seafront last night.
What, making the noise?
No,
Oh,
on the balcony.
Ah, right. Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Here is Finch coming into bowl to Hill, who's full. Oh, he has another flutter at this one. A little bit of concentration being lost here. I had a bit of an Eddie Waring then, didn't I? The just gone frontier.
Better known for it's a knockout? No, he's a rugby league man, wasn't he?
Well, in this part of the world you'd say that. If you went to West Sussex, you probably wouldn't. I don't know why I picked West Sussex, but it just came into my head. It's a place in the south. Back here in Scarborough, Finch bowls, Hill. He's not going to get a run here either. That's off an inside third of the bat. And I may have got this totally wrong, but looking from here, his body language, and Matthew Wade's coming down and having a chat to him here. I think he's actually saying, mate, just, calm it down, play the over out. Unless it's a really rubbish ball, don't worry about it. We're on the way to victory. You've got 100.
The only way we're not going to win is if you get out, George.
And yeah, as I said earlier, they've now got to lose it, haven't they, Yorkshire? There's Finch in again, and this time an inside edge that just rolls away on the onside. And there's a single for Hill, but again, not off the full face of the bat, but he's going to keep the strike. The end of Finch's over. He's bowled 9 overs and taken 1 for 57, so going at about 6.5 an over today, Adam Finch.
Yeah.
Joe Leach is going to bowl his last one. 1 for 29 off 9 overs, Joe Leach. Good effort.
Good effort. And Hill's just called for a spray or something there. He's going to carry on for a moment. But that last ball struck him on the bottom hand, and he's been shaking it a bit. A bit of discomfort, but maybe the dressing room told him just to get on with it.
Yeah.
Joe Leach, number 23 on his back, comes in bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on. No run. The fielders inside the ring are noticeably close at looking to try and cut off the single.
Yeah, put a bit of pressure.
At the moment, put some pressure on. Let's see if the young man's temperament's up to it. Is he going to try and launch one over the top? 196 for 4.
Well, overs shouldn't come into it, should this is 40 or so. Loads of overs, loads of balls left to win the game.
Yeah. 51 off 11 was really not difficult. Leach bowls, and down the wicket comes Hill and launches that one. Well, it's somewhere down towards Peasholm Park, and he's got 6, and he hit that one. Well, it wasn't a bad delivery. He's just taken a skip down the wicket and targeted the very long boundary down there towards the east stand and the coffee shop, and they're going to have to go and look for that one outside, I think, somewhere. That's gone many a mile. In fact, yeah, if you look on the TV screen, they're looking over the
back of the fence.
Yep.
In somebody's garden.
It would appear to be that way, yes. The West Stand there, West Stand bar. They found it. I'm not sure. That was an enormous shot, wasn't it? You look at that carry, Brad.
It's a long way. It's probably the longest boundary on the ground, is it?
And it's cleared it comfortably.
Yeah.
Oh.
And as you say, it wasn't a bad ball, but he just turned it into a bad ball by smashing it. He swatted it.
His first 6, and the first then has taken Yorkshire up to 202. The 200 comes up for the home side, and well, after he's sort of scratching around a bit after getting to his 100 and being tied down, it's one way to release the valve.
Well, I told you, Wade had just gone up to him and say, "Calm down, lad." Yeah. So he's done exactly that and smashed it out the ground. Probably didn't say that. He probably said to him, mate, smash it out the ground, let's get the game done.
That's a huge.
I've got to
Sure.
go and do something else for 5 minutes.
Ah, okay. Update the good folk of BBC Hereford and Worcestershire, no doubt. Might be something else, I don't know. But perhaps Doidge will come back in, perhaps he won't, I don't know. I can steer the ship through the next few deliveries. 109 that is to George Hill. 24 to Waite. Waite's played a good innings here. He's been bright, he's been lively, he's struck the ball hard and run hard as well. Right, what's Leach going to do now, having just been struck for 6 bowls again, and this time it's struck over the top of mid-on by Hill, who seems to want to finish this in a hurry. Again, applause there, but again, a slightly risky shot. He's comfortable in the end enough to. But if you're trying to clear mid-on off the back foot and you don't quite get it right, then, well, that could be difficult. 41 runs required now. Still at least 10 overs to go. What's Leach going to do here? Might fancy a wicket. In fact, that's just dabbed down into the offside. Sensible stuff by George Hill. He dabs that one square of the wicket, sets off for a single. Off strike, he's on 114. 207 now for 4. 40 runs required for the Yorkshire victory. That didn't look too likely when Howie Duke went at 37 for 3, but just the 1 wicket to 4 since then. Johnny Tattersall for 45. Don't think there'll be too much doubt about man of the match. Leach bowls short to Waite, who's pulled that one away. Is he going to get 4? Yes, he is. The fielder out there in the deep has taken a dive and been unable to stop it. And 4 more. And Leach, whose figures were excellent going into this over, has now conceded 6, 4, 1 and a 4. So I think that's 15 runs. In fact, he's conceded more than half of what he conceded in his previous 9 overs. Joe Leach still hasn't finished this one. Comes in, bowls to Waite, and that's outside the off stump. Waite could possibly have done better than just to pick out the cover fielder there. That was final delivery. Was a poor one from Joe Leach, and his final figures, well, he's conceded 44 runs and just picked up that one wicket, the early one of Will Frame. Taking his sweater, walking away down to long leg. Good stint he's put in there. 15, 16, he conceded 16, 45 runs. 1 for 45, I think, Dorji, if you
Yep.
trying to keep
well.
your scoreboard up to date.
Might as well fill in for Bradders for an over or so while he's got his update to do. So Finch down the hill. Short ball pulled by Waite. That's going to be 4, I think. Or Kimchi Ali is giving chase, but no, he's not going to get that. 4 more. And they're now starting to move into overdrive, these two, aren't they?
Well,
I think Matthew Waite might have said, don't do anything stupid to George Hill previously, but yeah, they've started to.
31 runs required to win. It's could well be all done in 3 overs, couldn't it?
Started to up the ante. 216 for 4. Waite on to 33. He's having an impressive game against the team he impressed as well when he was down there on a loan spell early this season. Dropped it into the offside, no run. Andy Walker says, really enjoying the Royal London Cup. How could anybody in their right mind even think about ending 50 over cricket? Fine cricket, big crowds, interest from all generations. Hope Yorkshire bring it home from here. Great comms from all 3 of you. Thanks, Andy. And Robert Winterset says, Jonathan, with the fielding errors and relative ease of the chase thus far, this is playing like a mirror image of the Roses game.
Yeah, not too dissimilar.
Finch again, and nicely played. Really did time that well, Matthew Waite. Out to the sweeping sweeper.
So you're always going to get the Centurion given man of the match, aren't you? But Waite 3 wickets, coming in at an important time, 34 not out. You'd have to be running him close in purely cricketing terms.
Yeah, might pick up a vote or two in the press box if they did it that way. Sun back in evidence here as in comes Finch again. It's wide of off stump. That's the delivery that you sometimes see George Hill get out to in Championship cricket. It's a wide one, and I'm not sure what it is about it, but he does have a little bit of a waft. He's nicked off to the keeper or first slip a few times doing that. Howard Ray, good afternoon to you. Says, hi Doidgy, couldn't make our normal seats in front of the pavilion today, but watching the stream and listening to your dulcet tones, decent display by the boys. Just a shame the teams are deprived of so many first choice players because of the cash cow 100. Let's hope the ECB see sense and continue to allow cricket at Scarborough and York. As Hill is beaten by this delivery. There's an appeal for LBW, which is not given. And Howard goes on. I hope the ECB continue to allow cricket at Scarborough and York in the future. A reduction in Championship cricket can only harm the game.
Yep, here. No one's going to argue with that, Doidgy. Well, I'm sure some people will, but not everyone's Kevin Peterson.
Finch again, driven nicely by Hill, but this time the bowler gets something on it, and it's a dot. I think Bradders is ready to step back in, and that's the end of the over, so pretty convenient time to do so.
Thanks to Jonathan Doidge. On top form today. Top form most days, but he's really been on the very top of his game today.
Very caustic today. Taking the mick out of you.
Oh.
Still, it's a long winter, isn't it?
Well, it is for some, yes.
Well, not for you going off to your palace in wherever it is. Your palace in Phuket.
Not Phuket, the other side of Thailand, down towards Cambodia.
Don't bother. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy with the -6 frosty morning, taking me dogs for a walk. I'm all right with that, thanks, mate. I'm all right.
I do like those days on Facebook when people say, "Oh, it's always shoveling snow and all the rest of it." And I have an annual one of saying, "Oh, it's getting a bit nippy over here as well. I had to get out of bed and turn off the aircon last night."
Taylor Cornell's going to bowl. Worcestershire need to get something out of this, and well.
And then people you do that every year.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind a bit of winter.
Oh no, it's horrible. Why have to put up with it if you don't have to?
Well, no, but I do.
No,
so I ain't got a choice.
This could be cruel because we got part-timer back on, and on the mark there, Taylor, as he pitched that one up, Taylor Cornell, and that's probably as good a delivery as he's bowled so far because he has dragged a few down and he has taken some tap. And Yorkshire in the final straight at the moment, and that's 2 excellent deliveries. That one's pushed down to long on for a single, but didn't bowl like this in his first little stint, did he? So.
No, he didn't. And that's the difference between your occasional and your full-time bowler, isn't it?
Absolutely.
No consistency. See, Doidge just found a young lady to talk to. She's been down there 2 minutes.
Number 57 on his back. He bowls a few varieties. That delivery is hammered away by Hill down to wide long on for one. And they can get these now, can't they, in singles, 9 overs. Required to get 30. Well, it's 28 now, just 8 overs and a couple of balls. No pressure. Pitch is up outside the off stump, eased away down to Joe Leach in front of the lovely old pavilion there, and sends his throw in. One more ticks over, 220 for 4. When you consider they were 37 for 3, that's excellent. Particularly from this man. Oh dear, could be a run out here. Throw at the stumps, hits, and he's gone. Matthew Waite run out. So he'll just push that onto the offside. And is it Ed Barnard with his dodgy hand who's managed to perform that run out? Matthew Waite's furious with it. 5 wickets have now gone down. 220 for 5.
Well, I don't think there was a run there, but I think Matthew Waite is upset because it was his call. And Hill didn't respond to his call, but if he had it on, I think he'd have been run out anyway. So, is there a little twist in the tail of this game yet?
No.
No, okay. Well, there shouldn't be, should there?
There shouldn't be, no. There's plenty of time yet, but just a little, maybe. Still 27 runs required.
There's always a maybe. Could be. Possibly.
Am I right in thinking it was Barnard who performed?
I think you are exactly right in thinking it was Barnard. Yeah, good throw.
And then he's sort of pointing to his dodgy hand afterwards. He hasn't had a bowl, has he? So you wonder whether the hand is still...
Is he still only bowled 6?
He hasn't had a bowl since he's come back on. So, unless I've missed one, that's quite possible. So the new batsman is Matthew Revis.
He's only bowled 6. Although somebody's going to have to... Well, Pennington's got 2 left. As I say, it shouldn't come down to how many overs are left or who's got to bowl.
Not really, should it, with all these overs in hand and only 27 required. Hill then gets one that's tossed up to him and eases it this time down to Joe Leach for a single. That'll keep him the strike. 26 runs required, 8 overs to get them in, and 5 wickets in hand after the running out of Matthew Wade. And Wade can't really complain too much, as you say. It was his call, but it was a daft call.
Dylan Pennington is going to bowl at least one of his 2 overs he has remaining. 26 needed for victory for Yorkshire.
Joe Leach bowled out. So,
yeah, that last over doubled his
well,
bowling
more
figures.
than doubled it, didn't it?
Yeah.
16 runs, and I think he conceded 29 from his previous 9.
1 for 29, finished with 1 for 45.
That 6 was some extraordinary blow. So here we go with Hill on the strike, 116 not out. Pennington to bowl to him, and he just eases this one into the onside for a single. And the score ticks over again, 20... Has it ticked over? Scoreboard can do you sometimes, can't it? Yep, 221 for 5. Brings Revis on strike. Now they need to attack in this situation, don't you? You've got to put a slip in, surely. New batsman, strike bowler.
Well, they've brought everybody in.
But that's not putting pressure on, is it?
6 inside the circle.
Yeah, but there's no pressure there, brothers. Pennington bowls, and that's driven firmly back to him, and he fields off his own bowling. You're not going to restrict them.
Yeah, well, I guess the theory is if they can stop him getting a single and keep Hill off strike, then they're just trying to build up a bit of pressure. I think it's too little too late.
What better pressure than having a slip in there and taking a wicket?
Trying to get him out.
Yeah. Pennington bowls and defended into the onside. No run. The ever enthusiastic Ed Pollock doing the fielder.
Seems a long time since he was out this morning. Probably seems a long time for him as well.
Nothing worse than being an opener and getting out early.
Oh, yeah.
In what in club cricket we used to call all-day games. Pennington.
I'll tell you what is a slog. We've had single wicket competitions in our club before, and if you lose the first game, you field for the rest of the day, knowing full well you ain't going to do anything else. You can't bowl, you can't bat. It's just, it's a long day, that is.
For those of you who don't know what single wicket competitions are, and there probably could quite well be a few, it's where you,
It's good
I
fun.
think you bowl for 2 overs and
Yeah.
bat for 2 overs, don't you? Pennington. It's a sort of knockout competition everybody else fields.
Yeah, it's good. We have our end of season club do is
Yeah.
single wicket.
I'm just thinking there might be 1 or 2 listeners. Well, single wicket, what does that mean? One wicket?
Well, they used to play at the top level, didn't they? I remember going to New Road and watching a single wicket. Ron
Double wicket as well, did they?
Yeah, Ron Headley batting on his own and shouting, yes, no. You're on your own there, Ron.
Yeah, next ball is driven firmly up to mid-on. No run to be had there, but, well, that's the end of the over. Tidy over, but there's no way, is there, that you're going to restrict Worcestershire to restrict Yorkshire to less than, what do they need now, 25 off
42.
remaining 7 overs. I mean, that's not going to happen, particularly when you bowled out your best bowlers. You've got your best bowler on, Pennington.
He's got one left.
He's got 1 left. You've got to try and take a wicket.
Yeah. I agree.
Surely. Well, this guy could take a wicket. Cornwall, I'll leave you to do this over, brothers.
He's bowling a left around, pushed away on the offside, to Jake Libby, the Worcestershire skipper, who's tried most things today, but he has been hampered by that 5th bowler, for me anyway. Reverse sweep from Hill, out towards the boundary. The Seagulls have to scatter as Kashif Ali goes round, and, well, he dives back into his crease, and I'm not sure he needed to, but they go back for 2. Good running. They've run well, Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Well, apart from Matthew Waite might not agree that they've run well.
It's a bit slippy on that uncut part, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Cornwall in again, and this time Hill smashes it through the offside. Joe Leach to field now. They won't come back for 2. Leach's throw to the non-striker's end is a good one.
You've got to. Again, it was one of those runs, the previous one, where he was scampering back for 2, and his head was well ahead of his feet. I think his head was always going to get in, but I don't know whether his feet were going to sort of manage to propel him down there.
He's been all right in athletics. He'd have been over the line. So the field is coming in now. They're trying to keep Matthew Revis on strike. Trying to starve him with this. They're trying everything here, Worcestershire. They've not given up, but I think it's.
22 off.
Yeah, I think the horse has bolted.
Yeah.
So in the end, mid-on goes back out to long on. Still 6 inside the circle though. Corner bowls. Oh, that does a bit of that. I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do with that, Reeves. He kind of followed it.
Well, they've got 5 men, 4 saving 1 on the offside, and the deep cover out. You're just going to sort of throw it up outside the off stump and say, try and hit that lad.
Corner bowls again. This is just shaping back. There's a little bit of turn there for Taylor Cornwall. No, the field. Worcestershire playing cat and mouse with the number 7 here. Now, if he's a number 11, fine. But they sent the fielders out because they're happy to give him a single. So they're still thinking. So can't blame them for that. Cornwall bowls, pitches it up, driven out to long off, where Joe Leach is the fielder, and Yorkshire are 226 for 5 at the end of the over. They need 21 to win. They have 36 balls and 5 wickets with which to do it.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see Worcestershire trying a couple of things, isn't it? And not just sort of going through the motions of these final few runs being scored.
Well, Dylan Pennington's going to bowl. Looks as if Ed Barnard's not going to bowl again today.
Well,
he's probably come back on because they've run out of fielders.
Pennington bowls and Revis plays and, well, sort of shapes to angle that one down to third man, misses.
Although I think they're back up to their original 11 now.
You think?
I think Collins not on, and Davidson I can't see on. So
This is starting to annoy me, brothers. You know, this is Pennington's last set of 6.
well,
No slip in place.
don't get too upset about
No,
it.
I won't. Pennington bowls to Revis and edged through where second slip would have been. And not that I think they've had 2 slips, but he's edged that away down to find third man, fought a boundary. Well, he's getting from up here. 230 for 5.
Yeah, it's not with hindsight though, because you did sort of say,
Several times.
yeah, not several times, 1,000 times.
Well, you imagine that had gone in there, catch had gone in there. They were
Yeah.
226 then for 6 new batsmen coming out. So, Pennington bowls, and that one just does a little bit, comes back in, goes over the top of the crossbar and post, through to the keeper. I always like to see a bit of attacking going on, you know, in these situations. Not stupidly, but at the moment they can't. There's no way they can win this by containing Yorkshire.
No, so they might as well try and get them out.
Yeah. Pennington bowls, and that's played very, very sweetly, but straight to backward point. And no run to be had there. More of a discussion going on now. Well, it's the old Libby having a word with his wicket keeper Ben Cox. What are they talking about?
Probably if they want pineapple on their pizza.
Next ball. Slower ball driven gloriously and very well stopped. Indeed.
By the man with one hand.
Ed Barnard, he's committed to Worcestershire for the rest of this season. I know he's leaving, but he could quite easily be sitting with his feet up in the pavilion now.
He will give the 100%. You can't, by the way, give 110%. It's mathematically impossible, but he will give 100%.
Pennington bowls to Hill. They took a single there, and he wants one. And he's going to get one now because Libby's thrown it. Hill just wandered back into his crease, comfortably back in. He was standing in his crease when Libby shied at the stumps. It's ricocheted off the stumps, and they've gone through for what is that called, an overthrow? So it counts as a single. So there we go.
Oh, I think the beer snake has just collapsed on the terrace.
Can a snake sort of officially collapse?
Well, they were trying to lift the beer snake up. The beer snake, you probably know, is made out of empty beer cartons, and it all went badly wrong. So that also kept Hill on strike, that single that Jake Libby gave away, with a bit of kind of thoughtless cricket that was really.
15 to win.
15 indeed. Cornell to continue bowling.
So Hill goes back and hammers that into the
Is this me?
offside.
Me?
It should be you, shouldn't it?
No.
Yeah, go on. I think I'll make way for Deutsch anyway, because we're so close to the finish, and you two should be there for the denouement.
Oh, I quite like the denouement. I've still got a CD of theirs. Here's Cornell in bowls. Well, I'm not quite sure what sort of a shot that was from Hill. It was a sort of a sweep shot. I think he missed it, and I think, no, he didn't. He got a bottom edge on it. And it looped up over wicketkeeper Cox. So it's away for 2 runs. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 4, 5.
As opposed to 222 for 2.
It was 2-2-2 for 5 not so long ago. Because it's 120, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The scorers get very excited about that. I mean, it's 123 for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's Cornell in bowls. Tries that sweep shot again. Makes better contact with this. Oh, they're coming back for 2. They're going to have to be quick here, and they are quick. That's good running. Hill dives again. He's had a few dives as George Hill this afternoon. 2-3-6 for 5.
Meanwhile, it's looking like there's going to be an upset in the Waddy Cup final. Steeton, second division Steeton against first division Rawdon.
Oh.
246 was it as well there? I think it was, wasn't it? Same score as it. Rawdon with 1 over remaining, 2-3-1 for 8.
Oh, tense stuff though.
Nathan Goldthorpe has 50 to his name.
Crowd on the edge of the seats. Here at Scarborough. Cornell bowls, and this is an attempted cut. Not a very good attempt at a cut either from him. I think he's a bit tired now. He just wants to get this over with. 11 needed for Yorkshire to claim victories. Downs, drives, high in the air. That's gone way over. I've lost sight of it. It's gone over long on for 4. So it must have dipped just inside the rope. So 4 more to Hill. 240 for 5.
It was his top spin lob. Could you not see that? You see the wrist roll over the top of it?
Just inside the baseline. Cornell in again. And this time smashed back down the ground. Should only be a single, and Pollock manages to get something behind it. So it is only a single, and Hill keeps the strike. Looks in a little bit of distress there. He winded himself when he dived full length. 6 needed for Yorkshire to win. And it's going to have to be Jake Libby to bowl, because Worcestershire haven't got anybody left, because Ed Barnard's got a damaged hand. There's no point in him bowling at this stage of this game. So he might fancy finishing this in style, George Hill.
He might.
6 to win.
6 to win. Can he launch one? He certainly fancies the spinners. He's said that before. He loves to play against spin. He likes to take them on. We've seen him do it to good effect on quite a number of occasions this season. So it's the sort of setup, isn't it? Especially if he's got 130 to his name. His highest List A score by some margin. So Libby in, and Hill, well, he doesn't go route 1. He tries to just push one, actually. Past point, can't get it past Barnard. And in he comes again. Hill steps back this time and hammers that one, but straight back to the bowler. Another dot. Floats this one up, Jay Libby.
Tempted.
But he floated it up, but he sort of floated it up full, and so George couldn't use his feet, as I'm sure he was itching to do. Libby again, this time he drags that one down into the pitch, and he drops it out into the offside. It will, ironically, as DT's calling at the back, probably end up in a maiden here.
He needs a little, perhaps he wants a little red inker.
He's got a couple of deliveries left in the over. Libby in, he tries the dance down the pitch, and he's going to get out. He's been caught at long on. George Hill has given it away when he had no need to do so, but it's been an excellent knock of 130 from 129 deliveries, I think it was. Yep, 129 deliveries. And Scarborough stands to applaud him, and rightly so, because that has been a knock that has ended up winning this game for Yorkshire. And he's doffing his bat to the crowd, acknowledging their applause and appreciation for what he's done, because he's got more than half of the runs that Yorkshire needed here. And yeah, didn't need to give it away. 130 deliveries, in fact, 167 minutes, 16 fours and 1 6, and he was just trying to go for the big one, wasn't he, to finish it off spectacularly. So I don't think we need to be too harsh on him. 131, we'll get this right, 131 balls it was that he faced in the end.
He picked out Azhar Ali a treat there. Azhar Ali didn't have to move. And I see all the Worcestershire players clapping him off as well. So. And, very sporting.
So wicket for the skip. Jake Libby and Dom Bess will try and finish this off now in company with Matthew Revis. But excellent knock by George Hill, 130 and 131. And just to reiterate, 1 6 and 16 fours. The wicket falling when the score was on 241. So 21 runs for that 6th wicket. And here's Libby then to Bess, who doesn't try and hit it out of the park first ball, just pushes it back up the pitch to complete the over. And it was a wicket maiden, would you believe? Still 6 to win.
Yeah. And a lot of people believe that they have seen the end of this game, or they've seen the result of this game. It's a funny old game. But for Yorkshire to lose it from here would be one of the experiences of a lifetime. Taylor Cornell is going to bowl. And this is smashed away into the offside by Revis. They'll come back for 2. The throw from Kashif Ali is to the non-striker's end. It was half stopped by is that Ed Pollock in the circle? Anyway, it was half stopped and still raced away towards the boundary. So 4 to win. Jonathan.
Rev then, Matthew Revis on strike. Talking about that Waddy Love Cup final, the Edel Wharfdale League. Quite a few of the Yorkshire players started there, including this man on strike at the moment, Matthew Revis, with Burley and Wharfdale, and that will do it. He's just smashed 4, the 4 that were required over long off. 1 bounce, and he will be not out at the end of this innings with 16 runs against his name. Don Bess didn't score, and Yorkshire finished 247 for 6. And allotted overs are comfortably inside their allotted 50 overs, and I make that a 4-wicket success. And I think, you know, on balance on the day, that's fair enough.
I wouldn't argue about that at all. I thought that Worcestershire got out of trouble through Ben Cox with 17, Jake Libby with 58, 119 for 5, 246 for 8 was not a bad effort. And we thought it might be enough. Certainly at 37 for 3, we thought it might be enough. But Tattersall and Waite gave good support for George Hill and saw Yorkshire home by 4 wickets. I do have to say that Worcestershire's fielding today was dire, in my opinion, and we'll ask about that a bit later. So, yeah, deserved victory for Yorkshire. I've got to go off and do a 6 o'clock piece. But thank you very much.
Pleasure, as always,
thoroughly
brothers.
enjoyed your company. The other bloke, I'm not too sure about, but I enjoyed your company.
Great to have you back up at this neck of the woods. And so Yorkshire did it in the end in 47.2 overs. So with a bit of time to spare, as well as the 4 wickets. The Worcestershire bowling figures: 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 43 for Dylan Pennington. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45 for Joe Leach. Adam Finch, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 63. Ed Barnard, 6 overs for 31. Jake Libby, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. As the players shake hands to warm applause from those who have remained. 5.2 overs, no maidens, none for 39 for Taylor Cornell. And Azhar Ali, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 12. 130 from 131 balls for George Hill. Shame that he wasn't there to receive all the applause at the end, but I think he got his own little statement out of the crowd, didn't he, as he walked off a few balls before it. Jonathan Tattersall with 45 and 36 to Matthew Waite. It's been a good day for Yorkshire. They started the competition well with that success against Northamptonshire last week. Disappointment against Lancashire in the Roses game at York, where they were put in their place. But they've bounced back. They've shown that resilience that we've known them for in recent seasons. And whether they have their strongest side out on the field or not, day on day, they occasionally suffer like they did against Lancashire, but they keep going right until the end. And they've done it again today. So points-wise, that takes them on to 4 from a possible 6 in the competition so far. And net run rate-wise, they're down in 4th place at this moment in time, but long way to go yet, still 5 more matches. Lancashire top the table with 5 points. Hampshire, Glamorgan and Yorkshire all on 4, but Hampshire have the preferential run rate with net run rate with over 2. Glamorgan not too far behind him, and Yorkshire on minus 0.047, whatever that means at the moment. Derbyshire, Kent, Essex, Worcestershire and Northants all follow. And, well, Browders might be pleased to note that at this stage Worcestershire are not bottom of the table because of net run rate. Northamptonshire are. And in the Group A side of things, Notts, Sussex and Leicestershire all have 4 points. Nottinghamshire top on net run rate. Always play well, don't they, in white ball cricket. Followed by Sussex, and then Leicestershire back in third place. Warwickshire at the moment have the best of it in fourth on net run rate, but they've only played the one match, completed match anyway. And so I think we're done and dusted from here for now. Just the one game for me to cover for you this week, when neither of these fellas, I'm afraid to say, will be alongside, because Bradders will be off doing something exciting with Worcestershire, and DT, well, be just off doing something exciting, won't he, with the care home staff, probably on a minibus somewhere around the nation. Yeah, might go watch a film or something like that. Afternoon tea, maybe, and a couple of buns, and then back he'll go after all that. Worcestershire 246 for 8, Yorkshire 247 for 6 have won by 4 wickets with 16 balls remaining. From David Townsend, from Dave Bradley and from myself, Jonathan Dodge. Thank you for your company from North Marine Road, Scarborough. One more visit here to come against Hampshire on the 23rd of August, but Cardiff Wednesday I'll be at Sophia Gardens for the match against Glamorgan, which like it was last year when Yorkshire went down there, looks like it could be vital in the outcome in terms of determining places in Group B of this Royal London 50 over Cup competition. We shall see you all